It's dangerous to go alone. Take this Zelda marathon. Welcome back to the Leaderboard. I'm Keegan, and today we're gonna enter some dungeons, complete some shrines, and find some very helpful items. It's a quest to learn absolutely everything we possibly can about the Legend of Zelda, from its 8-bit era all the way up to now. No time like the present, so let's get into it. The best way to kick things off has to be with a comprehensive overview of the Zelda timeline. This has been debated over and over and over again, but that's all part of the fun. Whether you take the so-called canon timeline at face value or have your own sprawling theory, this is our interpretation of the events across many timelines that make up the world of Hyrule, or Lorule, or a handful of other kingdoms and dimensions and whatnot. It's the complete Legend of Zelda timeline, and it's starting right now. The Legend of Zelda has a timeline that, while Hyrule Historia details it for us, has largely become outdated since the introduction of Breath of the Wild, Age of Calamity, and Tears of the Kingdom. Even still, those games receive a lot of questioning as to when and where they take place in the current timeline, if they take place in it anywhere at all. There are plenty of theories out there, as the Zelda series seems to spawn a lot of those, but right now we want to take a stab at this timeline and attempt to figure it out. Creation. The creation of the world of the Legend of Zelda has been detailed many times, and was most famously told by the Great Deku Tree in the Ocarina of Time. At the very start of the Zelda world, 3 goddesses descended from above and began to shape the world. These golden goddesses were Din, Nehru, and Faror. Din embodied power, and with her great power, she forged the earth below her feet. Nehru embodied wisdom, and with her great knowledge, she forged the laws of the world with which everything must abide. And Faror, who embodied courage, used her great tenacity and gifted life to this world. With this world created, the Golden Goddesses forged 3 sacred triangles which would later become known as the Triforce. This Triforce was representative of their power, and without its existence, the world they built would begin to decay. It could be split, yes. Shattered, yes. But destroyed, no. If ever destroyed and the power permanently lost, the world would collapse, as was shown in Lorule after they destroyed their own Triforce to save their kingdom from war. At some point in time, after the creation of the world, the 3 golden goddesses would commission another goddess, Hylia, to protect the Triforce, and she would eventually become the patron deity of the people of the land that would soon bear her name, Hyrule. This began the era known as the Era of Hylia. During Hylia's time, the land that would bear her name was prosperous and peaceful, but if this story didn't have strife, it would not be interesting, and no legend is complete without its villain. And so, from the depths, the Demon King rose. His name was Demise, and he sought to conquer the surface world with his forces. This was a time of great war and slaughter. Hylia, in a desperate attempt to save the people she loved, would raise islands of stone into the air where her people would live. She then separated the sky world and the surface with a barrier of clouds, so the 2 worlds would remain separate. With the people who would have been known as Hylians safe and far away from the war, Hylia gathered the various tribes on the surface, such as the Gorons, Kikwi, Mogma, and Parella, to do battle with the evil Demon King, and through their determination, they were able to seal him away. But Hylia was wounded, hurt, and dying. She knew that the threat would not end with this, and that eventually Demise would break free. And so she hid the Triforce on the islands in the sky that would soon be known as Skyloft. She would also forge a powerful weapon designed to combat the Demon King that became known as the Goddess Sword, and later the Master Sword. Within it, she put a spirit known as Phi, who would guide the chosen wielders. Hylia then, knowing that the Triforce would never be used by a deity, decided to reincarnate into a mortal body that would come of age when the seal of the Demon King broke. And when it happened, her name was Zelda. Era of the Hero of the Sky. Now, we have our villain, and we have our princess to save, but one final thing that legend needs is a hero to save that princess. Enter Link, a dopey young man with great potential despite his head both literally and figuratively being in the clouds. Thousands of years have passed since the war between Hylia and Demise, and the world is at peace. Hylia has reborn in the form of Zelda, and the time of the 25th wing ceremony has come. But on the day of this event, a tornado takes Zelda from the skies and pulls her to the surface as Girahim, the demon in servitude to Demise, brings her down in hopes of resurrecting his master. It's during this time that Hylia sends to the future Impa, who would aid Zelda, the incarnation of Hylia. Together, they would return to the past where Zelda would enter a deep slumber to keep the Demon King sealed away. During this time, Link finds the sacred flames to temper his blade into the Master Sword, where he then uses a second gate to travel back in time. After witnessing Zelda, Link travels back to the future where he uses the Triforce to destroy the Demon King. However, Girahim travels to the past where Demise is still alive, and plans to use Zelda's life to awaken his master. Link would face Demise with the completed Master Sword and kill him, but before the end, Demise utters a curse, stating that his hatred would be reborn time and time again. So long as the spirit of Hylia and her chosen hero are reborn, so too will be Demise's hatred. After this, Link, Zelda, and those of Skyloft descend to the surface where they begin to repopulate the land, their descendants becoming known as Hylians. Era of Tears, the founding of Hyrule. This is the start of where things get muddy, but I'll do my best. During this time, Hyrule is founded by Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, who was also a Zonai, a member of an ancient race believed to be descended from the gods, and with them they brought sacred treasures known as the Secret Stones. These stones would amplify one's power and make one a sage. Rauru was the Sage of Light, and his wife Sonia was of Hylian blood, and was the Sage of Time. Now, there is a timeline split here, or at least I assume so, as in one particular memory, Rauru mentions to Zelda that the future where Ganondorf woke up was one that did not have her return to the past. But at the same time, towards the end of the game, via a final mural in Hyrule Castle that existed at the game's start but was covered, shows Zelda in the past during the time of the Imprisoning War, which means Zelda going back in time caused a timeline shift, and the Era of the Wild, Calamity, and Tears would all take place in this timeline, as had Zelda not gone back in time, none of this would have likely happened. That is a common theory as to why the symbol of Tears of the Kingdom is an Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail. That's just a theory, but it is one I'm subscribed to. It might also explain why so many things have occurred that normally wouldn't coexist in any one timeline that we know. Perhaps it's because these games are in a completely separate timeline, but enough with the theorizing, I'm going to treat these games as a separate timeline as Nintendo so far hasn't linked them to any in particular. So Zelda comes back in time where she's stranded due to her inability to control her time powers to the same degree that she had when she was in danger. There she lives and studies with the Zonai and with her ancestors, Sonia and Rauru, from that point on. But an evil and ambitious man from the desert, the king of the Gerudo, appears to take the land by force. He and his forces are pushed back by the Hylians. Knowing that this will require him to be more crafty, Ganondorf swears fealty to the king, which everyone knows is fake. But they pretend it's real anyway, which was a big mistake, as Ganondorf later approaches the queen under the guise of Zelda and attempts to kill her. He's foiled by the real Zelda and Sonia's own cunning. However, Ganondorf appears behind Sonia and kills her, taking her secret stone, which would become his new secret stone of darkness. This allows him to unleash his full power as the Demon King, and raises the Blood Moon into the sky and gives birth to his army of monsters that begin to overrun the world. The Gerudo are the first to fall, but the leaders of each domain, from the Rito to the Goron, Zora, Gerudo, as well as both Zelda herself, replacing Sonia as a sage, and Mineru. Together they lead their forces against those of the Demon King in what would later be known as the Imprisoning War, where the Demon King would be sealed away. After this, Zelda goes about to each sage speaking of Link and the timeline where Ganondorf will break free. It's then that each sage vows to share their powers with Link to help him. After this, Zelda ascends to the ruins above Hyrule, what some believe to be the remnants of Skyloft, though the Zonai apparently moved in at some point in time. Unless they wish to say that the Zonai were the Hylians who came down from Skyloft, though I doubt it. Anyway, she manages to take the damaged Master Sword from the future, where she plans to use her holy light to not only heal the broken blade, but supercharge it. And the only way to do this in her eyes is via draconification. So, with great determination, she swallows her own secret stone. In her last moments of consciousness, she begs Link to complete his quest, and then ascends into the skies as a dragon where her tears fall all over Hyrule, containing memories via her time power. For quite some time, peace returns, but it is not to last forever. The first calamity, the Zonai hero. In the years to come, the Sheikah take up the technology left behind by the Zonai, and with Zelda's warnings, they begin to develop weapons and armor to fight him. likely being derived from the Purapad as well as the things created by the Zonai to get the travel functionality working. Ancient swords, arrows, bows, axes, shields, and armor, as well as the various types of guardians, and finally the divine beasts themselves are forged by the Sheikah in preparation for the next time the Demon King awakens. As the seal begins to break, the embodiment of the Demon King's hatred and malice take form, rising from below the castle, originating from the imprisoning chamber. This malice attempts to resurrect into its master, but fails and remains nothing but a harbinger, or a phantom of Ganon himself. This creature becomes known as Calamity Ganon. At this time, the Princess of the Blood of the Goddess appears, as a hero of Zonai heritage takes up the Master's Sword. Together, along with the divine beasts, the guardians, and every monk, they attack Calamity Ganon and utterly destroy him with the Blade of Evil's Bane and the light power of the princess, and for a time, the world knew peace. The second calamity, the fallen hero. 10,000 years after the first calamity, signs of a second begin to appear. Monsters begin to show up, Lynels, Bokoblins, Moblins, Hinoxes, and they began to appear more frequently. Now, there is another branch in the timeline here, where the events of Age of Calamity occur. In the original timeline for the second calamity, Link, Zelda, and the 4 champions who were chosen by their respective peoples, descendants of the sages, all vowed to the princess and to Hyrule to give their lives in service of the kingdom, whether skyward bound, adrift through time, or steeped in the glowing embers of twilight. Together, Zelda continues to train as hard as possible to awaken her sealing powers. Her father seems impatient and pushes her to hurry her training up, which is only natural for a king to push. Zelda feels he pushes too hard though, and indeed he does, something he realizes soon after. He removes her from studying Sheikah Tech, as well as removing her guardian friend Tarako in hopes that she dedicates every waking moment to learning how to use her sealing powers. But nothing she does works. As her 17th birthday rolls around, she tries one last bid to awaken her powers and travels to various springs, from Faron to Lanayru to Eldin to awaken her powers, but nothing she does works. As she returns to the castle after her time in the Spring of Knowledge, she feels defeated, and it is at that time that the Calamity's time comes. The champions try to comfort their princess and each rush to their divine beasts and take their positions to ready their assault on Ganon, but Ganon was too smart for that. Having learned from his own previous mistake, Calamity Ganon sends vestiges of his own power to corrupt the Guardians, shut down the Sheikah Towers, breach the containment spires placed below the castle, and take control of the divine beasts, killing their pilots and replacing them with blights. Link and Zelda attempt to face Ganon, and in the course of their battle, King Rome is killed and Zelda is forced to flee with Link. They rush to Fort Hateno, the last bastion against the Calamity where the Guardians encircle them. A battered and wounded Link stands ready to die for his princess, but before he can, Zelda cries out and pushes her hand forward, releasing a blast of holy light which destroys the Guardians. Link then falls due to his wounds. In critical condition, it's revealed that his wounds are fatal, but with the help of Robbie, Purah, and Impa, they transport him to the Shrine of Resurrection where his life will be sustained and his wounds healed over the course of 100 years. During those 100 years, Zelda herself plans to visit the castle where she will fight the Calamity alone. Once there, she begins a sealing ritual as Ganon attacks her. In the end, the two are forced into a stalemate, and the Calamity goes mostly dormant for the next century. Now there is a timeline split, as during the attack on the castle, Tarako is accidentally awakened and travels to the past where it brings secret knowledge that explains what happens in the future. Ganon, however, also travels back through Malice and possesses another version of Tarako, where it, now known as Harbinger Ganon, contacts Astor, a believer in the cult of Calamity Ganon, and as far as I'm concerned, another incarnation of Ganondorf. I could be wrong, but the dude just puts off big Yuga vibes, and Yuga counts as a version of Ganondorf just as much as Hilda and Ravio match Zelda and Link. Anyway, with this new information, the champions have time to prepare, and though Zelda cannot awaken her sealing powers, the champions prepare. And when the Calamity does occur, Tarako summons the current champions to the past to save Daruk, Urbosa, Mipha, and Revali. Together they defeat their blights, and Link survives the battle thanks to Zelda's help against Astor. Launching a counter-offensive against Calamity Ganon, the champions weaken Ganon's form, and he's eventually met by Link and Zelda. After absorbing Astor, Calamity Ganon takes form and transforms into its more humanoid transformation. However, in the end, it is defeated and sealed, leaving the Hyrule Warriors world free of the Calamity. However, in the previous timeline, Calamity Ganon realizes that the time travel never really mattered anyway, as its victory in this world at least is secured. Zelda holds him in place as Link heals. Era of the Wild. After 100 years pass, Link awakens with no memories of who he is or what he's done. Even still, upon meeting the spirit of King Rome, he takes up the quest to defeat Ganon and save Zelda. Why? Well, because he's the hero. Or, you know, maybe it's because the king gave Link a roasted apple. Who knows? Anyway, Link proceeds to go through the land of Hyrule, where he meets the elderly Impa, who explains the Calamity to him and tells him how to fix his Sheikah Slate. She also later gives him his proper tunic back. Link travels to Hateno village and has Purah restore his Sheikah Slate, and proceeds on his quest where he witnesses memories of the past via retracing Zelda's steps. Eventually, he is fully realized and manages to free all the divine beasts and free the spirits of the other champions. He then makes his final bid to the castle, where he faces Calamity Ganon, who takes a monstrous form held together by ancient tech, and appears to be attempting to reform into a new body of Ganondorf, though it is not yet finished. As Link enters the throne room, the cocoon that held the Calamity bursts open, and the monster falls to the ground with Link, where they both fall into the sealing chambers just above the imprisoning chambers where the body of Ganondorf is still being held. The two battle, causing great damage to the castle and its defenses in the process, before the Calamity is defeated by the combined efforts of the champions and their beasts, and Link with his Master Sword. It reforms into Dark Beast Ganon, a massive boar formed of malice. Zelda offers Link the Bow of Light, which he then uses to weaken the beast enough for Zelda to escape. She then uses her sealing powers to destroy the Calamity. From here, peace returns. Zelda, now no longer living in the castle, continues her research into Sheikah technology. She mentions that oddly one of the divine beasts has stopped working, and the two go to investigate it as the spirits of the champions as well as the king proceed to the afterlife, pleased with Zelda and Link's help. Era of Tears. Demon King Reborn. What happened between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is unknown. At some point, Sheikah technology all but disappears from the world. Why this happens is left open for debate. However, some theories exist, and my personal theory hinges on the last mention of Sheikah tech in the previous game. It was stated that Vah Ruta stopped working. It seems likely to me that since Ganon was sealed, his influence over the divine beasts as well as their purposes were at an end. Perhaps they had a failsafe. It's unknown, but in canon the beasts seem to stop working, and the same is likely true for all Sheikah tech to a point. And given these things are no longer of use to the heroes and could easily be used against them should the Calamity return, they likely decide it's best to dismantle the divine beasts, as well as the guardians and towers, and make something new, as the Purapad is of Sheikah design, and the new towers are of that same design. Besides this theory, a theory that Zelda's time travel affected it, or that the previous game's events are in a different timeline themselves, there is no official statement as to what happened to these devices. But regardless, they disappear from the landscape, and nobody but the player seems to miss them. But as an unknown number of years pass by, the people rebuilding near the castle begin to grow ill. Link and Zelda investigate, where they realize that a new form of malice known as gloom is spreading from below the castle. The two go to investigate and find ancient Zonai ruins below the castle. This is unique, as the only Zonai ruins thought to have existed in the wild, such as those in Faron Woods. But slowly, as they go deeper, they find murals explaining the history of the kingdom and its strife with the Demon King. Sadly, once they go deeper, they're brought face to face with the mummified corpse of Calamity Ganon's originator, Demon King Ganondorf. Ganondorf seems to awaken by fate itself right before their eyes, the last of Raru's power spent. Link attempts to defend Zelda, but is wounded by the corrupting effects of the gloom, which then shatters the Master Sword. Ganondorf then raises the castle into the air with his gloom and opens chasms in the ground that lead to a secret underground kingdom, a perverse version of Hyrule. The once floating Zonai Islands then rise once more into the air, and the event known as the Upheaval begins. Zelda falls into the pit alongside Link and Ganondorf. Her time powers and the secret stone she took from Raru save her and send her to the past, as we've already detailed above. Link, however, is saved by the spirit of Raru, who transports him to the Sky Islands and transplants his own arm onto Link's body, as the gloom has destroyed Link's previous arm and left him in a state where he would eventually die. This is not without its boons though, as Link gains access to many of Raru's abilities, including the Ultra Hand and Flex Seal abilities that make Korok torture all the more intoxicating. During the course of this game, Link travels to all 4 regions to meet with Sidon, Yunobo, Riju, and Tulin. He finds heart containers and stamina containers which slowly drain him of the gloom still poisoning his system, helping him heal and reach full power. He tackles each dungeon, and once all sages are united, including the secret 5th Sage of Spirit, Link travels to the depths under Hyrule Castle, where he must face the Demon King's army as well as every monster he had killed previously in the dungeons. However, the sages appear to help him. Link, who likely bears the Master's Sword and knows Zelda's fate, if you did the geoglyphs and went to Korok Forest, would face the Demon King. He would face him in 2 phases, first as Ganondorf and secondly as Demon King Ganondorf, each time he defeats Ganondorf. And, at the end, after seeing that there is no victory like this, finds himself willing to completely lose himself in order to have eternal life and a chance to destroy Link and everything he cares for. Ganondorf also swallows a secret stone and transforms into the Demon Dragon and takes up Link in his mouth. However, Zelda appears as the Light Dragon to aid Link. Together they fight Dragondorf, hitting his weak spots and eventually destroying his secret stone, which causes his power to overload. The dragon cries out as light escapes its body and it explodes in a spectacular manner. After this, Link wakes up in the spirit realm above the Light Dragon. Sonia and Raru channel their powers through Link, who uses Raru's arm to reverse the draconification. This causes Link's own arm to be restored as well, and for some reason removes his shirt. Link lost Raru's arm, but gained the ability to riz on command without words. They fall from the sky where Link catches an unconscious Zelda splashing down into the lake below. After this time passes, the new sages Zelda and Link follow Mineru up to the Sky Islands, where she says farewell and abandons her mecha form for the spirit world where Raru is waiting for her. From here, time is peaceful, as this game is technically at the end of all timelines and the latest in chronological order. I tackled it first, however, as it was the first timeline branch in the Zelda series. But let's return to the main branch, after the Imprisoning War. If Zelda didn't go back in time, there's no telling what could have and would have happened in the Imprisoning War. There may not have ever been such a war, as Ganondorf may have failed to assassinate Sonia. Who knows what happens? But in those courses of events, we see our next era play out without the fear of the Calamity, Era of Chaos. While the threat of Calamity Ganon never cropped up again in this main timeline, the threat of greed remains persistent, as knowledge of the Triforce spread. The Sage of Light, Raru, who some believe to be different, but considering the Era of Chaos took place around the same time as the founding of Hyrule, could mean that they're the same person, just different characterizations. One is a fluffy boy, and the other one turns into an owl, equally fluffy, but with less boy mixed in. Anyway, he builds the Temple of Time over the Sealed Temple in Faron, but a group of powerful wizards and warlocks known as the Interlopers use the power of the Fused Shadow, a magic hexing mask, in a bid to take the Triforce for themselves. However, the patron guardian spirits of the land seal them away in the world of Twilight, banishing them forever. Era of Prosperity. It's at this time that the Era of Prosperity begins, with the founding of the Kingdom of Hyrule being complete. Honestly, this is partly why people have issues with the placement of the Tears and Wild games, as their version of the founding is a little different. Of course, it's also possible that these events merely changed slightly. After all games are titled as Legends, and Legends are stories passed down over time whose validity comes into question as each generation embellishes or forgets certain aspects. Either way, after the founding of Hyrule and the establishment of the royal family, it became commonplace for the princesses born to be named Zelda after the Hylian goddess who came of the same name. Era of the Minish. The Minish descended from the heavens during this age to offer to men their sword, the Picori Blade, as well as a sacred triangle known as the Light Force. This was during a time when evil beings were attacking the world. The hero of that time used the Picori Blade to seal the evil into a chest. 100 years after that, on the Centennial Festival celebrating the victory of the hero, they hold a sword fighting tournament, which one named Vati joins. When he does, he wins, takes the blade, and breaks it, all before opening the chest in hopes of finding the Light Force, but instead lets out the evils. He kidnaps Zelda to take her Light Force from her. Link then goes on a quest to restore the Picori Blade. He infuses it with the 4 elements to turn it into the 4 Sword. He then rushes to face Vati, who had been turned into a winged demon by the Light Force. Vaati is defeated. Despite this, he survived and re-emerged with no memories of his past, and declares himself the Wind Mage and begins to spread terror and take young girls from their homes. He is once more sealed by a hero for a second time, but you can't keep a good demon down, and so Vaati weakens the seal for generations upon generations until he can escape once more and cause mayhem for a third time. During this time, Link takes up the Four Sword, and his self is split into 4 separate beings. They all gather the keys to Vaati's castle, where they then defeat him and seal him in the blade once more. Returning the blade to its pedestal, Link takes his singular form again and peace is restored. Era of the Hero of Time. This era marks the time of one of the most famous versions of Link of all time. The Kingdom of Hyrule is thrown into a period of civil war as a new era of chaos breaks out. Various official sources, though questionably canon, give more insight into Link's time here, particularly his mother, the wife of a soldier in the Royal Guard, which rings true to who Link is. Despite this, the validity of the manga's version of events remains questionable. What is undeniable, however, is that during this time, Link's mother is wounded, and so she flees into Kokiri Forest, where she gives her child up to the Deku Tree, who swears to take care of it as the mother passes away before him. Link is raised like a Kokiri, but it's obvious something is different as he has no fairy. He begins to have nightmares. Unbeknownst to him, in the Kingdom of Hyrule, just beyond the woods, a certain princess bearing the blood and name of the goddess is having the same dream, which the Deku Tree interprets to mean a great evil is coming. Not long after, a man of the desert, Ganondorf, appears before the Deku Tree and demands the Kokiri's sacred stone. The Deku Tree refuses and is cursed with death. Link, who takes up a slingshot, the Kokiri's sword, and a wooden shield, enters the Deku Tree to kill the blight ailing him, but it's too late, and the Deku Tree dies. Link, realizing he's Hylian instead of Kokiri, sets out to inform the princess, who sends him to collect the sacred stones from the others. Link gets the Goron Stone, the Zora's Stone, and adds it to the Kokiri Stone and goes to the Temple of Time to reclaim the Triforce before Ganondorf can, but Ganondorf is revealed to have already been waiting for him and takes the Triforce first. But the triangle splits into 3. Power stays with Ganondorf, courage goes to Link, and wisdom goes to Zelda. Link is locked into a slumber within the Temple of Time until he turns 16, in which he's able to claim the Master Sword and begin his quest. He frees each of the sages and rushes to the castle to stop Ganondorf and engages in battle with him. This is important to note as there are 3 scenarios that spawn 3 timelines. In one of these, Link dies while fighting Ganondorf, and the King of Evil maintains his hold over Hyrule until it's flooded out by the gods. This spawns the Fallen Hero timeline where Wind Waker takes place. In another, Link manages to defeat him and the castle collapses. However, this is not the end, because in the ruins, Ganondorf is revealed to be still alive and uses the power of the Triforce to become the Demon King Ganon, a boar of immeasurable strength. Things look bad for Link, but as he weakens the beast, he reclaims the Master Sword as Zelda holds Ganon in place with her sealing powers, letting Link deal the final blow. The sages would seal Ganon away in the Sacred Realm, which is the spawn of the second timeline known as the Adult Timeline, which is where games such as the original Legend of Zelda for the NES, its sequel, and Link to the Past take place. And then there is a third timeline known as the Child Timeline. In the Child Timeline, Link goes back to the past and tells Zelda what happens, and the royal family of Hyrule take Ganon and imprison him. Eventually, it is noted that they plan to execute Ganondorf, despite him having yet to actually commit a crime. Not like he's innocent though, kill the bastard. But it's not to be. The gods play a trick on everyone, whether it's because Ganondorf was mistreated for something he didn't do, or perhaps because he is destined to continue to rise to allow the cycle of birth and destruction to continue, as he would be counted as a force of nature and a tool of ultimate good. Sort of like how Beerus the Destroyer in Dragon Ball is a destroyer and murders people so that life can start anew and be productive. Or, you know, maybe Din just really thinks screwing with the Hylians is funny and offers him her power just so he can make trouble. Either way, the 6 sages, reduced to 5 after Ganondorf breaks free and gets grabby with one of them, use the Mirror of Twilight to send him to the Twilight Realm to suffer, and apparently break up a piece of a happy civilization, because nobody cares how the Twilight will feel about having the King of Evil dropped on top of them. But yeah, for a time, Ganondorf is sealed away. The Child Timeline, the search for a friend. Link, as a child, then sets off on a journey to find his friend Navi, who left him at the end of Ocarina of Time. During this, he's sidetracked in Termina after a Skull Kid wearing a strange mask steals his horse and curses him to become a Deku scrub. Link would manage to get his ocarina quickly enough to be saved from death by traveling back in time thanks to the Goddess of Time, who I suspect is actually Hylia for many reasons. Honestly, this whole game should spawn like thousands of timelines, but Nintendo hasn't covered that yet. Link proceeds to go out and solve many problems, collect masks, and free the 4 giants that Majora's Mask had sealed away. After freeing them, he takes the fight to Skull Kid, who is revealed to have only been a puppet as the mask was controlling him. It's noted at one time, by the way, that this mask was created by a tribe for hexing rituals. While unconfirmed, I believe it was the interlopers who became the Twilight, as masks and hexes seem to be their thing. Link would go to the moon to confront Majora, which seems to be learning and trying to understand what Link's doing, what it means to be a friend, and reveals itself to have bonded with Skull Kid over their shared loneliness. After playing games with each of the lunar children and giving them masks, Majora's Mask gives Link a mask known as the Fierce Deity's Mask, which Link uses to effortlessly stomp holes in Majora. The mask is purged of all evil and reclaimed by the Happy Mask salesman as the moon returns to the sky and the giants leave. After befriending Skull Kid, Link sets off. However, this is not a happy ending, as it seems Link never found Navi, never got back with Zelda, joined the Royal Guard where he fought in many battles, lost an eye, and ultimately perished on the battlefield as a nobody, lamenting that after everything he did, not a single person would remember him. He dies bitterly, only freed when he teaches his descendant his techniques. The era of Twilight. In this era, Link lives in the Faron Woods as a cattle farmer where he would also deliver a ceremonial sword to Hyrule Castle. However, during the course of this time, Midna, the Twilight Princess, is overthrown by Zant, the Usurper King, who has been empowered by Ganondorf's powers. He curses Midna to an imp form and shatters the fused shadow. He then makes his move on Hyrule Castle and covers the entire kingdom in Twilight. Link is caught and turned into a wolf in the Twilight. However, with Midna's help, he breaks free, rescues his friends, and reforms the fused shadow, which he uses to attack Hyrule Castle. There, Midna kills Zant, and Link has to fight Zelda, who is under Ganondorf's control. Link then makes his way to the throne room where he manages to defeat Ganon, but he then must face Ganondorf where he stabs him through with the Master Sword. Ganondorf seemingly tries to reclaim the power he planned to use to resurrect Zant in an effort to resurrect himself, but Zant, realizing that Ganondorf was not a god and was betraying him, elected to kill himself a second time and waste this power, which caused Ganondorf to truly die. Era of Four Swords Adventures. Generations later, likely 100 years, the Gerudo have patched relations with Hyrule, but alas, another male is born to them, the reincarnation of the King of Evil, Ganondorf. He goes to the ancient pyramid and steals the trident he once used long ago and steals the Mirror of Darkness, which seemed to be the remains of the Mirror of Twilight, and used it to create a dark version of Link. He then planned to free Vati from the Four Sword. He opened the rift to the Dark World, transforming the 4 Knights of Hyrule into Sulfos. Link proceeds to take the Four Sword, freeing Vati before he himself splits into 4, just as his ancestor did years earlier. Link would travel about, taking out the 4 knights and claiming their 4 jewels. Together, the Links travel to the Tower of Winds, where they destroy Vati and seal away Ganon forevermore. But that is just the child timeline. There are still 2 more. The adult timeline, the era without a hero. This era began the moment Link decided to go back in time and resume his childhood. Due to him being both the hero of the past and future at the same time, this meant that the world he chose to leave behind would possess no hero. And then, when the seal the sages put on Ganondorf finally broke, he escaped and began to ravage Hyrule with his forces. The people waited for a hero to appear and take up the blade that seals the darkness, but none appeared. And so, Hyrule was laid to waste. With Ganondorf possessing the Triforce of Power, King Daphne's Nohansen Hyrule would keep hold of the Triforce of Courage, where he would eventually shatter and hide it. His daughter Zelda would hold the Triforce of Wisdom as always. Eventually it became too much, and the people begged the gods to step in and help, to which they obliged. The surviving citizens of Hyrule and the different races of Hyrule began to flee to the mountains, to the highest peak. After this, the gods sent a great deluge to flood out Hyrule and seal it at the bottom of the Great Sea. It's during this time that the Great Deku Tree would use its magic to transform the Kokiri children into the Koroks that you are also callously torturing right now. The Gorons, well, very few seem to have survived. Wind Waker possesses 3 of them, and the Gerudo appear to have also disappeared, whether that be due to exile or because they were counted unworthy to survive due to spawning Ganondorf. Also, the Zora evolved into the Rito for some reason. It actually doesn't make sense why a flood would force the Zora to evolve into the Rito. They're literally water breathers. Why would more water hurt them? Some have theorized that the Great Sea is a salt sea and that the Zora, like some freshwater fish, can't breathe it. But therein lies an issue because in Majora's Mask, the Zora who appear there all live in the Great Bay, which is a part of a saltwater ocean. And also, wouldn't it make more sense for the Zora just to evolve to breathe saltwater instead of evolving to fly? I digress. I'm getting off track. The Zora evolve into the Rito and they begin a mail service. On one island though, the Outset Island, the people begin a tradition. To honor the legendary hero of time, when a boy comes of age, he is garbed in a green hat and tunic, in hopes that the boy will grow to be as courageous as the hero of time. The Era of Wind. Speaking of courageous children, on one particular boy's birthday, he is garbed in green. However, it is at about this time that Ganon's reaches begin to ascend out of the depth, because you just can't keep a good demon down and out. Ganondorf searches for the Triforce so that he can wish upon it, and to that end, he searches for the current Princess Zelda. He knows she's alive, but he doesn't actually know what she looks like. So he sends out the Helmrock King to capture any girl who even comes close to matching the girl's description. The bird then begins capturing any girl it finds and locking them away in the Forsaken Fortress. At one point in time, it captures the pirate princess, Tetra, whose birth name is actually Zelda, and tries to flee with her. However, her crew gives chase and shoots the bird down, causing it to drop Tetra. Link rushes to help and saves her from a group of monsters. After this, Link's luck runs out as the Helmrock King kidnaps another blonde-haired little girl, Ariel, Link's little sister. Determined to save her, Link leaves home and joins Tetra's pirate crew, where they take him to the Forsaken Fortress where he is not ready for what awaits him. Tetra is kidnapped and Link gets cast out and awakens on Windfall Island's shore where he meets with the King of Red Lions, a mystical boat who secretly used to be King Daphne's Hyrule. Together they go on various missions to find the proper tools and gather the proper friends. They get the Master Sword, awaken the sages, and collect the Triforce pieces. Once the Triforce of Courage has been restored, Link heads to Hyrule below the waves where he plans to save Tetra and end Ganondorf's plans for good. Entering the castle, he ends up facing a puppet version of Ganon that he manages to defeat. After this, he ascends the tower where he finds Tetra now wearing her Zelda attire, and Ganondorf looking out over Hyrule. The pieces of the Triforce resonate and become one again. Ganondorf goes to touch the Triforce to get the wish he's been searching for over the course of the game. To his chagrin, King Daphnes touches it first with the most sarcastic glare. It's revealed that his wish was that Hyrule be flooded completely and that Ganondorf finally be killed. Ganondorf, seeing how he spent years upon years, generation after generation trying to take the Triforce, only to finally have it in his grasp and it be stolen from him, starts to laugh. He proceeds to tell his side of the story, how in the Gerudo Desert, the wind carries with it sorrow and death, while Hyrule's wind brought prosperity. He says that perhaps he just coveted that wind, but I think it's just because he's a real bastard, because if he loved the Gerudo so much, he wouldn't have put a curse on their lands or treated them unfairly in the Ocarina of Time. After his monologue, he just decides to kill everyone, since if he's going down, he wants the satisfaction of killing them himself. Link and Ganondorf enter a battle where Tetra uses her bow of light to distract Ganondorf. Link would then take his chance and jump up, stabbing the blade into Ganondorf's forehead, causing the Demon King to turn to stone. As the water falls, King Daphnes would use his power to create air bubbles that would transport them back to the surface, where Link and Tetra find safety above the waves. In the end, both Link and Zelda set sail to find a new continent. During their time in search of this, they encounter a mysterious ghost ship, of which Tetra is kidnapped. Link begins his search for the Ocean King and awakens the spirits of power, courage, and wisdom. Link further utilizes the Phantom Hourglass and searches for 3 pure metals. In the end, Oshus reveals himself to be the Ocean King and fuses with the Phantom Hourglass into the Phantom Sword. Link, wielding this sword, encounters the true villain of this game, Vellum, and faces it to save Tetra. Once the beast is defeated, the two continue sailing, searching for that new continent. The era of Hyrule's rebirth. Link and Tetra eventually find this new continent and find it covered in spirit tracks, a railroad system spanning the entire continent. At the center of it is the Tower of Spirits, all of which were created by the Locomo to seal another demon king named Malladus. It's here that Tetra and Link found the new Hyrule. 100 years after, though, the tracks begin to disappear. The current Link is a train engineer, and Zelda is, well, still a princess. Chancellor Cole reveals himself to have always been a demon in disguise, and rips Zelda's soul from her body and proceeds to the Tower of Spirits in hopes of reviving his master, Malladus. As he does so, he shatters the tower into 4 floating pieces. Over the course of this game, Link must gather the pieces of the tower that have been fragmented. He would, along with Princess Zelda's spirit, go to the Spirit Tower to stop Malladus from possessing Zelda, but they're too late. They chase Malladus and Cole into the Dark Realm, where they encounter them and the Demon Train. Together, they defeat them with the help of the Bow of Light and the Locomo Sword. With the evil vanquished, Zelda recovers her body and peace returns to New Hyrule. If you thought it ended there, you are sorely mistaken. There is a third timeline to explore. Fallen Hero Timeline, the New Imprisoning War. Also known as the Imprisoning War, I felt I needed to distinguish it from the one waged at the founding of Hyrule. Anyway, in this timeline, Link faces Ganondorf, but his powers are not sufficient, and the Demon King triumphs and slays his adversary. With Link dead, Ganon would take both the Triforce of Courage and the Triforce of Wisdom and add them to his Triforce of Power, achieving the full Triforce as he set out to do. However, to stop him, the sages and Zelda sealed Ganon into the Sacred Realm, which would later become the Dark World. For a time, peace was maintained. However, as the seal weakened and the door to the Sacred Realm opened, another era of chaos began, as the citizens of Hyrule took up arms against each other in an attempt to steal the completed Triforce. However, all who entered never returned, and what was worse, an army of monsters began to exit the door. With the world threatened once again, the king commanded the sages to reseal the entrance, which was mostly successful, but the cost was great. Many people had died, and so much property and resources had been destroyed during the war that Hyrule fell into poverty. It's here that a new hero rises, the era of light and dark. An evil wizard named Aghanim appears and hopes to break the seal on the Dark World. To do that, he kills the king, brainwashes the royal guard, and kidnaps 6 of the maidens, descendants of the sages, in hopes that this will end the seal on his master. Link, the next chosen hero, goes to rescue Zelda and encounters Aghanim. He would eventually follow him to the Dark World, where he would kill both Aghanim and Ganon, ending the threat. Link would then wish upon the Triforce to resurrect those killed and undo all the harm done since Ganon's seal broke. The dream. Link, after his grand adventure, returns to Hyrule via cargo vessel, but a massive storm blows up and Link is cast overboard as the ship sinks. Link wakes up on an island called Koholint. Link, eager to get home, asks how he might and is told that nobody leaves the island, as the entire island is merely the dream of the windfish that sleeps in the egg atop the highest mountain of the island. The only way for him to get off the island is to gather the siren's instruments and to play the Ballad of the Windfish. Link begins to collect the 4 instruments, but is halted by many monsters who know that if Link awakens the Windfish, everything and everyone on the island except Link will cease to exist. Which would actually make Link the villain in this game, yeah? After defeating the monsters and the nightmares, he plays the song for the Windfish and it awakens. And after this, Link is found floating upon driftwood in the middle of the water. I still wonder if the island ever truly existed, or if the Windfish was a euphemism for Link trying to wake himself up. Era of Oracles. Taking place almost immediately after the era of Light and Dark, the mothers of Ganon, Twinrova, want to resurrect their son. To do this, they require 3 flames: the Flame of Destruction, the Flame of Sorrow, and the Flame of Despair. To do this, they send their subordinates, General of Darkness Onox and Sorceress of Shadows Verin, to the kingdoms of Holodrum and Labrina, respectively. One day, though, as Link was visiting the castle in Hyrule, he was called out to by the Triforce. Upon touching it, he was teleported to the land of Holodrum. While there, he met a dancer named Din, who just so happened to be the Oracle of Seasons. She was kidnapped by General Onox, though, which caused the seasons to be thrown out of balance. Link, with the mythical Rod of Seasons in hand, began to collect the 8 essences of nature, and thereafter confronted General Onox and killed him, rescuing the Oracle. Despite this, though, the Flame of Destruction was lit. Link then found himself transported to Labrina. While there, he comes across Impa, who's having issues with a stone possessing the Triforce's insignia. Link pushes it out of the way for her and reveals Nehru on the other side. Impa is revealed to be only a puppet as the Sorceress Verin leaves her and possesses Nehru. Due to Nehru being the Oracle of Time, she uses Nehru's time powers to go back in time and manipulate the Queen to build the Dark Tower. Link, after collecting the Harp of Ages, collects the 8 Essences of Time as well, and confronts Varen and defeats her. But alas, the Flame of Sorrow was lit. To light the final flame, Twinrova kidnaps Zelda as she made her way to Labrina and planned to use her as a sacrifice. Link rushes to the rescue where he proceeds to defeat the twins. However, in an attempt to resurrect their bouncing baby pork boy, they offer themselves as tribute to finish the ritual, which is only partially successful. Ganon is revived, but as a mindless beast. Link would once more face off against his old rival and kill him once more. With peace restored, Link leaves by boat back to Hyrule. Now, there is something to acknowledge here. In the previous era, Link arrived on Koholint Island after his boat sank as he returned to Hyrule after the course of the Era of Light and Dark. Some believe that this indicates that the Oracle games come first and then Link's Awakening. However, according to the Legend of Zelda Encyclopedia, the Oracle games come after Link's Awakening. It's unknown if this is a misprint or a faux pas on the side of those creating the encyclopedia, or if Link just really likes boat rides. As it stands, official sources indicate that the Oracle games came after Link's Awakening. The Triforce is broken. In the years following Link's time in Holodrum and Labrina, the Triforce was split apart. Wisdom remained with Link, power somehow fell back into Ganon's possession, and the final piece, Courage, is unknown. It's said to exist within the heart of the hero. However, in another world, the opposite of Hyrule, a land called Lorule, the Triforce, having become too much of a temptation, is instead destroyed to end the wars and greed in the hearts of the people. This has disastrous effects as the world of Lorule finds itself dying without its Triforce. A Link Between Worlds. Ah yes, the game that holds a special place in my heart for being my first step into this wonderful world we find ourselves in. This particular game transpires centuries after the defeat of Ganon. Yuga, a magician and artisan from the dimension where Lorule exists, appears in their sister dimension of Hyrule where he proceeds to kidnap Zelda and the 6 sages by turning them into paintings. Link, after being hurt in a battle against Yuga and trying to stop him from taking Ceres, wakes up with Ravio by his side, a fairly talkative and cowardly businessman wearing a bunny hood. Strong-arming Link into letting him stay in his house, Ravio gives Link a bracelet before opening shop. Eventually, Link must reclaim the Master's Sword before entering Hyrule Castle and confronting Yuga. Yuga flees to Lorule, and with the power of Ravio's bracelet, Link follows him in. While there, he sees how torn down Lorule is, but knows what he must do. He goes about rescuing the 6 sages before storming Lorule Castle, where he learns that the true mastermind behind this is Hilda, the Lorulean counterpart to Zelda. While powerful, she reveals that she always had been doing what she thought was best for her people, and now she just wanted to save them from imminent doom, no matter who she had to hurt to do so. In the end, however, she was betrayed by Yuga, who awakened and fused with Ganon to take upon himself the Triforce of Power. He absorbed Hilda and also gained the Triforce of Wisdom, but Link, still bearing the Triforce of Courage, would enter battle with him, where Ganon would begin to utilize the abilities of Yuga. Zelda, from within her painting, offers Link the Bow of Light. It has a catch though. Because Zelda was a painting when she gave it to Link, Link can only use the bow when he's in painting form. So he begins to merge into the wall and shoots Ganon twice with the bow while chasing him out and attacking him with the Master Sword. After being shot, Ganon takes precautions, so Link realizes that the only way to hit Ganon a third and final time is to make a trick shot. He takes advantage of the fact that the room is a circle and fires away from Ganon, much to the beast's confusion. The arrow travels around and strikes him from behind a third and final time. Link finishes the beast off with the Master Sword, killing both Ganon and Yuga at the same time. Hilda is then freed. She attempts to resume the fight despite being tired and wounded. It's then that Ravio rushes in to stop the fight. He removes the hood to reveal himself as the Lorulean counterpart of Link, who was once the hero of Lorule, but his cowardice led him to being disgraced and banished by the princess. He comforts her and urges her to remember her conscience. In a moment of realization, she apologizes to Zelda and Link for threatening their world, and Zelda acknowledges this and forgives it. After all, heavy is the head that holds the crown. Hilda and Ravio watch as Link and Zelda return to their world via the Sacred Realm. Hilda states that she and Ravio will remain there with their people and witness the end. However, upon returning to the Hyrulean Sacred Realm, Zelda and Link marvel at the completed Triforce. Neither has seen the full thing before, and Zelda looks to Link and says that they both know what they must do. They both touch the Triforce and wish that the Lorulean Triforce be restored. In the Lorulian sacred realm, Ravio watches with the biggest grin as Hilda sheds tears of joy, witnessing hope return to their doomed world. And as peace is restored, the game comes to an end. Shortly after though, Link leaves Hyrule and finds himself in Hytopia, where an evil witch named Lady Maud has cast a curse of bad taste on Princess Styla, making her unable to remove the ugly one-piece suit she's wearing. The One Piece is real! Link and his lookalikes begin to search for the pieces of the ladies' ensemble, the last piece of which is obtained only with the defeat of Lady Maud. The ensemble is then finished by Madame Couture and Princess Styla is freed from her curse. The Golden Era. After the Triforce was unified after the events of A Link Between Worlds, Hyrule entered a golden age, where kings of Hyrule ruled with confidence, strength, and pride due to possessing the full Triforce. However, after so many generations, one of the kings begins to worry that his son is unworthy, so he splits the Triforce once more and hides the Triforce of Courage in the Great Palace until such a time that someone worthy can claim it. Era of Decline. You know what they say, hard times make strong men make good times make weak men, and weak men make bad times. The same is true even in the land of Hyrule. After so many years of good times brought on by Link and Zelda unifying the Triforce, someone unworthy finally took the throne, possessing only the Triforce of Power and Wisdom. This prince takes the help of a wizard and then demands his sister to tell him where their father hid the Triforce of Courage, but Zelda would not tell him. In a rage, the wizard casts a spell of eternal sleep over her. The repentant prince places her on the altar of the North Castle and laments his transgressions and greed. He declares that every princess born to the royal family be named Zelda, with his sister being named Zelda the First. The new king attempts to rule the kingdom to the best of his power, but his father had been correct about his son's weakness, and without the full Triforce, Hyrule began to lose standing. Its borders receded and its people began to fall into poverty. As time passed, the Triforce of Courage was forgotten entirely. The Era of Nostalgia. Alright, maybe it's not called that, but it's the era in which the Legend of Zelda for NES takes place. In this story, Ganon revives once more, takes the Triforce of Power, and kidnaps the descendant of Zelda the First, and demands the Triforce of Wisdom from her. However, she does not give it to him as she broke it into shards and hid them away. Ganon takes her to a secret stronghold in Death Mountain. She sends her maidservant, Lady Impa, to go and find someone worthy of the Triforce. As Impa flees though, Ganon sends his monsters to attack her. She's only rescued by the appearance of Link, who is proven worthy. Impa bequeaths the quest to Link, who takes it upon himself to defeat Ganon. But, you know, since it's dangerous to go alone, he enters a cave and takes a sword from a very familiar old man who we all know, yet has no name. Link goes about collecting the pieces as well as gathering stronger weapons, such as the magic sword and the silver arrows, the last of which being the most powerful arrows in the series, as they're the only weapons besides the Master Sword that's been shown to kill Ganon in his Dark Beast form. After getting the Triforce of Wisdom, Link storms Death Mountain and faces Ganon, where his silver arrows turn the board to dust. Link takes the Triforce of Power and rescues Zelda. Peace seems to be restored. Or is it? Nope. Ganon's minions are still running around. They know that if they kill Link and mix his blood with the ashes of their master, then they can resurrect him and continue on their dark conquest. All the while, Link turns 16 and notices a strange mark on his hand. Impa explains the history of the King of Hyrule and how he hid a third piece of the Triforce from his unworthy heir. She gives him 6 crystals and a map and tells him that he must go to these locations and defeat the Guardian blocking the way, and then place the crystals into the heads of the statues he finds there. And so Link begins his quest. He completes these tasks, and as he enters the palace for the final trial, he learns that he must defeat his own shadow. And so, Shadow Link and regular Link do battle. In the end, Link, the non-Shadow one, comes out victorious and reclaims the Triforce of Courage. He returns to the North Castle where he reunites all the pieces and forms the completed Triforce. He then uses it to awaken Princess Zelda the First and, I don't know, makes out behind the curtains with her. Bet that felt like battery acid to the heart for the Zelda he rescued in the last game. And that's the entire Zelda timeline so far. Now, I do want to remind you that the main meat of the story of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom occur at some point at the end of these timelines. I personally believe that the games are in their own timelines separate from Child, Adult, and Fallen. After all, in the 10,000 years since the Zonai last affected Hyrule, there should have been a lot more calamities, as Ganondorf would need to have been reborn after the imprisoning war at some point for Ocarina of Time to occur, and this didn't happen. Not even Urbosa seemed to remember, and she knew the lore of Demon King Ganondorf. But I do realize that you are going to want an explanation for this as best as I can offer, so that I will try to do. Theory 1. The game transpires in the adult timeline. In this theory, it's believed that this must occur in the adult timeline due to the Rito appearing in the games, when the only timeline where they exist would be in the adult timeline. This theory I don't particularly believe due to the fact that just because the Zora only evolved into the Rito in the adult timeline doesn't mean that they can't evolve into them in any other timeline. By these standards, the Zora should have died out after the Rito evolved, but they're still around. So I feel this theory, for lack of a better term, holds no water. Theory number 2. It takes place in the Fallen Hero timeline. This one is one I had thought about for a very simple reason. Most people mentioned that they missed the Triforce in Breath of the Wild, as it never appeared. But this is false. We witnessed the Triforce twice. Once in the Calamity's opening days, and once more in the century thereafter when Link awakens. The appearance of it is on Zelda's hand, where she displays not only one triangle on her hand, but all three. And when she seals them away with her power, she calls upon the Triforce to boost her powers. As you can see, the Triforce physically manifests in front of her in its full size and glory while sealing Calamity Ganon away for the final time. It's a real blink and you'll miss it moment, but it is there. This suggests the Fallen Hero timeline, as this is the only timeline that explicitly makes a big deal about the Triforce being unified, as the others hardly mention if it's unified or not. But does this mean it's certain? I don't think so, and I'll explain why. Theory number 3. It takes place in the child timeline. This is the timeline I would place it in if I disregarded my own theory that it's completely separate. My reasoning being that the Triforce likely would be unified in the other timelines as well, as both of them end with it being unified or possibly unified. When King Daphne's Hyrule floods Hyrule, he uses the unified Triforce to do so. However, the Triforce remains trapped below the sea for all time thereafter. In the child timeline, however, Link possesses the Triforce of Courage, Zelda possesses the Triforce of Wisdom, and Ganondorf possesses the Triforce of Power. However, Link has a tendency not to hold on to his piece, and if Ganondorf perished, I highly doubt they would leave his piece to rot with him. So while not explicitly stated, it is likely, given past history with these games, that the Triforce is unified after this game. Now, why do I believe that these stories would be in the child timeline when the Triforce's appearance could be considered inconclusive? Well, it boils down to a memory Link sees in Breath of the Wild. When he remembers his own anointing as the hero of Hyrule by Zelda, she uses a particular phrase, whether skyward bound, adrift through time, or steeped in the glowing embers of twilight. That phrase is what sold me because Zelda paints a straight line. Skyward Bound references Skyward Sword, the chronologically first game. She mentions Adrift Through Time, which, while I guess half the series possesses time travel, it should be remembered that the most famous case is Ocarina of Time, which is where the timelines split. And then she mentions Steeped in the Glowing Embers of Twilight, which is a direct reference to Twilight Princess. Zelda paints us a straight line right from the first game in canon to the timeline split to Twilight Princess, which to that point was the latest family console level game to occur in the child timeline, as Four Swords Adventures was only for the Game Boy and therefore not as memorable or iconic as Twilight Princess. Not to mention, they had re-released Twilight Princess in HD for the Wii U only 364 days earlier. So if you ask me, the child timeline fits the best. But if you really ask me, I say it's in a totally different timeline besides the 3 obvious ones. But I guess it's really up to you. I hope you enjoyed this in-depth timeline explanation of the Legend of Zelda series. For something so iconic, spanning so many years, each one with a protagonist of the same name, it can be hard to get a grasp on the timeline of events, even for me. So special thanks to the folks at the Zelda Wiki fandom for being conscientious about it. It definitely helped a lot. Click that thumbs up if you thought we did the series justice, and leave a comment below to tell us where you think Breath of the Wild, Age of Calamity, and Tears of the Kingdom fit into the timeline. Next up, we've got enough facts to fill 10 castles. 107 facts about some of the most beloved Zelda games out there, and even some that are more general in approach. Get ready for 107 facts about Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and more. Enjoy!
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm Stephanie, your host here at the Leaderboard, and we're bringing to you 107 facts that you should know about The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Let's get started. Number 1, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is a 1998 action video game developed by Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Division for the Nintendo 64 home video game console. Number 2. First shown at a technical demo at Nintendo's Shoshinko trade show in December of 1995, Ocarina of Time was developed concurrently with the Super Mario 64 by Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Division. Number 3. It was released in Japan on November 21st, 1998. Number 4. Originally developed for the 64DD peripheral, Nintendo ended up instead releasing it to its 256 megabyte cartridge, which was the largest capacity cartridge that Nintendo had produced at the time, making Ocarina of Time the largest game Nintendo had ever created. Number 5. Ocarina of Time is the 5th game in the Legend of Zelda series, and the very first one with 3D graphics. Number 6. Ocarina of Time's gameplay system introduced some crazy awesome features that really changed 3D adventure games, including the target lock system and the context-sensitive buttons. Number 7. In its lifetime, Ocarina of Time has seen 1.14 million copies sold in Japan, and 7.6 copies have been sold worldwide. Number 8. Ocarina of Time possesses the highest average score of all professional video games, and it's usually considered one of the best video games of all time. Number 9. While it's hard to imagine a Zelda game where you actually don't see the hero of time, Kozumai-san reveals that Morimoto-san actually wanted it to be a first-person perspective. Number 10. Ocarina of Time's music was composed by Koji Kondo. He's the composer in charge for most of the Legend of Zelda series games. Number 11. In addition to the characters in the game having musical themes, areas of Hyrule are also associated with different pieces of music. This has been called leitmotif in reverse. Instead of music announcing and entering a character, it's now introducing a stationary environment as the player approaches. Number 12. The popularity of Ocarina of Time led to more Ocarina sales. Number 13. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Master Quest is an alternate version of the Ocarina of Time. The game was originally developed as an add-on for the 64DD. However, due to 64DD's lack of popularity, it was actually never released outside of Japan. Number 14. Master Quest contains exactly the same storyline as the original, but it includes altered layouts and more numerous enemies. And trying to solve the puzzles in the same way that you were solving them in the original game actually often leads to a trap. Number 15. Ocarina of Time 3D is a remake of the original game, and it retains mainly the same amount of gameplay. The only differences are updated graphics and control options. Number 16. A tech demo for the Nintendo 3DS depicting an enhanced remake of the opening cinematics for Ocarina of Time, in which Link rides Epona across Hyrule Field, was revealed at the 2010 Electronic Entertainment Expo. Number 17. The hardware on the Nintendo 3DS allows for enhancements to the gameplay. The built-in gyroscopes of the 3DS allow the player to aim the fairy slingshot, the fairy bow, boomerang, hook shot, and long shot when in a first-person perspective by tilting the 3DS. The use of the gyroscope is optional, and the circle pad can be used for control instead of or at the same time as the gyroscope while in these modes. Number 18. Additions include Master Quest and Boss Challenge. Unlike the GameCube version, the entire game is mirrored to further confuse players. Room layouts in the dungeons are also altered. Enemies also deal twice as much damage as the original. Boss Challenge, meanwhile, provides players with the opportunity to face any boss they have defeated once again, or to confront them all in a continuous battle gauntlet. Number 19. A very early screenshot of Ocarina of Time shows Link receiving the Triforce itself from the treasure chest. However, such a scene never occurs anywhere in the final game. Despite this, there has been great speculation as to whether the Triforce exists in Ocarina of Time as an obtainable item, as it does in the other Zelda games. Number 20, as written in the Hyrule Historia, the Zelda in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask is chronologically the 4th Zelda in the Unified Timeline, and the 1st Zelda in the Child Timeline. She is also technically the one responsible for the timeline split. Number 21, Zelda is Sheik. I'm sure you already knew that. Number 22. Although the Sheik is intended to appear masculine, it's unclear whether Princess Zelda is physically transforming into a male or if she's simply dressed to make herself look like one. Regardless of the debate, Nintendo did give their answer in an interview from Polygon published in August 5th, 2014. Here's a quote from the article. Sheik is a woman, simply Zelda in a different outfit. Additionally, a gossip stone in the Hyrule Castle grounds says, they say that contrary to her elegant image, Princess Zelda of Hyrule Castle is in fact a tomboy. Ain't no problem with that, Princess Zelda. Tomboys all the way. Number 23. The game creators also seem to be fond of a little romance between the characters. Though it was never directly stated, Shigeru Miyamoto revealed in an interview conducted by Flamimaga64 that Navi is jealous of Princess Zelda and has feelings for Link. Number 24. Shigeru Miyamoto has stated that Zelda's name was inspired by Zelda Fitzgerald. The name Zelda is generally believed to be Germanic in origin, meaning the gray fighting maid or woman warrior. Number 25. It is noteworthy that Zelda's name can be associated with the fourth letter of the Greek alphabet, Delta, which is shaped triangularly like the Triforce. Number 26. Navi stands as a milestone in the Legend of Zelda, as she is the very first of many sidekick companion characters that would appear in the later games in the series. She's also the very first character with voice acting, speaking words like, "Hey, watch out and listen." Number 27. Her voice acting was provided by Kuroki Misuwasha, who would later provide her voice for Ciela, another one of Link's fairy companions, in The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. Number 28. There are many theories as to why Navi just unexpectedly leaves Hyrule. One of these is the fact that Link isn't actually a Kokiri, that she's never meant to have been his fairy companion in the first place. So once his quest is fulfilled, Navi leaves. Another theory, however, is that Navi has romantic interest with Link, and she realizes that they're never going to have anything. So she decides to leave him before she has to face the rejection. For Navi, I'm sorry girl, heartbroken. Number 29. Navi departs in the Temple of Time in the Ocarina of Time. She cries out, "Link, I love you," lending further credence to the theory that Navi has a romantic interest in Link. Number 30. In an interview with Toru Awasawa, he was quoted to have said that he named Navi based on the Japanese word to navigate, which makes sense because Navi navigates the player. Her English name Navi is similarly based on the English word to navigate. Number 31. As written in Hyrule Historia, the Link in Ocarina of Time is chronologically the fourth Link in the unified timeline, and the first Link in the child timeline. Number 32. Link bears a resemblance to Peter Pan, as they're both elf-like, they wear green clothing, they fight with swords, and they're sometimes accompanied by a fairy. Link also fights a shadow in some games, just like Peter does. Number 33. Link's name is based on his status as a link between the game and the player. As stated by Eiji Onuma, when a player is playing a Zelda game, they desire to truly become Link, and so therefore we named him Link, so that the player is linked to the game and to the experience. Number 34. The character Link has been well received by fans and critics alike. In the 1988 and 1989 Nintendo Power Awards given by the Nintendo Power magazine, readers voted him as the very best character. In 2005, Link and his creators were awarded stars on the Walk of Fame, along with Sonic the Hedgehog and Mario. Also in one of IGN.com's 2007 Hero Showdowns, Link was voted the favorite hero. Number 35. One famous example of this is found in the Final Fantasy game, where on a gravestone you read, "Here lies Link, 837 through 866 RIP. However, it was later changed to Edric, a Dragon Warrior hero, in the American NES and European PlayStation versions. Number 36. Link has also made a few cameos in television shows, such as South Park, Robot Chicken, and the Powerpuff Girls. Can I just say I really love the Powerpuff Girls? I really love the Powerpuff Girls. Number 37. In the castle courtyard room with Princess Zelda, if Link shoots through a left window with the fairy slingshot, a guard will stick his head out and yell, "Hey you, don't cause any trouble." He will then throw a bomb at Link. But it only happens once, so if you keep trying it, nothing's gonna happen. Number 38. When Link receives a Gerudo membership card, the outfit of the Gerudo thief who gives it to him varies according to Link's equipped tunic, depending on whether Link is wearing the Kokiri, Goron, or Zora tunic. Her clothes will appear green, red, or blue, respectively. Number 39. Like the mature Dodongos, baby Dodongos will eat any explosive weapon, bombs, bomb flowers, and even bomb chews, resulting in an instant kill. Despite this fact, baby Dodongos will actively seek out any nearby bomb in order to eat one, and will even try and chase after bomb chews. Number 40. If Link kills enough stall children, Guais, or Leavers, a larger version of the enemy will appear. Upon defeat, a bigger stall child or Guai will usually drop a blue rupee, while a bigger Leaver will usually leave a set of 3 rupees, either blue or red. During a single night, every big stall child encountered will be slightly larger than the last. This can result in an extremely large stall child, and if you use a cheating device, it can make the night last indefinitely. Number 41. Besides his sword, Link can also use an empty bottle, or even the Megaton Hammer, to knock Gandorf's energy attacks back at him. The Megaton Hammer will also make a floor tile fall away, just as Gandorf can do when he punches the ground. Number 42. When playing the Fairy Ocarina or the Ocarina of Time, holding the control stick in any direction will change the sound of the ocarina notes. Up and down will raise and lower the pitch. Left and right will add a waver to the note. Number 43. As in several other Zelda games, if Link damages the Kuko enough, it will crow and summon a vast number of its kind and and attack Link. Due to the quantity of enemies and their relatively quick movement speed, this can actually be quite dangerous early on in the game when Link only has a few heart containers. If Link enters a new area though, the Cuckoos will stop attacking him. Number 44. During the game's final battle, if Link manages to get behind Ganon and throw a Deku Nut at his tail, Ganon will actually take damage as if Link had used another weapon, such as the Megaton Hammer or the Bigoron Sword. Number 45. As a child, if Link walks all the way up to the drawbridge at Hyrule, he can get 3 invisible red rupees, one on the top of each chain and one in the middle. These rupees reset every time that Link re-enters Hyrule Field, and it can be used again to gain a large amount of rupees very quickly. Number 46. After receiving the Ocarina of Time, Link can encounter a dying guard in the Hyrule Castle town's back alley. If spoken to, the guard will tell Link about Gandorf's attack on the castle and then die. Attempting to talk to the guard again prompts Navi to tell him he's not moving anymore. Number 47. If the game is left on after the end credits, an ocarina will play periodically in various pitches. This is not possible in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D, as approximately 5 seconds after the end appears on the screen fades to black. Number 48. Using a glitch. If Link manages to enter the Gerudo's fortress as a child, there will be a piece of heart in the jail cell and not in the treasure chest where it's normally found. The chest instead will contain an odd mushroom. Collecting this heart piece in addition to the game's other 36 will cause an extra piece of heart to be displayed in the quest status subscreen. Number 49. If Zelda's lullaby has been learned, Link can play the song to make any rectangular sign he destroys put itself back together. Number 50. Playing Epona's song in front of a cow will cause it to speak to Link and fill an empty bottle with Lon Lon milk if he has one. Number 51. After lighting the torches in Goron City, as young Link, the large Goron vase will spin around. If Link throws a bomb or bomb flower into it, rupees, bombs, or a piece of heart will come out, depending on the face that it stops on. Number 52. The gossip stones that are scattered across Hyrule will respond amusingly to being hit by a variety of weapons. This includes wiggling around before telling Link the in-game time if stuck with Link's sword, flattening for several seconds if hit by the Megaton Hammer, and spinning around rapidly and momentarily growing in size if touched by Din's Fire or a magic arrow, and changing from blue to red while beeping until eventually blasting off like a rocket if bombed. Gossip stones give no reaction to Deku Nuts or Deku Sticks. Number 53. Jump attacks that are performed with the Megaton Hammer will deal no damage to the Skulltulas, Gold Skulltulas, or Big Skulltulas. Those strikes to a wall will dislodge and kill any Skulltulas nearby. Number 54. Hitting the ground with a Megaton Hammer will cause any nearby Tektites or Torch Slugs to flip upside down, but if you hit the ground again, it'll flip them back up to their normal position. Number 55. In Kakariko Graveyard, the 4th tombstone from the right in the back row of the regular graves conceals a hidden hold with a chest in it. Inside this chest is a Hylian shield, but only if Link does not concurrently have one. If he does, the chest simply contains a blue rupee. Number 56. This one is for all of those that like to go fishing. The sinking lure is irresistible to fish. They love it. Once Link has the lure, it becomes much easier to catch the largest fish in the pond, although it'll be marked as illegal by the pond owner. But if you go ahead once you find that sinking lure and select "Let's talk about something," the pond owner will render it as legal and will allow you to use it. Number 57. The Hyrule Loach is extremely rare and very difficult to catch. Unless you have the sinking lure, it's almost impossible to find him. After finally catching one, Link can present it to the pond owner for a purple rupee. The owner will then release the fish due to the fact that it's very rare, so he won't keep record of what the weight or the size of it is. Link will have to exit and re-enter the fishing pond if he wishes to catch another loach. Number 58. When Link goes to see Princess Zelda for the very first time, if he is spotted by the guards while in the castle grounds, they will toss him out in front of the gate. Talking to the guard after being thrown out, or simply speaking with him repeatedly, results in the guard soliciting a bribe of 10 rupees to open up the gate. If Link talks to him after paying the bribe, the guard will say, "Keep it a secret from everyone." This is a reference from the infamous dialogue of the secret Moblin from the original The Legend of Zelda game. Number 59. On the bottom of the pool inside the lakeside laboratory, a still image of a large shark can be seen pressing its face against the left set of iron bars. Number 60. While difficult for Link to defeat the hostile Skull Kids as an adult, he can do it, especially with the added range and damage that the Bigoron Sword provides. Upon death, these enemies drop a huge rupee that's worth 200 rupees. Number 61. Ice arrows appear to be the strongest of all the magic arrows. Besides immobilizing enemies in ice for a short time, ice arrows kill common enemies such as blue Tektites in one hit. Number 62. Despite the mirror shield's light reflecting properties, the projectiles Octorotes or Deku Scrubs spit at Link are not deflected. It simply breaks them. This is likely added to provide a good reason for switching back to the Hylian shield, so Link can deflect projectiles. Number 63. When in the fishing pond as an adult, Link can actually cast out his fishing rod and catch the pond owner's hat. He can either go ahead and cast it further into the water and let it sink to the bottom, or he can return it. If Link chooses not to return the hat and let it sink to the bottom of the pond owner is going to charge you 50 rupees. And if that hat sinks to the bottom of the pond owner won't have the hat for the remainder of the game, not even during the credits. Hooking the pond owner's hat also prompts him to add another rule to the sign of the pond that says, don't cast at anyone. Number 64. In the castle courtyard with Princess Zelda in it, pictures of Yoshi, Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Bowser as they appear in Super Mario 64 can be seen if Link looks into the castle through the right window. Number 65. Playing the Sun song will cause all Redeads and Gibdos in the currently loaded area to turn white and become paralyzed. A Redead or Gibdo will not move or attack while in the state. Number 66. If Link catches a regular Poe in a bottle, he can drink it. Doing so will usually refill one heart container. Occasionally this will empty one heart instead, and very rarely it will empty all of Link's heart containers, but one of them. Number 67. As a child, playing the Song of Storms in front of a magic bean plant will cause the plant to grow several feet in the air, releasing 3 healing fairies. Then it will retract back into the ground. Number 68. In the Ocarina of Time 3D, there is a poster with Link's official artwork for The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, hidden behind some crates in the Gerudo's fortress, as well as in Indigo's room at Lon Lon Ranch and the Bonchu shop in the Hyrule Castle town's back alley. Number 69. Inside the Gerudo's fortress are a few cauldrons of bubbling substances inside. Jumping or climbing inside these will usually result in Link receiving a red rupee. Number 70. Scattered throughout the Gerudo fortress are wall ornaments that often consist of colorful feathers and what appears to be a cow skull. When shot with a fairy bow, some of these will reward Link with rupees or even an occasional fairy. Number 71. If Link hits a member of Kakariko Village's fabulously rich family with a sword, Link can usually use this opportunity to move behind it and slash it in its vulnerable back. The result is a screaming sound effect and the creature turning blue and stunned for a while. After this, if Link approaches the creature without first exiting and then re-entering the house, it will spin around once in retaliation, damaging Link and knocking him back. Number 72. There used to be a jump button. Yoshiaki Koizumi revealed that the auto jump mechanism that 3D Zelda games are known for actually came along later on the Ocarina of Time's development. At first, just like in Super Mario 64, you had to push a button to make Link jump. This was removed to simplify the experience and to shift the focus from the puzzle elements rather than the action. Number 73. While the Nintendo president Satoru Iwata admits that Ocarina of Time eventually became a massive project that mobilized nearly everyone who belonged to the EAD, it initially started out as a 3-member team. Number 74. Chambara movies were a huge inspiration. It was Takashi Mizu's idea to make a Zelda game with the Chambara action style. He said that when the people talk about The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, they mention various things like an epic story, solving puzzles, trotting across a broad field on a horse, and just how cool Link looks. But it began with the single theme of making a Zelda game that included Chambara's style, swashbuckling. Number 75. It all started with Zelda 2. In fact, before Super Mario 64, Koizumi-san had eventually been working on a polygon Zelda 2. We were experimenting with a thin polygon Link, seen from the side and fighting with the sword. He couldn't really bring Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, into form at that time, but I kept that desire to achieving a sword-fighting Zelda game until I joined the team. Well, I'm glad that he stuck with it. Number 76. The idea of Z-targeting came to Koizumi-san while he and Asawana-san were at a Toy Kyoto studio park. A sword-fighting show at the park is what made it all click. So there's a script and there's a certain setup. The enemies don't all attack at once. When the first guy goes down, then the next one steps in, and so on. Z-targeting flags one particular opponent, telling the other one to wait until it's their turn. Number 77. Navi was originally a triangle. Yes, you heard correctly. Kazuma-san remembers that they wanted to make it easy for players to tell which enemy they were targeting. This triangle eventually became Navi, the loudmouth fairy that we've all come to love and hate at times. Number 78. Link was nearly deprived of a childhood. Yeah, could you imagine not having baby Link? While the concept of going back and forth between childhood and adulthood is now a defining characteristic of the game, at first Link was only going to be featured as an adult. Number 79. Epona is well known as Link's constant companion in the 3D Zelda games. but she almost made her debut in the Super Mario 64. The idea of having a horse in the 3D platform was eventually dropped, but Kozume-san was intent on doing it for Ocarina of Time. Number 80. Link wasn't always a pretty boy. Link is known for his sharp features and his elf ears, but Koizumi-san revealed that his design went through many changes. At first, the Hylian hero actually sported a button nose and more rounded features. Number 81. During early development, the market was number 82. Much like Bowser's laugh is sped up in the Super Mario 64 to create Boo's laugh, Ganondorf's laughter is sped up to create the laughter of the Post Sisters in the Forest Temple. Number 83. Originally, a player would have used a reed whistle to call Epona. This, however, was replaced by Epona's song. Number 84. If Link fails to hit a single target in the shooting gallery, the owner will get angry and will not allow the player to retry until Link leaves and re-enters. He will also avoid looking directly at Link, as opposed to him looking at Link like he usually does. Number 85. Dark Link mimics all the player's moves. The amount of health he has also corresponds to the amount of heart containers the player has by the time they fight him, potentially making him very durable or quite weak. Number 86. In the early versions of the games, Sheik's eyes were blue, but were changed to red in the later versions. Number 87. The owl that follows Link throughout his quest is actually the light sage Rauru. Number 88. A glitch called the wrong warp glitch can be used to teleport the player from the Deku Tree basement to Ganon's tower, as well as several other locations in the game. This glitch can be used to complete the game in a very short period of time. Number 89. Zelda's lullaby sounds extremely similar to the song in 1976 Concerto for Philindron and Pothos by Mort Garson. Number 90. The Night Link fighting in the early Zelda 64 trailer uses the same texture as Metal Mario from Super Mario 64. Number 91. The bass line for the Song of Storms sounds very similar to the bass line for the castle theme from Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. Number 92. After killing a Re-Dead, all the other Re-Deads will come and flock and sit next to that fallen enemy. It's speculated that the Re-Deads are either mourning the loss of a comrade or they are eating the dead corpse. Either one of those really explains it for me. Number 93. The character Seikon can be seen running around the Hyrule Town marketplace. If the player speaks to him, he will say, "Huff, huff, I'm late for a very important date." I wonder where they pulled that one from. Number 94. A time paradox is created in Ocarina of Time. According to Guru Guru and Kakariko Village, Link played the Song of Storms as a child to sped up the windmill. Yet Link is taught the song by Guru Guru as an adult. Because of this, the question of who originally composed the song still remains a mystery. Number 95. In some early versions of the game, blood can be seen throughout. The color then was changed to green in the newer versions. Number 96. The name of Link's horse, Epona, when translated from Gaelish, means great mare and is the Celtic god of horses, donkeys, and mules. Number 97. If you go into the room with the giant statue inside the spirit temple and you aim the hook shot where the nipples used to be, you'll find that you can actually grapple onto them. It's possible that that's a joke by Nintendo. Seriously, nipple grappling? What? Number 98. Throughout the game, you may see a symbol that looks like a crescent moon and a star. This symbol can be found on blocks, floor switches, and even the mirror shield. This symbol has caused some controversy as the moon and the stars resemble an Islamic symbol. In all new re-releases of the game, it has been changed to a new symbol. Number 99. The music for the Fire Temple once had chanting as a part of the background music. Chanting was a stock sound effect that showed up in games like Cruise and Rolled for N64 and Kakuto Chojin for Xbox. The chanting resembled an Islamic prayer, and seeing the problems that it could have caused, Nintendo decided to change it. Number 100. According to an interview with Yoshiaka Kozumi in the 225th issue of Nintendo Power, the battle against Ganon would resolve around Link having to scale his body, which would have been gigantic at the time. However, it was later changed due to how players could be confused in the fight, and rendering his colossal body at a steady frame rate would have easily strained the N64's hardware. Number 101. Joelle, Meg, Beth, and Amy, the pose in the Forest Temple, are named after the main characters from The Little Women: Meg, Beth, Amy, and Josephine. Number 102. The sound of the warp whistle, which can be found in the Super Mario 3, can be heard in the title theme. Number 103. In the German version of the game, the Carpenters are named John, Paul, George, and Ringo, after the 60s British pop group The Beatles. Number 104. It's speculated that the Forest and Water temples in the Ocarina of Time were originally wind and ice temples. The symbol on the water medallion from the Water Temple appears to have a snowflake on it, and the Forest medallion design resembles a fan. Number 105. During beta testing for Ocarina of Time, developers added an R-wing to the game to test enemy AI and Z targeting. While it was never actually used in the game, the code can actually still be accessed. You could use Game Shark or Action Replay. Number 106. In the German version of Ocarina of Time, if you speak to Princess Zelda while wearing the Keaton mask, she will say, "What are you?" "Oh, you're one of those golden little pocket monsters, right?" Which is somewhat of a reference between the mask and Pikachu. Number 107. The Hylians, also known as the Hylia people, are a recurring race of humans in The Legend of Zelda. They are creatures that worship the goddess Hylia, from which their name derives. The Hylians are the original race of Hyrule.
After 14 years, you think we'd get sick of the same little green dude and his sword, but there's no way we can tire of the legendary Link and his quests. With awesome music, characters, fights, and fantastical journeys, we're sticking with Link all the way till the very end. And we hope that's never. Hi, I'm Brendan with the Leaderboard, and our quest is to give you the best info on our favorite sailing hero and his friends. So hoist your sails and unwind, because this is 107 facts about Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Let's get started. Fact number 1. The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker was developed and published by Nintendo and released in North America in March 2003 for the Nintendo GameCube. Number 2. In October 2002, the official Japanese title Kaze no Takuto was announced. This roughly translates to Wind Baton, and led to many guesses as to what the English title may have been, none of which nailed it. A couple of months later in December, Nintendo revealed the name Wind Waker, and shortly after announced the release date. Fact number 3. The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker was the award-winning 10th edition of the series. This game featured a brand new design for the franchise, as well as all new gameplay. Wind Waker is the first game to show Link receiving his iconic green tunic. This serves as part of a tradition for his people on Outset Island, for all boys that come of age to dress as the hero of time. Number 4. Before production on Majora's Mask ended, designers already knew that GameCube would be Nintendo's next platform, so development on Wind Waker started just after the release of Majora's Mask. Wind Waker only took about 2.5 years to develop. Considering the history of Zelda games, that's actually pretty good. Number 5. The story explains that Link is the hero of time, stuck in a never-ending cycle in which the hero will once again rise to fight against evil, thus making this the first game in the series to explore alternate timelines through new character incarnates. Number 6. The Infinite Link's idea has been confirmed as truth amongst Nintendo game designers. According to Miyamoto himself, every Zelda game features a new hero named Link. That's canon. Miyamoto said it. Number 7. To set Wind Waker aside from the rest, game designers decided that the game should take place on the ocean, and since a sailboat is the best means of travel on the ocean, the wind concept basically took over. Number 8. Nintendo wanted to feature more wind in their games, but before GameCube was released, windy levels were kept to a minimum due to the limitations of the graphics at the time. GameCube's advanced processing power was the driving force behind Wind Waker. The creative team wanted to challenge themselves when it came to graphics, so they decided to utilize wind as the theme. Number 9. Nintendo has an interesting style to developing games. They tend to think of gameplay first, story second. For the Wind Waker, the first thing they wanted was a new style of movement, and they settled on sailing. After that, they came up with the basic idea that Hyrule got flooded, and then they came up with the story for the game. Number 10. The Wind Waker storyline takes place 100 years after the events in Ocarina of Time, and serves as an indirect sequel to the game. This is made apparent by the legend of the Hero of Time, which is clearly a reference to the Ocarina of Time. It's a lot of time stuff already, guys. We're only at number 10! Number 11. According to the Hyrule Historia, Wind Waker takes place in the New World timeline, following the events of Ocarina of Time, after adult Link defeats Ganon and travels back in time only to disappear. Number 12. In order to better enhance the game-playing experience, each of the characters were designed with their own personal AI. Characters were programmed to display a variety of actions, which in turn made the world seem a lot more alive and active. Number 13. The trademark toon shading design was created by artist Yoshiki Haruhana after he drew a toon-style Link illustration for fun. The graphic designer Satoru Takezawa saw this image and followed suit with a drawing of Moblin done in the same style. The team loved the cartoonish illustration so much they started development using this style. The first official concept art for the game was a battle between Link and 2 Moblins in a field. Number 14. Many fans were outraged over the new cartoonish design, but ultimately fell in love with the game itself. This was due to the fact that most fans were expecting a realistic design for Wind Waker, and received the opposite. Game designers knew there would be an initial shock over the new look, but overall they expected positive feedback. Instead, they themselves were shocked when fans expressed discontent, claiming the new approach was directed towards kids. Way to go, kids. Number 15. Nintendo's biggest strategy with this game was to show The Legend of Zelda in a whole new light. Designers were absolutely thrilled over the new toon-shaded Link, simply because it was an all-new original rendition of the beloved character. Number 16. Miyamoto stated that the new visual style would be the first thing people talked about, and he couldn't have been more accurate in his prediction. The new visual style became a brief controversy until the game eventually won fans over. Number 17. The expectations for a realistic-looking Zelda game started when a demo was was released for Space World 2000. Fans assumed this was a clip from the next game, but it was actually just a GameCube demo and nothing more. Number 18. The irony behind this game is that even though it's cartoonish in design, the world was now more realistic than every game before it in regards to expression and animation. This was the first Zelda game where the designers took a very realistic approach towards facial expressions and reactions. It was a revolutionary focus for game developers at the time. Number 19. There are concept drawings of Link as an adult for Wind Waker. There are also concepts of his transitioning into an adult, suggesting that originally Link was supposed to age in the game similar to Ocarina of Time. Number 20. Many expected Wind Waker to have more voice acting, but Nintendo didn't like the idea of giving Link a voice this late in the franchise. They feared his voice would be liable to receive copious amounts of backlash. Number 21. Before Wind Waker, the box art never really matched the visual style of any Zelda game. It was also the first Zelda game to maintain the same artwork throughout all game platforms. The artwork was intended to completely set the tone of the game. Wind Waker was the milestone in which Nintendo had expressed the desire to tailor specific designs according to the different storylines. Number 22. You'll never see another Nintendo title with the Wind Waker graphic style. It's Nintendo's policy to create new artwork for their titles, not recycle the old. Number 23. The Wind Waker design was anime inspired, but not by any titles in particular. Miyamoto does credit My Neighbor Totoro and Laputa as inspirational art styles, but since Nintendo strives for originality in their art, no styles were ever mimicked during development. Number 24. You can see some of the anime influence with Link's character design, like how his eyebrows are over his hair. It's pretty common in the anime format. Number 25. In early versions of the game, Link's eyes changed color. Most notably, they would get red when he was fighting. Miyamoto and the Nintendo crew decided to cut this feature though, because you usually look at Link's back when you're fighting. Number 26. Shigeru Miyamoto and Takashi Tezuka told the Wind Waker team that they needed a reason for Link's eyes to be so big. So the Wind Waker developers considered having Link shoot laser beams out of them. Sadly, a Cyclops-style Link did not make it into the Wind Waker. Number 27. Toon Link is always voiced by Japanese actress Sachi Matsumoto. Coincidentally, she also voiced the Skull Kid in Majora's Mask. The post-boss music is also the final hour score for Majora's Mask. Looks like they took a few things from that game. Yeah, because it's the best one. Number 28. Wind Waker has 7-minute day-to-night cycles set to your GameCube's internal clock. This can also be seen from the file selection screen, as the background will reflect the time of day that you're playing. Playing in the evening will show a night sky, playing in the daytime will show a cloudy blue sky, anything in between is also fair game. Number 29. The new look seemed to attract more women and more non-video game players than before. Several of the developers' wives attested to this fact at the time of the game's release, as they suddenly became interested in the franchise. Number 30. Wind Waker's main theme song is comprised of two different songs learned within the game. Those are Earth's God lyric and Wind's God aria. Most of the music in the game is composed of remixes or renditions of songs from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Number 31. The audio used for the choo-choos is actually an argument being held between two Japanese men. The audio is sped up and reversed to create the slime monster's familiar soundbite. When reversed and slowed down, the choo-choo's audio roughly translates into, "At least I'm not balding," for the first line, and the second line is, "And looking like you are, people will think you're a monster." Awkward. And ironic. Number 32. The three goddess statues look awfully similar to Pikmin. Matching shape and colors aside, the statues also resemble the Pikmin in that one has a nose, one a mouth, and the other has ears. Number 33. In certain releases of the game, Tetra's name is changed to Dazel, which is an anagram for Zelda. Pretty on the nose there, Miyamoto. Number 34. The song from the E3 2002 Wind Waker trailer was also the theme song from the 1982 classic adventure film Conan the Barbarian. The song is called Riddles of Steel by Basil Polidorus, and was also used for Ocarina of Time as well as the Twilight Princess in 2004. Number 35. Link speaks actual words for the very first time in Wind Waker. Although the character still doesn't talk much, he can be heard saying, "Come on occasion." That was my flawless Link impression. Number 36. Throughout the Legend of Zelda series, heroes have played harps, ocarinas, guitars, drums, and even the recorder, but the Wind Waker is one of the only games where Link technically does not play an instrument. During the Wind Waker, Fado, one of the sages, explains that though it may play musical notes, it is simply a magical baton used by the king to conduct the sages when communing with the gods. Number 37. Originally, Link wasn't even going to use a baton. According to director Eiji Aonuma, Link was going to play a theremin-type instrument, but he was worried players would wind up confused. Number 38. Real constellations can be spotted in the night sky. If you look closely, you can see Orion, the Big Dipper, and Cassiopeia. Aw man, who needs the real outdoors? Forget them, never go outside. side. Number 39. The world contains many cross-references to previous game storylines. For example, the beginning of this story explains the events of Ocarina of Time, while several masks can be spotted as reference to Majora's Mask behind Garlov's desk in the Nintendo gallery. Number 40. An Octorok sprite from the original Legend of Zelda can be spotted on Manny's bag in front of the Nintendo gallery. Number 41. The stained glass windows inside of the Master Sword Chamber of the Hyrule Castle depict the 7 sages from Ocarina of Time. Number 42. The Hyrule Historia revealed that the game was originally set to include a stovepipe island of steam and smoke, along with the GameCube island. Unfortunately, both designs were withdrawn from the game for unknown reasons. Number 43. The text on Phantom Ganon's sword translates to Zubora and Gubora, who are the 2 blacksmiths in Majora's Mask. This suggests the possibility of these 2 forging the sword and leaving their mark. Number 44. There is a hidden item accessible through the game's code called Water Boots. Its intended purpose is up to speculation, but when equipped with this item, the same animation is used as with the Iron Boots. Number 45. Fans speculate that the water boots were intended to help Link sink to the bottom of the ocean and allow for him to walk underwater. This is the same function that the Iron Boot served in Ocarina of Time. Number 46. A folder entitled Tinkle holds a model interior of a house using only 2 textures, the purpose of which is unknown. That sounds like a creepypasta. Number 47. Want to use cyclones to travel across the ocean? This little tip will do the trick. After saving Link's sister at Forsaken Forest, go to C4 or F3 where you will see a cyclone. Go near it and defeat the red frog Cyclos. Once defeated, Cyclos will teach you the Ballad of the Gales. Number 48. Like Navi in Ocarina of Time, the game was also set to feature a guide, only this time the guide was a cloud-riding frog. The guide idea was scrapped and the design was repurposed for the Zephos and Cyclos characters. Number 49. Link does have a specific animation for swimming and floating, but it's never seen due to the non-transparent appearance of the water. However, these actions can be viewed in the water test rooms. Number 50. The music was composed by Nintendo composer Koji Kondo, the same man who has been responsible for the Zelda soundtrack since day one. Thanks, Koji. Number 51. Using the Wind Waker, the developers included more aspects of music composition, including standard 3/4, 4/4, and 6/4 time signatures, represented by the amount of notes Link must conduct. Number 52. Miyamoto's goal with the music in the game was to get players to get up and dance along with the music. I mean, alright, I'll admit I've done a little jig to the Windfall Islands theme, but I mean, don't tell anyone. Number 53. Zephos and Cyclos represented actual Shinto gods. In the Japanese version of the game, they maintained their mythological names Raijin, the god of thunder, and Fujin, the god of wind. Number 54. Medley was created for the sole purpose of slowing Link down, as well as a temporary assist. Developers knew they wanted a secondary character for Link to carry around dungeons before Medley was ever created. Number 55. Originally, the game designers toyed with the idea of a fat Rito assisting Link before they settled on Medley. The idea was that they wanted the assisting character to fly, but not too well. Number 56. Makar was originally intended to be a flotation device, which gave Link the ability to walk on water. Link was also supposed to be able to hookshot onto Makar from any distance. The game developers thought it seemed a little too cruel, and so instead Makar plant seeds grow trees for Link to hookshot. Number 57. The character Tingle was only meant to appear in Majora's Mask, but due to popular demand, he was featured in Wind Waker. Tingle can be found trapped in a jail cell on Taora Island. Once a player frees Tingle, they have access to the Tingle Tuner, which means players could link their Game Boy Advance to the game. Number 58. The Tingle Tuner was added to the game so that family members and friends who aren't regular gamers could join in on the fun. It allowed for secondary players to tune in and help out without really getting involved in any action sequences. Number 59. If players choose to use the Tingle Tuner in the Tower of Gods dungeon, a secret story is revealed called The Legend of the Fairy. The story chronicles the tale of a fairy that once aided the hero of time. Yo, is that my boy Navi? Yo, Navi! Number 60. Wind Waker was the first game to feature a focus system in which Link was able to look at and focus in on certain objects and characters. The system was implemented as a way to indicate what could interact with Link in the game. Number 61. In the game, Link can steal a moblin's weapon and use it against him. This idea was discussed while reviewing the very first concept art for the game. Number 62. There are several test rooms left in the game that feature stagnant pools of translucent water. It's speculated that the rooms were for viewing Link's movement underwater, which would play into the water boots theory. Number 63. Two unused sail icons can still be viewed inside of the game. One is labeled Zora Sail, and the other is labeled Tinkle Sail. At the same time, the boat speed was limited by the GameCube's capabilities, which is why Nintendo eventually introduced the Swift Sail in the HD release. Number 64. Two dungeons were cut from the finalized version of the game so that the game could be released on time. Instead, these dungeons were replaced with the Triforce Fetch quest. Once fans knew about the 2 missing dungeons, there was an uproar for the dungeons to be included in the HD release. But they weren't. The reason being that those dungeons were already utilized in other titles following the Wind Waker. Number 65. Since Twilight Princess had more dungeons than previous Zelda games, fans speculated that Nintendo included the missing Wind Waker dungeons into that game instead. Number 66. The Triforce Fetch quest is one of the most disliked side quests in the entire franchise. It's so disliked that Nintendo actually apologized for it in 2005 for being so slow and dull. Number 67. Players can alter the background music slightly by entering Zelda as a username when beginning a new game. Music to all our ears. Number 68. It's possible to play through the entire game in Link's pajamas. If gamers save at the very end of one game, then start a new game using that same file, Link will no longer have on his hero clothes. In my pajamas is definitely how I played this game. Link and me are basically the same person. Number 69. Once the game has been successfully completed, Link will understand the ancient Hyrulean language. On a second playthrough, you can understand what the gods such as Valu and Jabun are saying. Number 70. If you bomb the rock in front of the cage that sits on the top of Outset Island, and then talk to the Great Fairy, she gives you a pouch filled with 5,000 rupees. Sweet. Number 71. There are 6 giant squids hidden throughout the ocean that contain rupees and other special items. To find them, just look for the seagulls circling in the sky. And, Captain Nemo. If you see Captain Nemo, there's probably a squid. Number 72. Players receive Flower 1 from Zunari after defeating God's Tower. If the player retrieves Flowers 2 and 3 afterwards and brings back the third one to Zunari, they will receive the Magic Shield, which cuts all damage taken in half. Number 73. There's an enemy HP scanner located on Windfall Island that enables you to see your opponent's hit points. After completing the hide-and-seek game, you can give Miss Marie Joy pendants. Once you give her 41 pendants, she will give you the scanner. Number 74. There are 2 pictures near the entrance of Hyrule Castle. One is of the king, and the other is of Princess Zelda with what looks like Tetra's pirates beside her. Number 75. There's a secret that makes refilling magic easy on Forest Haven Island. Allow yourself to be shot out of a giant flower several times and Link's magic will be restored. Another restoration trick? If you stand in front of a broken sign and play God's Wind area, the sign will magically restore itself. Number 76. Unlike previous games, there are no chickens to tease, but there are pigs who will get mad and attack you if you provoke them a certain amount of times. Be wary, however, because there's a small pig that can take a full heart, while the giant pigs on Offset Island can take 4 hearts. Number 77. It's possible to catch a free ride on beetle ships in the area where they patrol. Simply enter and exit the shop and stand still. After a while, the ship will set sail on its course. Number 78. It's easy to accidentally fish for trash. Sometimes when fishing for treasure near glowing marks in the sea, you may pick up an old boot instead. Number 79. There's a glitch that lets you walk around indoors with a bomb. Set the Tingle Tuner to Y and then quickly press Y and start pause to set up the bombs as Y in your inventory. When the game is unpaused, Link will be holding a bomb. Number 80. If you mess with Tingle's gold statues, he will flip out and try and hurt you. If you throw one into the sea, Knuckle will still talk about it when you return. Number 81. When shopping for a blue potion, Forest Haven might be your best bet. The Deku Baba plants at the entrance of the forest drop seeds, 5 of which can be traded for a blue potion at one of the Forest Haven ships. Number 82. You can encounter a total of 8 different fairies in Wind Waker, and each one gives you a generous upgrade. Of these, 6 are standard fairy wells and 2 are special with additional requirements. Number 83. Players can connect their GBA and use the Tingle Tuner to locate Tingle statues within each of the 5 dungeons. If each statue is recovered, a reward of 500 rupees is awarded. Just sell the statues to Tingle's brother. Number 84. The game unlocks new features on a secondary playthrough when using a previous game file, including a skull shirt for Link's sister, as well as access to the DX color camera. Number 85. If you collect 10 of the Knight's Crest from the Darknut Knights and take them back to Orca, he will teach you a special move called the Hurricane Spin. Number 86. If players capture a fairy in a bottle and use it on Link's grandmother, she'll whip up a special healing potion soon. When the potion is used up, she will give you a free refill anytime. Thanks, Grandma! Number 87. There's a cheat to reduce the price of everything in Tingle's shop. Jump into the metal pot on the first floor of the Forsaken Forest with the Tingle Tuner activated, and Tingle will tell you that there's a sale. Number 88. There's a common glitch often encountered when battling Puppet Ganon. When Ganon punches Link through a wall, Link can still hit Ganon with light arrows, but Ganon won't be able to hit back. Number 89. There's a way to defeat Kale Demos, the boss of the Forest Haven dungeon, with a single hit. After you cut his vines using the boomerang, the plant will fall, revealing a smaller plant inside. Simply pour forest water onto this smaller plant, and there you have it. Boss defeated. Speedrunners, I hope you're taking notes. Number 90. There's an emergency health hidden during the final battle with Ganondorf. If you're in a pinch, have Link use the hookshot on Zelda to steal a heart from her. Number 91. Link can actually make himself invincible during the battle with Godhan by taking cover in a doorway. For some reason, Godhan is unable to touch Link when he's standing in the doorway, making it an ideal defensive strategy. Number 92. In the opening to Wind Waker, during the story scroll, you can hear a mandolin being played. That's actually a sample taken from Mr. Miyamoto playing the instrument. What a talented guy. Number 93. During development, the Rito were actually designed to be flightless, and the idea of having to carry one around like you do Medley stemmed from this concept. Number 94. Many fans wholeheartedly believe that the Rito Postman Kaboli is related to the Postman in Ocarina of Time. It is heavily implied through physical similarities, as well as the text from the Nintendo gallery that says he's a third-generation postman. Number 95. Though the Seven Sages never appear or are mentioned in the Wind Waker, stained glass windows in Hyrule Castle depict Rauru, Saria, Darunia, Ruto, Impa, Naboru, but for some reason not Zelda. Instead, Ganon is shown in the center window underneath the Triforce. Number 96. Nintendo's fastest playtester managed to beat the Wind Waker in 10 hours, but Aonuma mentioned that this was after he spent a significant amount of time with the title. He said that the game should take the average player around 40 hours to complete. Number 97. Wind Waker was released in 2013 for the Wii U in 1080p resolution. The revision included all new features such as a streamlined interface, new gamepad functions, and the never-before-seen Hero Mode. The new design was welcomed with open arms in Japan, in contrast to the mixed reviews it received in North America, but ultimately the game didn't fare as well in Japan. Number 98. The King of Red Lions was originally designed to look like he was handcrafted out of wood, but in the end Nintendo chose a more Eastern style for the boat. Number 99. As far as sales are concerned, the game did not live up to its expectations, despite the critical acclaim. The last report shows that the Wind Waker only sold 4.6 million worldwide, as opposed to Ocarina of Time's 7.6 million. Nintendo was convinced that the Wind Waker's poor sales were due to the toon shading design, so they decided to give fans the Zelda they wanted and created the much more realistic Twilight Princess. Number 100. Though it didn't meet sales expectations, the game boosted GameCube sales during its first week. It was also Nintendo's most successful pre-order campaign at the time, with over 560,000 pre-orders before the game's release. Number 101. Some Wind Waker pre-orders were bundled with a port of Ocarina of Time, as well as the more difficult version entitled Ocarina of Time Master Quest. Number 102. Wind Waker received 2 sequels for the Nintendo DS in an effort to continue the Wind Waker's whimsical art style and keep the story alive. Those titles are 2007's Phantom Hourglass and 2009's Spirit Tracks. Number 103. Nintendo actually announced a sequel for Wind Waker in 2004 at a presentation for a game developers conference, claiming more would be revealed later that year at E3. However, when E3 came around, Twilight Princess was announced instead. Number 104. Nintendo admitted that they started initial steps towards a sequel, but demand from fans for a game like Ocarina of Time were hard to ignore. Since Toon Link's proportions weren't suited for horseback, Nintendo ultimately decided on a different direction by releasing Twilight Princess. Nintendo revealed that if they had decided to go through with the Wind Waker sequel, the game would have had a land-based setting. Number 105. Nintendo hid a special Easter egg on the new Zelda Wind Waker HD site for fans to uncover. Buried in the website's source code was the Triforce symbol, which appears to have no impact on the website in general. Number 106. Wind Waker received universal acclaim upon its release. It has maintained a reputation as one of the highest rated Zelda games to date, and still receives praise for its rich visual design and gameplay. IGN named Wind Waker the 4th best GameCube game of all time, and Nintendo Power claimed that it was the 2nd best only to Resident Evil 4, and 4th best game to ever appear on a Nintendo console. Number 107. The Game Informer once gave Wind Waker a perfect 10 out of 10 score, and commented that it blew all other Zelda games out of the water. Coincidentally, it was also one of only 4 games to ever receive a perfect score from the popular Japanese gaming magazine, Famitsu.
Hi, I'm Cade with the Leaderboard, and we're here to tell you all about the Breath of the Wild's long development, all of the references found in the game, and so much more. So grab your Sheikah slate, because this is 107 facts about The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Let's get started. Number 1. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild started development way back in 2013 and was originally planned for release in 2015. However, after numerous delays and the Switch being announced, the game was finally released on March 3rd, 2017 for both the Wii U and Nintendo Switch. Number 2. It's reported that of the estimated 1.5 million Switches sold worldwide, about 90% of the owners also bought Breath of the Wild. Just looking at the Switch's launch titles, we totally understand. I'm sorry, Nintendo, I love you guys, but really? Really? Number 3. One of the earliest versions of Breath of the Wild was shown in 2014 during a presentation where Miyamoto and Eiji Aonuma were demonstrating the game. The game was still unnamed and referred to by fans as Zelda U or Zelda Wii U. It featured gameplay elements such as a horse being able to avoid obstacles and move on its own, and additional gamepad functionality. These features were eventually taken out of the final version of the game. It's also worth noting that Miyamoto jokingly asked Aonuma if the game was really releasing in 2015, which Aonuma replied, yes. Well, we all know how that turned out. Number 4. Several traditional conventions found in Zelda games were broken for Breath of the Wild, and for good reason. One of the earliest goals of Breath of the Wild during development was rethinking the conventions of a Zelda game. The team wanted players to invoke a similar experience to when people played the original Legend of Zelda, and you know what? I sure felt it. Number 5. A lot of the earlier games in the series were created by connecting smaller areas and patching them together in order for players to experience progression. However, with the advancements in technology, Nintendo could now create seamless worlds to traverse and explore. Therefore, they played around with the open-air, open-world concept that you experience in the game. Number 6. When the developers were deciding on the map size, they turned to a city very familiar to them, Kyoto, Japan. Kyoto is the home of Nintendo and of director Hidemaru Fujibayashi. He used his knowledge of how long it would take for them to get from one side of the city to another and implemented it into the game. Another fun fact is that assistance on Breath of the Wild's topographical level design was provided by Monolith Soft, the developer behind Xenoblade Chronicles, another huge open-world game. Number 7. Skyrim is huge, but Breath of the Wild is a tad bigger. Breath of the Wild's overworld is reported to be 1.5 times bigger than Skyrim. Compared to other Zelda games, it's 12 times larger than Twilight Princess, and compared to real-life locations, that's about 140 Vatican cities. Number 8. To test out the open-world concept, the developers created an 8-bit prototype. Doing so allowed them to cut back on development costs and test mechanics, especially regarding how environmental elements would interact together, like trees catching on fire. Unfortunately, the prototype is unavailable for public play. Number 9. Switching from a 2D prototype to the 3D game wasn't an easy task, especially when it came to designs. When considering something like a tree, which can be cut down in the game, the artist had to create a look for every part of it in any view. The whole tree, the stump, etc., etc. It was a lot of work. Number 10. Free roaming makes it hard to tell a chronological story. The storyline reveals itself depending on how you play. Everyone has a unique experience because of this. You could actually skip the narrative altogether and go straight to the final boss battle, which people have already done, by the way. Number 11. Several ideas were brought about during development, some more interesting than others. One was dubbed Hyrule Wars and showed Link running away from explosions. Another involved Link and UFOs, dubbed The Legend of Zelda Invasion. Apparently the younger members of the dev team were quite creative with their ideas, but it's nice to see Majora's Mask aliens coming back. Number 12. Link's looks were also retooled for this game. You might notice that not only is he not wearing his iconic green tunic, he's also not wearing a hat at all. Satoru Takizawa, the art director for Breath of the Wild, said that they simply took it out because, quote, as the graphic fidelity has increased, it becomes more and more difficult to make the hat look cool, end quote. He noted that they made the hat longer in Twilight Princess to accentuate the movement, but shorter in Skyward Sword. Number 13. Some of the conceptual designs for Link showed him in a tracksuit, with a guitar and on a motorcycle, as stated before. But the biggest thing to take note of is that he was still wearing his iconic green color. Number 14. Link is explicitly called Link in the game, making this the first game in the series where you cannot name Link. I'm sorry, Buttface, you're no longer the hero of this series. Number 15. Zelda always looked royal. There was one version of her with a pixie cut that is beyond gorgeous. They also approached her in 2 different ways. Designers focused on her first impression and planners focused on the kind of person she was. Number 16. While it seems like Zelda's look wasn't that hard to get to, she was actually the most challenging character to design. Her design was reworked all the way to the end of development because the team wanted the heroine to become the most unforgettable character. I mean, her name is in the title of the game. Number 17. Another idea that was in development before being scrapped was including a town with tiny tiny people. To interact with them, Link would have to shrink himself down to their size. Maybe this was meant to be a throwback to the Game Boy Advance title, The Legend of Zelda, The Minish Cap? Number 18. Japan's Jomon period, I hope I'm saying that right, was a big inspiration for the overall look of the game, such as the Guardians, but it is especially in regards to the Sheikah Slate itself and the design of the shrines. Number 19. If you look closely at the glowing blue robot in the Akala lab, it bears resemblance to an extremely old Japanese statue from 400 BC known as the Dogu. Number 20. While Guardians were based on upside-down Jomon pots, Octoroks partially inspired the look of the Guardians as well. A team member mentioned that he always considered early Octoroks to be huge when fighting in early Zelda games, and so the team decided to create an enemy along those lines. Number 21. Lightning was a new feature, or nuisance, added into the game. In most games with disposable weapons, players would often throw away weaker weapons in favor of their stronger metal counterparts. However, since metal is a conductor of lightning, players in Breath of the Wild still have reason to keep their wooden weapons. Number 22. As durability affects the lifespan of your weapon, many were worried the Master Sword would also break. Those who have already found the legendary sword confirm that it doesn't break like other swords. However, it can run out of energy that recharges every 10 minutes. The Master Sword is the only weapon in the game that is technically unbreakable. Number 23. Making players think outside of the box was one of the main goals with Breath of the Wild. You can use magnesis to pick up a metal box or a sword and whack enemies to death, or push a boulder down a hill to crush them. Number 24. Attacking a Kuko will bring a horde of feathery friends to the defense of their fellow bird. And yes, they will still kill Link. However, you can also use this against your enemies. Throwing a Kuko and having enemies attack it will send their Kuko buddies attack the enemy. Death by Kuko! Or is it Cuckoo? I don't know, but it's basically a chicken. Number 25. People are pretty torn regarding the Blood Moon mechanic that revives defeated enemies. While you'll always have someone to fight, you don't exactly want to get it during a cutscene or the final boss fight, which will only boot you to the beginning of the entire battle. Yep, that can happen, and gamers around are saying it's the buggiest part of the game. And I'll be the first to admit it's kind of annoying. Number 26. Though the game just recently came out, it's safe to say that the opening scene where you run out to the cliff is already iconic. Well, it actually borrows from the first Legend of Zelda's concept art, where Link looks towards distant mountains all while on a cliff. Miyamoto even confirmed it. Number 27. After reaching certain milestones, everyone on the development team would take time off to play the game. This was so that they could experience it from a player's perspective and strive to improve gameplay as they got back to work. But we know it was also just to have fun. Number 28. Food and cooking are new features in the game, and they effectively replace hearts for regenerating health. In order to lure players into using the cooking mechanic, the development team made it so food only gave you minor healing abilities and enhancements. Cooking, on the other hand, gave players better health regeneration and great enhancements. Number 29. Manaka Katauka acted as the main composer for Breath of the Wild. He's previously composed for Spirit Tracks, but also composed music for Animal Crossing New Leaf and City Folk. Number 30. The soundtrack includes piano as the main instrument, which is the first for the Zelda series. For a while, the sound director, Hajime Wakai, was also worried it would be too different and take users out of the experience, but he later agreed that it made older melodies feel fresh. Number 31. The piano was also used to create a more ambient feel as opposed to the sweeping soundtrack found in previous Zelda titles. The team didn't want music to overpower the feeling of exploration, and the piano best complemented that feeling. But minor spoiler, the music in the final boss fight is amazing. Number 32. If you pay close attention, you might realize the music tempo changes between day and night. It's subtle, but pretty cool. Number 33. Despite all the changes Breath of the Wild's implemented, you can't stray too far away from your roots. What better way to stay true than with references? The most obvious reference appears on the Great Plateau, as you see the Temple of Time and its all-destroyed beauty. Number 34. There are 4 islands off the coast of Akala that are named after Tingle and his brothers, Ankle, Knuckle, and David Jr. Number 35. The Spring of Power found in Breath of the Wild resembles the structure of the same name in Skyward Sword, so much so that it seems to have been ripped directly from Skyward Sword. Number 36. Skyward Sword brings in another reference in the form of the statue of the goddess Hylia. At the northern end of the Tanagar Canyon, you'll find the Forgotten Temple, and found inside the temple is a small version of the statue. You have to get past all the guardians blocking your way, but you'll eventually find it. Number 37. If you saw the map of Hyrule and noticed ranch ruins and thought Lon Lon Ranch, you're not the only one, because I did too. The placement and scale of the ranch ruins is almost 1-to-1 with Lon Lon Ranch found in Ocarina of Time. Number 38. The lakes around Zora's Domain are named after some members of the Indigogos from Majora's Mask. You'll find Lulu Lake, Mikau Lake, and Toto Lake just east and north of Zora's Domain. Number 39. Around the Lost Woods, you'll find Lake Saria, Mido Swamp, and Mikar Island, named after Saria Mido and Mikar respectively. Number 40. Other locations in Hyrule reference many past characters and are purposely misspelled. Linebeck Island and Rauru Hillside are some of the smaller references, and there are many Easter eggs to discover on your map. Comment below and let us know any more Easter eggs and references you may have found, because there's a ton. Number 41. The Divine Beasts are also direct references to important characters in the series. Va Naboris is named after Nabaru, the Gerudo hero. Va Ruta alludes to the Zora princess Ruto from Ocarina of Time. Va Rudanya is a rearrangement of the name Darunia, the Goron hero from Ocarina of Time. And Va Medo references Medli, the Rito who assists Link in The Wind Waker. Number 42. Sound, overall, was an important element in the game. They felt ambient noise was a better fit for the tone of Breath of the Wild. Number 43. Since Link walks in many different environments and always with the player, sound designers worked hard to make the sound of his footsteps consistently natural. A lot of the time was spent in the Foley room. Number 44. There's even a sound effect for when a bokoblin picks its nose. This gross noise was created by moving a stick around in a wet cloth. Yuck. Number 45. The horn of bokoblins used to alert others was originally going to have the sound of a French horn, but while they were discussing it, a programmer said he had a similar looking horn as what the monsters use, so he brought it in to provide an authentic sound. That's pretty cool. Number 46. Although the music in Breath of the Wild is drastically different from music in other Zelda games, there are subtle nods to past themes interspersed. One of the earliest examples is in the Temple of Time, where, if you listen closely, the melody for the Temple of Time is played very slowly. Number 47. If you ride your horse during the daytime, you'll hear parts of the melody to Zelda's Lullaby. Riding your horse at nights gives you the hero's theme. Number 48. One of the more obvious throwbacks is the Rito Village theme, which is a version of the Dragon Roost Island theme from Wind Waker. Number 49. Rito Village's theme evolves depending on the completion of certain side quests, which help musicians return to the town. Number 50. Let's dive into some random tips. If you cook during the blood moon, you'll have critical success with cooking up powerful dishes. Number 51. If you cut grass, you'll occasionally generate crops, such as Hylian rice and Tabantha wheat. So if you're running out of resources and need some low-cost methods to get them, go back to the age-old tradition of cutting grass. Number 52. Horses are cool, but you can also tame other wildlife in the game, such as elk, a bear, a flaming bear, Lionels, kinda, and Satori, the Lord of the Mountain. You can also bring these mounts to the stable to see the reactions of the stable owners. Unfortunately, you can't keep them, so enjoy your new mount while it lasts. Number 53. Much like Link, horses are affected by Endura carrots as well. Horses get 1 extra stamina point when given an Endura carrot, allowing it to dash more. Number 54. Instead of charging for a spin attack, you can run around in a circle and press the attack button to do a spin attack without charging. Hey, that's actually way faster. Number 55. We know this game is great because dogs chase their own tails in it, but did you know that befriending these canines will actually benefit you because they'll lead you to buried treasure? Good boy. Number 56. If you're able to move these rusty ancient guardians, you'll find a lot more ancient materials under them. But how do you move them? Well, through cryonis, boulders, and other clever tactics. Number 57. If you're having trouble making your own recipes, you can always look at the posters hanging on the walls at the stables. These posters illustrate recipes for food and elixirs. You can also find recipes in books found in shops and houses. Number 58. Did you know you can sneak on the belly of a Hinox to grab the weapons around its neck? Simply walk onto its hand while it's down, and once the Hinox goes to scratch its belly, you'll plop right on it. It's extremely helpful if you're running out of weapons to use, but you gotta be sneaky. Number 59. If you're having some difficulty finding a shrine, this fact actually might come in handy. Birds circle around them, so always glance towards the sky. Number 60. If you find yourself lost in the Lost Woods, light a torch. The direction of the ashes fall in the direction you need to go. Geez, I really wish I knew that. Number 61. Temperature is a huge aspect of the game. If it's too cold or too hot, Link will not survive. But apart from the clothing or elixirs, there's another way to survive these extreme temperatures. Carry a torch or fire rod. Boom. Portable heat. If heat is more of your problem, same applies. Hold an ice weapon to fight off high temperatures. Number 62. The way temperature works in the game is so accurate to how it is in real life that being in the shade in the desert is cooler than walking directly under the sun. Number 63. Shock arrows will create electric fields if it hits metal or water. However, if it hits wood or the dirt, it'll act as a regular arrow. Number 64. Trying to use bomb arrows in the rain will only result in a dud, and using them in extremely hot areas such as Death Mountain will just result in an instant explosion. Trust me, it's happened many times to me. You think I learned my lesson? Guess not. Number 65. If you find yourself without food on Death Mountain or any place that's extremely hot, you can drop some ingredients on the ground to sear and toast it. If you're in the freezing cold, you can freeze your ingredients as well. Someone say popsicle? Number 66. Finding Link's memories might seem a little daunting at first, but there are several hints throughout the game to help ease the process. If you run into a painter during your travels, he will talk about an area in the game which happens to be the same area where you can find a memory. Another method to finding memories is by transcribing the Hylian text found on the top right of each image in the album. Oh, had I known that, I would have just done that in the first place. Number 67. Breath of the Wild has a secret ending for players who really work hard. If you manage to get all 13 memory photos and complete the main storyline, you'll get an additional post-credit cutscene. Number 68. One of the first memories that can be found in the game involved Zelda knighting Link. In her speech, she says, "Whether skyward bound, adrift in time, or steeped in glowing embers of twilight," referencing, of course, Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, and Twilight Princess. Number 69. A total of 120 shrines can be found in Hyrule. Successfully completing these shrines will grant the player with the Tunic of the Wild, Cap of the Wild, and Trousers of the Wild. This is the only way to get Link's classic green outfit without having to buy amiibo. Not a big fan of those trousers though, to be honest. Number 70. There are 900 Korok seeds spread across the vast game world. You might be thinking, if I collect them all, I'll definitely get something awesome. Well, sadly, collecting all of the Korok seeds will only amount to some crap. Literally, your grand prize is known as Hestu's Gift, which is a golden, swirly poop. Number 71. You can play the game in nothing but your boxer shorts, and NPCs will react to how nude you are in a variety of ways. Not to mention that Link has a particular flex when he doesn't wear a shirt. Number 72. During a rainstorm, villagers will often run away or complain about the rain if you talk to them. However, if you talk to a merchant in the rain, they'll sell you stuff at a discount. Everybody wins. Number 73. Indoor merchants have different pieces of dialogue if you talk to them while standing on their table. Makes sense. I mean, imagine the reactions you'd get in real life. Number 74. You can get other versions of Link's classic green look from various Link amiibo. While the armor of the hero and the armor of time are cool, I'm hoping to get the armor of wind from my Toon Link amiibo. So which do you prefer? Number 75. Yes, you can use any Legend of Zelda amiibo in the game for various results. Some will give you special items beyond clothing, and many of these are exclusive to the particular amiibo you scan. Number 76. Like when you first scan the Smash Series Link amiibo, you can summon Epona, the legendary horse. But don't forget to register her at the stable so you can keep her. Number 77. If you feel like scanning a non-Legend of Zelda amiibo, don't worry, you can still get something once per day. Though they'll mostly just drop ingredients for you to use. Can I say it? Okay, fine, I'm gonna say it. Gotta scan them all, gotta scan them all. That was bad. Number 78. If you find watching bokoblins extremely fun, there's a reason for that. They were purposefully programmed to do an array of strange things beyond dancing. And if you decide to throw an apple at them, they'll hurry over to their new meal excitedly. Number 79. Both bokoblins and moblins never learn to swim, so push them in the deep water and they drown. Number 80. The method comes in use since moblins can be found around water taking a bath or having a drink. Can you bear to do something so dark while they are acting so innocently? Well, they are a monster, so I guess so, yeah. Number 81. Even if they are hygienic, moblins aren't all that sweet. They do use bokoblins as weapons if they've run out of other tools. Number 82. The sky's the limit in Breath of the Wild. No, really. You can take a couple of octoballoons from killing Octoroks and attach them to one of the boats to create your very own airship. Number 83. Lizalfos absolutely adore boomerangs, and if you use one against them, they'll grab it and throw it back at you. Number 84. Even in death, Lizalfos really love their boomerangs. A Stalizalfos arm, when thrown, actually acts like a boomerang. Number 85. A merchant named Kilton will sell you monster masks, allowing you to approach enemies without raising suspicion. Of course, if you try this with Lionels, they'll quickly realize your trick and still attack you. Number 86. Sick of finding rusty weapons? Rather than fighting an Octorok, throw the worn weapon at them and they'll spit it back at you, and it'll be just like new. Number 87. Being able to dye many articles of clothing is a new feature in the game, but there's one particular piece that changes a bit more depending on your color preference. When dyeing the Barbarian helm, the painted pattern becomes different as well. Number 88. Link has different climbing animations depending on how challenging the climb is. Hard climbs may also use up more stamina, but then again, special gear can make you go faster. Number 89. Shigeru Miyamoto spent a whole hour just climbing trees when he first played the beta of the game. Our intern does the same. We can't stop her. Please, send help. Number 90. There's an island in the southeast portion of Hyrule called Eventide Island. Most players can take a boat or try swimming their way there. However, if you have enough stamina, you can actually use a Kuko to fly over there. Number 91. The Rito minstrel, Cass, sings about the shrines and riddles. If you pay close attention, you'll notice that each riddle is a different segment of Breath of the Wild's main melody. Number 92. If you want to get down a snowy mountain faster, you can ride a potlet or shield down as if it were a snowboard. Of course, this technique works on regular mountains as well, though shields break on rough terrain. We just wanted to picture Link as a snowboarder, so that's way cooler. Number 93. There's actually another clever way to use fire, and we're not talking about, setting your enemies on fire, because you can obviously do that. We're talking about the ground. If you set fire to the ground, you can use the heat it creates as an updraft to use your paraglider. I've used this so many times against Guardians, and it's very helpful. Number 94. Let's face it, you're going to die in this game. A lot. You're gonna die a lot. Trust me, I know. There's a lot of dying. But at least the game over screen might look slightly different depending on how it happens. For example, if you died by lightning, the text will appear in electrifying yellow, while freezing to death will make it blue. Number 95. If an enemy attacks a Guardian, chances are that Guardian will fight back. Tristan Cooper of Dorkley discovered this while fighting a Guardian when suddenly a stone talus attacked. Number 96. Breath of the Wild will be the first game in the series to receive a paid downloadable content. There's been mixed reactions with the fanbase, but hey, that means more Zelda's coming. Number 97. It should come as no surprise that this game has been highly rated by critics and players alike. While it doesn't have the highest rating in gaming history with its 97 Metascore, Breath of the Wild has the largest number of perfect review scores on Metacritic. Number 98. During the E3 stream, some people deciphered parts of the written text and found the words, "all your base are." We all know that sentence was going to end "belong to us." We get it.
All your base are belong to us.
Number 99. Ever since Wind Waker HD, taking selfies in the game has been a popular and fun thing to do. Not only only can Link take selfies with the Sheikah Slate in Breath of the Wild, you can also make him pose through the left joystick when holding down ZL. Number 100. The day the game was released, skilled modders put out a download to include Link's new look in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Anticipation was already so high. Number 101. This is actually the first time there are language dubs for the game, because it is the first time there is even voice acting in the Legend of Zelda title. This was done because producer Eiji Aonuma wanted to leave an impression on players. However, Link's grunts remain silently universal through every version. Number 102. You can play Breath of the Wild in 8 different languages on the Switch: Japanese, English, Spanish, Italian, German, French, Dutch, and Russian. If you want to switch to a language mid-play, you need to change the settings on your entire system, making the game text appear in the chosen language, including the audio dubs, except for Dutch, which uses the English audio. Number 103. Fun fact, speedrunners prefer using the German audio settings for their playthroughs, the simple reason being that cutscenes move a little faster, saving them valuable time on their speedruns. Number 104. There's an NPC named Brigo who stops you from jumping off the edge of Proxim Bridge. Thinking you are about to commit suicide, he asks you to come down through some encouraging words, and he says he'll stay with you and chat if you'd like that. Many believe Brigo was based off a real-life person, Kevin Briggs, otherwise known as the Guardian of Golden Gate Bridge, who has talked hundreds from jumping to their deaths in San Francisco. Number 105. In 2007, a student named Corey Bunnell asked an online forum how he could work for Nintendo in Japan as an American. Quickly, people realized that his name actually appears in Breath of the Wild's credits, meaning he made that dream a reality. That's amazing. Congratulations, Corey. Number 106. Robin Williams was a big fan of the Zelda franchise, going as far as to name his daughter Zelda. Nintendo hinted at a tribute to Williams, and it seems that he's memorialized as the NPC Dato. Number 107. The beloved Nintendo president Satoru Iwata passed away halfway through Breath of the Wild's development, but he was such an influential part of the team at Nintendo. Because of this, fans assume that Botrick, an NPC, is a tribute to Iwata due to the striking resemblance. But there's more evidence to Botrick that only scratches the surface of an Iwata tribute. Botrick constantly talks about Satori Mountain, where you can normally find a cherry blossom, but when the peak glows green, the Lord of the Mountain, also known as Satori, can be found there. And the entry for the holy animal on the Sheikah Slate states it is a reincarnation of a sage that died on the land it now protects. It's very sweet.
Well, dry your eyes, because I've got 107 Legend of Zelda facts here to tide you over until Tears of the Kingdom drops. This is 107 facts about the Legend of Zelda series. Number 1. For as many Zelda games that have come out over the years, there are plenty that never saw the light of day, and some weren't even video games, like the official Zelda pinball machine. Number 2. The Legend of Zelda pinball machine was being made by pinball pioneers Gottlieb. Number 3. In the early 1990s, Gottlieb had made a deal with Nintendo to produce 2 pinball machines based on Nintendo properties. Number 4. For the Zelda machine, Gottlieb even put legendary pinball designer John Norris on the project. Number 5. Norris would have based the pinball machine around A Link to the Past, which had recently been released for the Super Nintendo in 1991. Number 6. However, at some point, Gottlieb switched the pinball machine's design to an American Gladiators theme. Number 7. And so, the would-be Zelda pinball machine was released as a Gladiators pinball machine in 1993, and the Zelda pinball machine was effectively cancelled. Number 8. A few years later, Nintendo was planning an expansion to Ocarina of Time, tentatively called Ura Zelda, which translates to Another Zelda. Number 9. This Ura Zelda would have been a newer version of Ocarina of Time for the disc-based N64 peripheral, the 64DD. Number 10. Ura was planned to have rearranged dungeons as well as all new content for the game that wasn't included in the original release due to a lack of time and space on the N64 cartridge. Number 11. By 1998, Ura was delayed indefinitely in the wake of development problems related to the 64DD. Number 12. Soon after, the whole game was completely scrapped due to the poor commercial performance of the 64DD in general. Number 13. Lucky for Zelda fans, Ura Zelda didn't die there. The expansion would eventually be ported to the GameCube in 2002 in Japan as Zerura no Densetsu, Toki no Ocarina GC Ura. Number 14. North America and Europe would receive the same port of Ura a year later in 2003, but we know it as The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Master Quest. Number 15. In the late 90s, Nintendo entered a contract with Capcom and Capcom's subsidiary Flagship to deliver 3 Zelda games for the Game Boy Color. Number 16. These Capcom Zelda games were helmed by Yoshiki Okamoto. Flagship is his company, but he'd previously worked for Capcom on titles like Final Fight, Street Fighter II, and even Resident Evil. Number 17. The 3 games would be part of what Nintendo internally called the Triforce series, all under the umbrella name of the series, The Legend of Zelda: The Mysterious Acorn. Number 18. Each of the 3 games would be based on a piece of the Triforce, with each game having its own unique theme and gameplay focus. Number 19. The Chapter of Power would focus more on action and center around 4 seasons, with the Rod of Seasons letting players change the season to affect the game world. Number 20. The Chapter of Wisdom would be more centered around puzzles. This version was heavily based on colors, from the tools you use to the areas players visit. Number 21. The Chapter of Courage would be based on the concept of time, having the player travel to different times of day, morning, noon, evening, and night to solve puzzles. Number 22. Each game would feature its own respective Oracle character from Zelda lore as a major player in the story. Din would be in the Chapter of Power, Nehru in the Chapter of Wisdom, and Faror in the Chapter of Courage. Number 23. For the US release, the names of the chapters were changed to the Mystical Seed of Power, Wisdom, and Courage, respectively. Number 24. Also, each game was anticipated to be compatible with cell phone adapters as a way of connecting with each other. Think of it as a sort of wireless link cable. Number 25. To this day, it's hard to tell exactly just how they'd interact with each other, but Nintendo and Capcom planned for each game to be released about 6 weeks apart from each other to get people excited about the cross-game play. Number 26. If all of this sounds overly ambitious, it was. By 2000, the trilogy was scaled back to just 2 games due to limitations and complications that arose from the inter-game password system. And the whole cell phone angle was completely dropped. Number 27. The 2 games that made the cut were Mystical Seed of Power and Wisdom, eventually released in 2001 as Oracle of Seasons and Ages, respectively. Number 28. As for Mystical Seed of Courage, it never saw the light of day. However, the cancelled game still lives on as a reference in a different Capcom-made Zelda game, the Minish Cap for the Game Boy Advance. Number 29. Faror appears in both Oracle games, but also in the Minish Cap. However, of the 3 Oracles in the Minish Cap, she's the only one who does not have a house, a callback to her displaced would-be game for the Game Boy Color. Number 30. Fast forwarding to 2011, Nintendo had planned to release a Legend of Zelda compilation to celebrate the series' 25th anniversary. Number 31. The compilation would be similar to the Legend of Zelda collection from 2003 on the GameCube that included Zelda 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's, only this one would be on the Wii. Number 32. No telling what games would have been on it, and we'll never find out. Nintendo cancelled it because then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata and Shigeru Miyamoto thought it would be too similar to the Mario 25th Anniversary Collection released a year prior. Number 33. At one point, Retro Studios used to have their hands on the Zelda license. They're best known these days as the devs of Metroid Prime and the Donkey Kong Country Returns series. Years ago, Retro actually worked on 2 different Zelda projects. Number 34. The first one was only revealed in May 2020 by Sammy Hall, an artist contracted by Retro Studios. He showed off some concept art from when he worked on the game between 2005 and 2008. Number 35. Based on Hall's art, this game was planned to have a much darker tone for Zelda, more akin to Twilight Princess, which had released in 2006. Number 36. According to the art, the game didn't even star Link, but instead a male Sheik. The plot of the game would explore the origins of the character's journey actually becoming Master Sword. Number 37. The darker imagery Hall shared included a petrified Deku tree, a windfish-esque creature called a Kindlerfish, and a tribe of Dark Gerudo. Number 38. By Hall's account, the story of this game would take place during the bad ending of Ocarina of Time, where the Dark Gerudo are giving their 100-year birth to Ganon, likely a reference to a new incarnation of Ganondorf. Number 39. All that sounds pretty cool, if not a little different for Zelda, but how did it play? Well, Paul Tozor, a developer at Retro Studios at the time, did not have kind words about the project. Number 40. When approached after Hall's concept art went public, Tozor called the game an experiment gone wrong that happened to be set in the Zelda universe. He also added that at no point was it really anything like Zelda. Number 41. Based around the Wii hardware, the gameplay consisted of the main Sheik character standing in place as you attack wolves by waggling the Wiimote. It essentially boiled down to baby's first whack-a-mole. wormhole. Number 42. According to Tazur, this hyper-simple gameplay was retro, taking a hint from Link's crossbow training, arguing that simple gameplay was the way of the future. Number 43. Also, strangely, the main Sheik character would travel the overworld with battles being completely separate instances, similar to a traditional JRPG. Number 44. Retro developed this build over the course of about 9 months without any input or oversight from Nintendo before they presented their work to the higher-ups. Number 45. When they did, Nintendo pretty much hated what they saw and immediately rejected it. However, Tazor has clarified that he wasn't there for the meeting, so it is possible his managers at Retro never even brought the prototype to Nintendo's higher-ups at all. Number 46. So, the Sheik game blew up on the launchpad, but Retro's other Zelda games showed more promise. It even made it far enough to receive a title, Heroes of Hyrule. Number 47. Heroes of Hyrule would have featured 3 main characters, a Goron, a Zora, and a Rito. These titular heroes would be tasked with rescuing Link after Ganon captures him while he's trying to save Zelda. Number 48. They succeed, and Ganon gets trapped in a spellbook, which Link watches over for the next 100 years, growing old as he runs an antique shop. Unfortunately, there's no telling where the story goes from there. Number 49. As for the game itself, based on concept art, it plays out in an isometric view as a tactical game, similar to Final Fantasy Tactics. Number 50. Retro actually pitched this would-be tactical Zelda game to Nintendo, but just like the Sheik game, nothing ever came of it. Number 51. Something did come of Link's crossbow training though. If you can believe it, Shigeru Miyamoto had been flirting with the idea of a first-person Zelda game as far back as Ocarina of Time. Number 52. He actually proposed that Ocarina of Time be entirely first-person before it was pointed out that a first-person perspective wouldn't work with the whole young Link time travel angle. Number 53. Playing off of time travel, Miyamoto also put the idea out there of a first-person Zelda game where Link travels to the future and uses a realistic gun. That was shot down too. Number 54. Instead of a gun, Link's crossbow training gives you, a crossbow. As for the setting, it's based on the hidden village from Twilight Princess. Miyamoto was a fan of the village's spaghetti western theme and thought it would pair well with a shooting game. Number 55. Originally, the game was simply called Introduction to Wii Zapper, but that name was scrapped because the team believed it would be too close to Introduction to Wii, Wii Play's title in Japan. Number 56. Another proposed title was The Legend of Zelda Phantom Crossbow. This title also got dumped because the devs worried that the title would give off the impression of a grandiose mainline Zelda story instead of a simple spin-off. Number 57. The team actually wanted the game to have an elaborate story, but Miyamoto shut it down. He insisted that the game be a side story as opposed to an epic tale, effectively killing all the story ideas the team had been spitballing up to that point. Number 58. At one point, the team was so frustrated that they requested to throw the whole game out, rather than appear to be lazily reusing pre-existing assets. However, Miyamoto doubled down, insisting that they create a playable prototype. Number 59. From there, Nintendo of America assembled a focus group of hardcore Zelda fans and had them play the Link's crossbow training prototype. Miyamoto told his team that if the players didn't have fun, he'd back off and the project would be no more. Number 60. Sure enough, the Zelda fans had a blast. Any and all notes were sent to the dev team to incorporate in future builds and eventually, the final game. Number 61. Well, that final game would release in North America in November of 2007, trickling into other regions in the following months. Link's crossbow training didn't even hit Japan until May 1st, 2008. Number 62. The game included the Wii Zapper peripheral, the very first game to do so. Actually, the whole game was designed around a prototype Wii Zapper, a Wiimote nunchuck setup crudely Frankenstein together with rubber bands. Number 63. While Link's crossbow training is one of the more famous or infamous spin-offs, it's hardly the first. There's also BS Zelda no Densetsu, first released in 1995 for the Satellaview. Number 64. Basically, the Satellaview was an add-on for the Super Nintendo that allowed it to receive radio signals. Players would receive broadcasts of games that they could then play on the Satellaview. The BS in BS Zelda no Densetsu actually stands for Broadcast Satellite, the system used to distribute the signals. Number 65. BS Zelda no Densetsu was actually the first radio-integrated game ever, and the first of the Zelda series released by Nintendo to feature fully acted dialogue and narration. Number 66. Sure, the Legend of Zelda Philips CDI games technically did it first with their voice acting a few years earlier, but they weren't sanctioned by Nintendo, so they don't really count. Number 67. However, BS Zelda doesn't even star Link himself, but instead a generic hero of light, portrayed by the player's Satellaview avatar. All the other Legend of Zelda pieces are still there though. Rescuing Zelda, defeating Ganon, the whole thing. It's pretty much based on the first Zelda game for the NES. Number 68. So, how did it play? Well, the whole game played out while adhering to a strict in-game clock. At certain times, the game pauses and a message appears. Listen closely. At that point, the narrator of the game chimes in, either giving the player a new power or warning them about something going down in a different part of the map. Number 69. The whole time, players can see the in-game clock on screen, called Zelda time. The clock matched real-world timing and would not stop even if you paused the game. The clock was also tied to in-game events, like fairies appearing, the stunning and killing of all enemies in a room, or even granting unlimited item use for a time. Number 70. To properly beat out plot points in real time, the whole game was spread into 4 parts across 4 different broadcasts throughout the month of August, each only available to download within a 1-hour window. Number 71. This all sounds niche as hell, but it actually ended up being super popular when it first dropped in Japan. The first BS Zelda was popular enough to spawn 3 follow-ups. The first arrived later in 1995 as BS Zelda no Densetsu Map 2, a reworked, remixed version of the original broadcast with different dungeon layouts and item locations. Number 72. That was followed with 2 different Satellaview Zelda games inspired by Link to the Past, BS Zelda no Densetsu Inashie no Sekiban and Zelda no Densetsu Kamigami no Triforce. Number 73. While the latter is more or less a straightforward Satellaview port of A Link to the Past, Inashie no Sekiban took more liberties with the plot, again featuring a player-made avatar as the main character instead of Link. Number 74. Because of the live broadcast nature of these Satellaview games, Nintendo has never released any kind of hard copy version since their original broadcasts in the late 90s. Nowadays, the only way to get your hands on them is through the use of emulators. Number 75. If you're looking for even weirder spin-offs, then you'll be happy to hear that Tingle has his own series of games. Tingle first got his own game on the Nintendo DS, starting in 2006, with freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Number 76. The plot is essentially Tingle's origin story. You start off the game as a lonely, lazy 35-year-old man that you get to name. A voice compels him to a natural pool west of his house. It's the voice of the enigmatic Uncle Rupee. Number 77. Uncle Rupee entices the man into a Faustian bargain. Collect enough rupees to build a tower from the pool all the way up to the paradise of Rupee Land. However, rupees become the source of life. If he hits 0, he dies. Number 78. Then, Uncle Rupee gives him the classic green getup, changes his name to Tingle, and sends him off into the world to collect rupees across 3 continents in the hopes of reaching Nirvana in Rupee Land. Number 79. Of course, Uncle Rupee turns out to be a complete grifter, embezzling all the rupees to take over Rupee Land for himself, pulling the rug out from under Tingle's feet, and so Tingle and Uncle Rupee duke it out. Number 80. After Tingle beats Uncle Rupee, there are actually 2 different endings that can play out. If Tingle finds all of what's called the Rupee goods before the final battle, then he gives into his greed, living out the rest of his days in hedonism and luxury in Rupee Land. Number 81. If he doesn't find all the rupee goods, then he returns to his normal life, but the world is at peace and it starts raining rupees. Number 82. Freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land never released in North America, but it did come out in Europe in 2007, a year after the Japanese release. Number 83. Playing the game, you earn money by completing dungeons with some puzzle elements thrown in. You know, standard Zelda fare. However, there is an additional mechanic where you barter with NPCs. Number 84. It's simple. You name your price to buy items and information. If the price you offer is too low, you won't get anything. On the other hand, if it's too high, you may be getting ripped off. It's all about striking a balance. Number 85. The first Tingle game even got a sequel, Irozuki Tingle no Koi no Balloon Trip, or Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. This one was only released in Japan in August of 2009. Number 86. This time around, Tingle has some help from 3 different buddies he meets on his adventure: Kakashi the Scarecrow, Buriki the Tin Robot Woman, and a lion named Lion. Sound familiar? These 3 characters are based on the Scarecrow, Tin Man, and Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz. Number 88. Where the first Tingle game had bartering, Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love had its own unique flair: romance. There are 5 different ladies that Tingle must woo with gifts and smooth words to progress in the game's story. Number 89. More innocently, Tingle also got his own version of Balloon Fight for the DS in 2007, but it was only available for members of Nintendo's Platinum Club at the time. Number 90. I promise though, not every Zelda spin-off has Tingle in the spotlight. Just look at Cadence of Hyrule. It's a Legend of Zelda version of the rhythm-based indie dungeon crawler Crypt of the Necrodancer. Number 90. Like Crypt of the Necrodancer, Cadence of Hyrule was directed by Necrodancer creator Ryan Clark at Brace Yourself Games. Number 92. The crossover came about when Clark approached Nintendo with the possibility of including Zelda-centric DLC for Crypt of the Necrodancer's Switch port. Number 93. Nintendo was so impressed by Crypt of the Necrodancer that they took it a step further and gave Brace Yourself Games access to the Zelda license to make a whole game around the property, not just DLC. Number 94. It's pretty out of character for Nintendo to lend license to an indie studio like Brace Yourself Games. When they do collaborate with third parties, they usually only buddy up with larger studios and publishers. Number 95. For example, they lent the Zelda license to Koei Tecmo to make Hyrule Warriors, a Legend of Zelda version of the long-standing Dynasty Warriors series. It was first released in 2014 for the Wii U. Number 96. Team Ninja lead developer Yosuke Hayashi and Koei Tecmo executive vice president Hisashi Koinuma were talking about possible Warriors Nintendo collaborations. They went with Zelda because they loved the series. Number 97. When they proposed the collab to Eiji Aonuma, Zelda's series director, they used their One Piece Warriors game One Piece Pirate Warriors as an example for the feel of the game and how a collab would work. Number 98. Well, Aonuma was impressed. Nintendo went for it, and Aonuma was even put on the game as a supervisor. Number 99. Koei Tecmo pulled out all the stops to make Hyrule Warriors. While Warriors titles are usually developed by the studio Omega Force, Koei Tecmo also brought in Team Ninja to help with the one-on-one fights and just throw some general freshness into the Warriors formula. Number 100. While Hyrule Warriors has tons of playable characters in the final release, one didn't quite make the cut. A female version of Link called Linkle. She was thrown out at one point during the development. Number 101. Yet, sketches of the character appeared in the art book for Hyrule Warriors that was included in the Japanese limited editions of Hyrule Warriors. Number 102. Koei Tecmo actually asked fans who else they'd wanted to see as playable characters in Hyrule Warriors. Sure enough, word had gotten out about Linkle and her name was towards the top of the suggestion pile. Number 103. Well, Koei Tecmo obliged. Linkle was included as a playable character for Hyrule Warriors Legends, the port for the 3DS released in 2016. Number 104. It didn't stop there though. Hyrule Warriors had enough legs to even be ported to the Nintendo Switch as Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. This Switch version includes all the content from both Wii U and 3DS versions, as well as updated Breath of the Wild looks for both Link and Zelda. Number 105. For story placement, Aonuma himself said that Hyrule Warriors is definitively not canon, as it takes place in an alternate universe. However, he did mention that while not in-universe, Hyrule Warriors is still connected to the timeline. Number 106. There's no question that Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity is in-universe though. This Warriors follow-up serves as a prequel, taking place 100 years before Breath of the Wild during the Great Calamity. Number 107. Nintendo and the Zelda team were much more hands-on this time around. They collaborated directly with Koei Tecmo on everything from game direction, the world itself, and even all of the game's dialogue. Breath of the Wild prequels are nice and everything, but I can think of something better. A Breath of the Wild sequel. Wrap your head around that.
The Legend of Zelda is one of the most iconic video game licenses. To celebrate 35 years of the franchise, here's a selection of 89 surprising facts about The Legend of Zelda. The initial theme for The Legend of Zelda was a remake from the Bolero from Maurice Ravel. As the classic piece was still under copyright, composer Koji Kondo had one night to create a new theme for The Legend of Zelda. His overnight composition is now one of the most popular themes in gaming history. Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of The Legend of Zelda, is a fan of Disney. When he created Link, he took his inspiration from Peter Pan. Both heroes have similar green outfits, pointy ears, and a magical fairy by their side. Epona, Link's horse, takes her name from Celtic mythology. Epona is the protector of horses in the Gallo-Roman religion and protects our hero in The Legend of Zelda. Before getting its mythological name, Epona was supposed to be called Ow. Princess Zelda's name was inspired by Zelda Fitzgerald, an American author. Her spouse was author F. Scott Fitzgerald, known for The Great Gatsby and The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. Robin Williams named his daughter after Princess Zelda. The actor was a longtime fan of Nintendo.
Well done, Zelda. But you have a lot to learn before you become a master.
When the time came to name their first daughter, Robin Williams and his wife decided to call her Zelda, as a tribute to The Legend of Zelda. Link and Mario were both created by the same person, Shigeru Miyamoto. Link is part of the Mario Brothers family and appears in Super Smash Bros. And Mario Kart. Shigeru Miyamoto is a fan of FPS games. He initially wanted to develop Ocarina of Time with a first-person view, but it was not possible as we needed to see Link through the different timelines. Some players realized that the music of Majora's Mask was not only great as it was, but also could be played backwards while remaining harmonious. We will let you judge for yourself. In the first version of Ocarina of Time, the theme of the Fire Temple included a call to prayer from a Morrison. To avoid controversy, it was later removed from the other versions of the game. In 1990, a young boy called Chris Houlihan won a contest organized by Nintendo Power magazine. The grand prize of this contest was a dedicated Easter egg in the upcoming Zelda: A Link to the Past. Released 1 year later, the game includes a secret room with a stone, which gives homage to Chris Houlihan when you touch it. When creating the Triforce for The Legend of Zelda, Shigeru Miyamoto took his inspiration from the symbol of a powerful samurai clan called the Hoyo, who ruled over Japan between 1203 and 1333. The Legend of Zelda is the very first game to introduce a saving feature on console. Did you know that a simple fishing rod could help you defeat the most powerful villain in The Legend of Zelda? If you wield your fishing rod in front of Ganondorf in Twilight Princess, the villain will stare at the fishing rod, forgetting to even hit you. In the original Final Fantasy, 3 graves lay in the cemetery of Athia. One of those graves is for Link, a nod from Square Enix to their rival, Nintendo. It was removed from the American version, where Link's grave is replaced by the one of Eredrick from Dragon Quest. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is the only game with a Metacritic ranking of 99. 23 years after its initial release, it remains the video game with the best Metacritic score ever. The universe of The Legend of Zelda is inspired by legend from Ridley Scott. The action of this movie takes place in a heroic fantasy world filled with goblins, elves, unicorns, and other mythical creatures. The Triforce was initially meant to be a way for Link to travel through different timelines. The name of Link is a reminder of the hero's mission, being a link between different worlds and eras. Link is famous for the sound that he makes whenever using his sword, pushing a boulder, or just running around. In the original The Legend of Zelda, Link could even defeat enemies just by yelling at them. The Japanese version of the game on Famicom enticed players to make a loud noise in the controller's microphone to scare away Pol's voices before entering a fight. Even if Link could yell his way out of battles, he wasn't always meant to do so. Shigeru Miyamoto wanted to create a silent hero anyone could identify with. Link and Mewtwo are both dubbed by the same woman. Fujiko Takimoto is the woman behind Link's famous yell we mentioned just before. She also dubbed Taki in Soul Calibur and young Asuma in Naruto. The first Legend of Zelda game had a subtitle removed from the English version. Its full name was The Legend of Zelda: The Hyrule Fantasy. The reason there are so many caves in The Legend of Zelda is that its creator, Shigeru Miyamoto, once found himself lost in a cave as a kid. He wanted to recreate this feeling of adventure in the game, leading to several caves for Link to discover. In Breath of the Wild, if you take your shirt off in front of Hetsu, once he is returned to the Korok Forest, he will greet you with a song celebrating the fact that you are both naked. The Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages were supposed to be part of a trilogy. The third opus, The Legend of Zelda Mystical Seed of Courage, never came out due to connectivity issues with the other two games. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening takes its surreal vibe from Twin Peaks. The creators of Link's Awakening revealed that Twin Peaks was rather popular when they developed the game, so they wanted to recreate the feeling of a small community with odd characters. When it's raining outside in Breath of the Wild, wandering merchants discount their prices. Breath of the Wild almost included hunger management, but the developers figured players would starve to death running around. Instead, they added cooking as a bonus to refill energy, but with no consequences if you skip a meal. The first dungeon of Oracle of Seasons is a reference to the first dungeon of the original Legend of Zelda. Their layout are similar, and both entrances are hidden under a dead tree. Wind Waker was supposed to have more content, but the team had to rush the game to get it out before Christmas. They removed 2 dungeons and virtually increased playtime with a tedious quest to gather all Triforce pieces. The German version of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening is not as innocent as other versions. Some monsters make sexual references, such as "no condom" or "give me your juice, I'll give you mine." The same German translator worked on Secret of Mana, hiding secret messages through translation. Navi, the fairy following Link throughout The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, is a nickname for fairy navigation system.
Hey, listen!
A hidden video in Majora's Mask shows Link doing crunches and push-ups to warm up before his next battle. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening is the first game of the series that doesn't mention the Triforce, Zelda, Ganon, and Hyrule. Fishing was not a feature initially planned in The Legend of Zelda. It appeared as a side project when one of the developers created a fish for an underwater temple. He decided to try adding a fishing minigame, which eventually made it into the final game. Ocarina of Time 3D includes several Easter eggs, like a poster of Link from Skyward Sword in the Lon Lon Ranch. In the German version of Ocarina of Time, the carpenters imprisoned throughout Gerudo's fortress are called John, Paul, George, and Ringo, just like the Beatles. The Song of Healing in Majora's Mask is the same as Saria's song from Ocarina of Time, but played backward at a slower tempo. In The Wind Waker, a shop owner displays several masks in his boutique, identical to the ones from The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. In Japan, the back of Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons form a single picture showing Princess Zelda and the Triforce. Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons are the only games from The Legend of Zelda that have an impact on each other. The ending of one of the games gives players a code that they could use to unlock special events in the other game. Ganondorf was supposed to be in Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons, but didn't make it to the final version of the game. The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass includes an island that looks exactly like a Nintendo DS. Its name? DS Island. Bodrick, a helpful NPC from The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, is modeled after former Nintendo CEO Satoru Iwata, who saved the company before passing away from cancer in 2015. In The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, the Deku Leaf blows off the wandering merchants' hats, revealing they are all Gorons. The magic hammer from The Legend of Zelda A Link to the Past is known as MC Hammer in Japan, a reference to the singer of You Can't Touch This that didn't make it to the other versions of the game. According to Shigeru Miyamoto, creator of The Legend of Zelda, Link is not human. His pointy ears gives him an elf look, but Miyamoto never said more about this topic. In The Legend of Zelda The Minish Cap, there are only 2 houses for the 3 oracles. It's a reference to the 3rd chapter of the Oracle series, which never made it to production. With the Nintendo 64, The Legend of Zelda finally went from 2D to 3D. As the team increased realism on all characters, the wife of director Yoshiaki Koizumi declared that all Nintendo characters had a weird nose. They completely reworked Link's nose, improved his haircut, and the way his ears appeared to make him better looking than the other Nintendo heroes. The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures includes a curious file named smw.ast on its disc. It is Super Mario World's theme, which cannot be played in the game. Its presence in 4 Swords remains a mystery. The Japanese version of The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures included an additional game mode called Navi Tracker. This feature never made it out of Japan. Phantom Hourglass has a hidden temple used by developers to test the game. The file called player_dungeon is a small temple made of 4 rooms. Players who got a pirated version of The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks couldn't see the train whistle required to start the adventure. It was an attempt from Nintendo to stop pirating, but players managed to activate the whistle even if it was not visible. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is the first game to introduce the lock-on feature to track enemies while in a fight. This feature, also called Z-targeting, is now a standard for 3D fights in all games. In the Spanish version of The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks, Chancellor Cole is renamed Machiavello. It is a direct reference to Niccolo Machiavelli, the author of The Prince. In The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, Link was not supposed to be the only playable character. He was meant to be a member of a trio, alongside a magician and a fairy. Instead, he remains alone, and additional characters will just be there to guide him. In The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds, part of the theme of Lorule Castle is the theme of Hyrule Castle playing backward. The developers of Hyrule Warriors initially planned on adding a level where the only goal would be to cut grass. The idea didn't make it to the final game. Triforce Heroes is the only game in the series where Link cannot use his shield to block attacks. In The Wind Waker, Link faces gelatinous monsters called choo-choos. These blobs make a high-pitched yell when we attack them, but this yell is not random. It is actually a fight between 2 people, played backward and faster. One of them says, "At least I'm not bald," while the other answers, "At least I'm not a monster." Impa, the nursemaid of Princess Zelda that appears on several games from The Legend of Zelda, wasn't always meant to be a female. Artworks for Twilight Princess reveal that the team was planning on turning Impa into an old man with a beanie and a rather impressive mustache. To promote Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess, Nintendo didn't use the official theme of The Legend of Zelda. Instead, they used the music from Conan the Barbarian to emphasize the epic quest Link is about to live. The ranch ruins in Breath of the Wild are the ruins of the Lon Lon Ranch from Ocarina of Time. The ranch we once saved by winning a race with Epona is now in ruins, but we can still see the remains of buildings and fences. While waiting for other players in Triforce Heroes, it is possible to spawn a ball by rushing into walls. While it is in the air, the ball plays some of the most popular musical themes from The Legend of Zelda. The Bow Wow from The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening is exactly the same as the Chain Chomp from the Mario series. The German translation of The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time makes a direct reference to Pokemon. When we talk to Princess Zelda wearing a fox mask, she asks if we are one of those cute pocket monsters. In The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, the color of the game over message reveals the way Link died. The message is red if Link fell in battle, yellow if he was electrocuted, orange if he burned, or blue if he froze to death. Tingle, a reoccurring merchant from The Legend of Zelda, is so popular in Japan, he got his own spin-off video game called Freshly Picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land, as well as 3 additional Japan-exclusive games. In all Legend of Zelda games, Link only spoke twice. He says "come on" in the co-op mode of Wind Waker, and "giddy up" when calling Epona in Twilight Princess. Other than these 2 times, Link mainly yells when we hear him. The city of Skyloft in The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword is inspired by the French Mont Saint-Michel. When Nintendo revealed the Wii Zapper, a kind of pistol for the Wii Remote, the developers of The Legend of Zelda wanted to introduce this feature in their next game. Shigeru Miyamoto wanted to create a new adventure for Link in the future, in an environment similar to Terminator. The rest of the team didn't feel like it, and the project eventually ended as Link's crossbow training. Renaming your save file Zelda, Marin, or Todokeke in Link's Awakening changes the music in the player's select screen. There are several levels in The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening that come straight from Mario games with its 2D platformer look and Goombas trying to bite you. If you crouch and turn around yourself near a tame dog in Breath of the Wild, the dog will mimic you and start twirling too. Since the beginning of this video, we have seen plenty of images of Link. However, have you ever looked at the way he wields his weapons? Link uses his sword with his left hand, while his right hand holds a shield. Even though I just said that Link was left-handed, he made 3 exceptions. In Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, and Breath of the Wild, Link changes his dominant hand to simplify the gameplay for the Wii Remote and Joy-Con for right-handed players. A shop in Mabe Village from The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening displays a Yoshi doll based on the famous dinosaur from the Mario series. In The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Link faces some zombie-like creatures called Re-Dead or Lurkers in the Dark. When we kill one of them, all the others gather around the body as if they were sad about the passing of their companion. But they are not. They are actually eating the poor lad, who is definitely dead and re-dead. Following the success of Ocarina of Time, the team started working on an extension called Ura Zelda. Eiji Aonuma, the designer in charge of the dungeons, didn't want to work on a sequel of a game he considered finished. Shigeru Miyamoto challenged him. If he could make a whole new game in less than a year, he wouldn't have to work on Ura Zelda. 1 year later, Majora's Mask was born. Terran from The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening takes his appearance from Mario, the other popular hero from Shigeru Miyamoto. Luigi also made an appearance in The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, inspiring the design of the hen housekeeper breeding cuckoos. There is no better way to upset a Legend of Zelda fan than to mistake Link for Zelda. Saving your game as Zelda in the original game on Famicom Disk System unlocks a remastered second quest with restructured dungeons in new areas. The village of Lurlin in Breath of the Wild is the same as Outset Island in Wind Waker. The overall village layout is the same with its lookout tower and sandy beaches. In The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, Mr. White receives a letter with a photograph of no other than Princess Peach from the Mario series. In The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, you could fix a sign you broke by playing Zelda's Lullaby. The 2D prototypes of Breath of the Wild are similar to the original Legend of Zelda. Nintendo revealed an 8-bit version of the game, throwing some good old vibes to fans of the franchise. Ganondorf's full name is Ganondorf Dragmire. This name was added by the American translation team and later officialized by Nintendo on the Legend of Zelda website. Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of The Legend of Zelda, revealed that Link's surname was Link. The hero is officially Link. And that concludes our list of 89 surprising facts about The Legend of Zelda.
The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom came out in May 2023 and immediately became a cult classic and a serious Game of the Year contender. Despite the game's popularity, many players don't know about all the little secrets hidden within Tears of the Kingdom, from nods to previous games to lesser-known trivia. Welcome back to the Leaderboard. We've got one heck of a video for you today, but before we get started, here's a quick word from our sponsor, Atlas VPN. With more than 6 million users worldwide, Atlas VPN makes the internet more accessible and secure for everyone. Not only does it protect you from malicious links, ads, trackers, and anyone looking to violate your privacy, looking at you, big internet, it's also the best VPN deal on the market. Add that to the ability to access region-locked content from anywhere in the world, and you've got a top-notch VPN. You can grab their summer deal right now and get all of Atlas VPN's great features on all of your devices for only $1.83 per month, plus 3 extra months for free. This even comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Click the link in the description to take advantage of this great deal before time runs out. Speaking of time running out, doesn't Link have to save Hyrule before Ganon ruins everything? Right, we've got some Zelda facts to run through. I'm Keegan, and here are 107 facts that you should know about The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Number 1. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is the sequel to 2017's Breath of the Wild, but you already knew that, didn't ya? Number 2. Tears of the Kingdom is only the second direct sequel in the whole Legend of Zelda series. The other one is Majora's Mask, which continues the events of Ocarina of Time. Number 3. Let's continue with something else you also probably already know. Tears of the Kingdom takes place a few years after Breath of the Wild, in which Link successfully defeated Calamity Ganon. Number 4. Killing Calamity Ganon didn't get Hyrule rid of the main antagonist of the Legend of Zelda franchise, since Ganondorf soon returns and causes chaos in Hyrule. Ganondorf's gloom causes the Hyrule castle to float into the sky, new caves appear, as well as a dangerous dimension known as the Depths. Number 5. The Depths are a new zone to explore in Tears of the Kingdom, mirroring the ground level where Hyrule's mountains are trenches and water is walls. Number 6. While exploring the Depths may sound like a fun new way to discover the world of Hyrule, it isn't without danger. The Depths are filled with gloom, a dangerous substance that drains Link's life. It's also home to some of the deadliest creatures in Tears of the Kingdom, so you better be ready before heading there. Number 7. High risk, high reward. While the Depths are dangerous, this zone contains some of the rarest treasures in the entire game. Number 8. Besides deadly monsters imbued with gloom, the Depths are also home to the Yiga clan, the Sheikah assassins Link meets in Breath of the Wild. Number 9. While Link defeated the Yiga clan's leader, Master Koga, in Breath of the Wild, it seems this villain survived and fell into the Depths. Seeking revenge against Link and Zelda, Master Koga led the Yiga clan and explored the depths to find remnants of Zonai technology to create a powerful weapon. Number 10. Most of the Yiga clan roams around in the depths, but the main clan's hideout remains in the Gerudo Highlands, just like in Breath of the Wild. Number 11. As the name suggests, the depths are the deepest zone in Tears of the Kingdom, a glitch used to let players go out of bounds, so now there's a flat ground covered with invisible gloom at negative 3080 below the surface level to prevent Link going any deeper. Number 12. Gloom, the dark red ooze found mostly in the depths, is equivalent to Breath of the Wild's malice and represents Ganondorf's evil forces overtaking Hyrule. Number 13. Gloom causes damage to Link and destroys his heart containers. Link can eat however he wants and he won't be able to restore these lost hearts easily. Number 14. To restore hearts lost from the effects of gloom in the depths, Link either needs to go back to the surface or use Light Root to get the heart containers back. And even then, this won't automatically heal the hearts. Number 15. Another way to restore lost hearts by gloom is the new Sunny modifier acquired when cooking Sundelions. A dish with the Sunny modifier will restore hearts even if they're lost to gloom, which can help Link survive longer in the depths. Number 16. On top of restoring lost hearts, the light roots reveal a portion of the depths map, create a fast travel point, and bring some light to the otherwise dark depths. Number 17. The only other way for Link to light up dark places is to use bright bloom seeds that he can find in caves and underground places. Number 18. Light roots are located directly below shrines from the surface, except for the Kawakarat light root, which is slightly further away from the Turakawak shrine. Number 19. As you may have noticed, with the Kawakarat light root and the Turakawak shrine, the name of a light root is the name of the shrine located above it, spelled backward. Number 20. Each shrine located on the surface has a light root equivalent, but shrines in the sky do not. Number 21. Gloom spawns are one of the most dangerous enemies Link encounters during his adventures throughout Hyrule. These gloom hands will chase him out of their territory, and while Link can't outrun them on foot, an easy way to dodge the gloom spawns is to climb up a vertical wall or pillar. Number 22. Defeating a group of gloom spawns can trigger the appearance of Phantom Ganon, a version of Link's nemesis made of gloom. Number 23. Phantom Ganon makes his return with Tears of the Kingdom after almost 2 decades away from Zelda games. His last appearance dates back to 2004's Four Swords Adventures. Number 24. A group of gloom spawns corrupted the Great Deku Tree and the Korok Forest, making the iconic tree from the Legend of Zelda series sick with gloom coming from its interior. Number 25. Once Link manages to dodge the gloom spawns, they will drop 2 to 3 dark clumps, an ingredient used to cook meals with the gloom resistance effect. The more dark clumps in the recipe, the better the level of resistance. Number 26. Don't cook dark clumps on their own, or you will end up with dubious food. Link can reluctantly eat this gross meal, but it will restore a random amount of hearts. Number 27. Only one person can save a failed meal. Moza, the cook from the Rococa Hills well. She can transform dubious food or rock hard food into monster stew for 10 rupees. Number 28. Speaking of meals, there are a total of 214 that Link can cook in Tears of the Kingdom. Number 29. The code of Tears of the Kingdom reveals a list of additional meals, but they can't be obtained in the game. Number 30. When he cooks, Link hums different tunes from past Zelda games such as Saria's Song and Epona's Song from Ocarina of Time, Zelda's Lullaby from Link to the Past, the Ballad of the Windfish from Link's Awakening, Ballad of the Goddess from Skyward Sword, or even the Legend of Zelda main theme. Number 31. Depending on the region he's cooking from, Link can hum any champion's theme from Breath of the Wild, such as Cass's theme and the Champion's Ballad. Number 32. Music is not the only recurring item from past Zelda games. Armor sets from Tears of the Kingdom are also inspired by previous installments, such as Link's traditional green tunic with the Awakening set and the Fierce Deity's mask from Majora's Mask. Number 33. The Awakening set not only grants Link his green tunic, but also changes his appearance to make him look like his chibi counterpart in Link's Awakening. Number 34. While we're talking about Link's green tunic, do you know where it comes from? According to Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of The Legend of Zelda, Link's green tunic and hat were inspired by Disney's version of Peter Pan. Number 35. On top of these armors, Link can get his iconic Hylian shield in Tears of the Kingdom by heading to the docks underneath Hyrule Castle. Number 36. To reveal the map of Hyrule in Tears of the Kingdom, Link needs to be shot from Skyview Towers. Once opened, he gets launched into the sky and uses his Purapad to scan the land. Number 37. The Purapad works like the Sheikah Slate from Breath of the Wild, with a compendium showing every monster, weapon, and ingredient Link photographed during his journey. Number 38. The Sheikah Slate looked like a Wii U pad as Breath of the Wild initially came out on that platform. Since Tears of the Kingdom was released on the Nintendo Switch, the Purapad looks like Nintendo's latest console. Number 39. The Purapad is an invention from Purah, whom we met in Breath of the Wild. The director of the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab helped Link repair the Sheikah Slate and created her own upgraded version of this device. Number 40. Purah's appearance changed a lot between Breath of the Wild and its sequel. Her experimentations with an anti-aging rune made her look like a young girl in the first game, despite Purah being around 124 years old. In Tears of the Kingdom, she perfected her solution to look like a grown woman. Number 41. Link can customize his paraglider with 53 different fabrics, giving Link's glider a unique appearance. Number 42. One of these paraglider fabrics is a direct reference to Breath of the Wild. The nostalgic fabric is the same one as in the prequel and can be found in the exact same spot where Link first got his paraglider in Breath of the Wild. Number 43. While paragliding and exploring the sky is a key element in Tears of the Kingdom, it's actually the second game in the franchise to focus on the skies, after 2011's Skyward Sword. Number 44. Producer Eiji Aonuma explained that the development team wanted Link to be able to fall down from the sky to the surface in Skyward Sword, but the technical limitations of the Wii made it impossible. That's the reason why Link was only able to dive from specific locations and not just jump down anywhere he wanted. The release of the Nintendo Switch finally let the developers create this seamless vertical mobility and ended up being one of the main mechanics in Tears of the Kingdom. Number 45. Hidemaru Fujibayashi, director of Tears of the Kingdom, was also the director of Skyward Sword. He helped introduce a variety of elements to the Zelda series, including the skydiving mechanic that is central to Tears of the Kingdom. Number 46. While we're talking about the producer and director, here's one more feature the duo brought to Tears of the Kingdom: Ascend. This mechanic was initially a debug feature to allow the tech team to easily get out of caves, as running back to the entrance every time proved tiresome. They found this mechanic really interesting and decided to keep it in the final version of the game. game. Number 47. Shigeru Miyamoto, Nintendo's game director and creator of The Legend of Zelda and Mario among others, was less involved in the development of Tears of the Kingdom than previous entries in the franchise, because he was too busy working as a producer for the 2023 Super Mario Bros. Movie. Number 48. Back to Link. Did you notice that Tears of the Kingdom is one of the few games in the Zelda series that doesn't start with Link waking up? And he doesn't even get knocked unconscious shortly after the beginning of the game, unlike in Majora's Mask. Number 49. In Breath of the Wild, Link can buy a house in Hateno Village. However, sometime before the events of Tears of the Kingdom, this house seems to change ownership, as now it's referred to as Zelda's house and not Link's. Number 50. The inside of the house has been redecorated since Breath of the Wild, except for a framed picture that may seem familiar to some players. At the end of the Champions Ballad DLC, Link, Zelda, and the Champions all take a picture together. This picture is now framed in Link, or rather Zelda's house. Number 51. The well behind the house became Zelda's place to retreat when she wanted a little peace. Link can find her diary there, as well as a chest containing a well-worn hairband. Using it changes Link's hairdo to make it look more like the one he had in Breath of the Wild. Number 52. While the change of house ownership suggests that Link and Zelda have been living together between the events of Breath of the Wild and its sequel, nothing is explicitly stated in Tears of the Kingdom. Number 53. Tears of the Kingdom is the 20th main entry in the Legend of Zelda series. Number 54. To build the hype before the release of Tears of the Kingdom, Nintendo teamed up with Snapchat to create a special Adventure Awaits filter featuring a countdown clock to May 12, 2023. Number 55. Tears of the Kingdom sold 10 million copies within its first 3 days of release, making it the fastest selling entry in the Legend of Zelda franchise. It's also the fastest selling Nintendo game in the West, not only for the Nintendo Switch, but for all other systems. Number 56. Despite being in pretty bad shape, the Master Sword is present in Tears of the Kingdom. Fi, the humanoid spirit who resides in this weapon and guides Link across his adventures in past games, gets one of her most important roles in the entire franchise. Number 57. Zelda refers to the Master Sword as she instead of it as a vessel for Fi's spirit. Number 58. Since we're talking about our dear princess, here's something you may not know about Zelda. Her favorite food is fruitcake. Yes, someone's favorite food can be fruitcake. Number 59. Zelda's favorite flower is the Silent Princess, a rare and endangered flower species. Number 60. Zelda's choice of flowers is quite fitting, as Tears of the Kingdom is only the second game where Zelda gets English voice acting. The first one was Breath of the Wild. Number 61. Patricia Somerset voices Princess Zelda in Tears of the Kingdom. She's also the one behind Phantom Ganon's voice. Number 62. Zelda's French voice actor, Adeline Chatail, previously dubbed Jinx in League of Legends, Mei in Overwatch, and Ellie in The Last of Us. Number 63. One last piece of info about the French dub and then we move on. The voice of Ganondorf is the same as Kratos from God of War. Frederick Souterelle voices both characters. And if you don't know the full story of Kratos yet, check out our timeline video that sums up the entire story of the God of War series. Number 64. Since Link doesn't talk much, he doesn't have a dedicated English dub. Kengo Takanishi does Link's voice acting in all languages. Number 65. Matthew Mercer provides the English dub for the main antagonist of Tears of the Kingdom, Ganondorf. He previously voiced Goro Majima in Yakuza Like a Dragon, Cassidy in Overwatch, Leon S. Kennedy in Resident Evil 6, and will soon be heard as Minsk in Baldur's Gate 3, among many other works in popular anime, films, and video games. Number 66. Tears of the Kingdom was initially planned as a DLC for Breath of the Wild, but the development team had so many new ideas that Nintendo eventually decided to create a new game that continues the adventures of Link and Zelda. Number 67. Since Tears of the Kingdom was not initially meant to be a standalone game, there are plenty of similarities between Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Producer Eiji Aonuma admitted that the team sometimes struggled to differentiate the two games, especially as they wanted to create something new, all while remaining close to the original game. Number 68. Tears of the Kingdom references previous games in the series through small details. For instance, the fresh milk bottles you can buy have a logo that is a reference to Lon Lon Ranch, which is now in ruins. Number 69. The development of Tears of the Kingdom began in 2017, just after the release of Breath of the Wild. Number 70. To avoid any leak prior to the official announcement of the game during E3 2019, Nintendo kept the game's development a secret not only to the press, but also to some of its own employees, who discovered the existence of the game when the official trailer went live. Number 71. Producer Eiji Aonuma revealed that the development of Tears of the Kingdom had been finished at least a year prior to its official release date. The development team decided to push the release date further to refine the physics engine and carry out more tests ahead of the game's launch. Number 72. Tears of the Kingdom is compatible with various amiibo from previous Zelda games. Each amiibo unlocks a unique glider fabric, and some bring additional rewards, ranging from weapons and armor to Link's faithful horse, Epona. Number 73. Epona can only be obtained via amiibo, but that doesn't mean that Link goes around Hyrule on foot. Any horse Link tamed in Breath of the Wild automatically joins the hero in Tears of the Kingdom. Number 74. On top of using bows from horseback, Link can also use a spear while riding in Tears of the Kingdom. Number 75. Horses not only allow Link to travel across Hyrule faster, but they can also pull various objects with the towing harness. Number 76. All horses aren't made equal. They each have a strength, speed, stamina, and pull value, which can be upgraded by the horse god Melania near the East Akala stable. Number 77. Melania has her own music theme, which is a mix between Epona's song and the Great Fairy's Fountain theme. Number 78. 3 horses cannot be upgraded: Epona, the giant white stallion, and the giant horse. Number 79. Stall horses are skeletal horses that roam around the depths at night. Besides looking pretty cool, they have one major advantage: Link cannot take damage from gloom while riding one of them. Number 80. One of the most unique horses from Tears of the Kingdom belongs to Zelda. Link can tame Zelda's horse to get a golden steed with a gentle temperament. Number 81. Producer Eiji Aonuma said the development team wanted Link to be able to go underground in Breath of the Wild, but the technical limitations of the Wii U made this impossible. That's why they had to wait for the Nintendo Switch to add this feature. Number 82. Each dungeon is unique and has characteristics linked to its environment. Number 83. Tears of the Kingdom is the 4th Zelda game where Ganondorf appears as his true self, and not as the Demon King Ganon. His previous appearances in human form were in Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess. Number 84. When he first appeared in Ocarina of Time, Ganondorf had round ears. His ears got pointier in all following games, including Tears of the Kingdom. Number 85. Ganondorf doesn't express any interest in the Triforce in only 3 games: Four Swords Adventures, Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages, and Tears of the Kingdom. Number 86. The size difference between Link and Ganondorf is huge. While Link is about 5'2", Ganondorf is 7 foot 6 inches tall. Number 87. Tears of the Kingdom is the 2nd game in the entire franchise where Ganondorf doesn't transform into Ganon. The only other one is Wind Waker. Number 88. While Ganondorf's favorite gemstone is Topaz, he doesn't wear one on his forehead, preferring the power of the Secret Stone. Number 89. Secret Stones are new artifacts introduced in Tears of the Kingdom. They come from the Zonai, a prehistoric civilization who supposedly descended from the gods who came from the sky. Number 90. Senior lead artist Makoto Yonezu revealed that the word Zonai was an anagram of the Japanese word Nazo, meaning mystery or puzzle. Number 91. The Zonai share many similarities with the Uka from Twilight Princess. They both are an ancient tribe with advanced technology, live in the sky, and have ties with the founding of Hyrule and the royal family. The Zonai are less creepy though. Number 92. The Zonai leader Rauru and his Hylian wife Sonia created the Kingdom of Hyrule. Each member of the royal family is a descendant of this couple and therefore has Zonai blood, including Princess Zelda. Number 93. Rauru's name may ring a bell with some Zelda fans. There was a Rauru in Ocarina of Time, also known as Kepura Gebura in his owl form. A town was named after him in The Adventure of Link, but he doesn't seem to have any relation with King Rauru from Tears of the Kingdom. Number 94. Despite having no direct relation with Rauru from Ocarina of Time, King Rauru wears a medallion to pay homage to his namesake. One side of this medallion looks like Rauru's face, while the other side resembles his owl form. Number 95. The history of the royal family of Hyrule seems to be inspired by the legends surrounding Japan's imperial family. Hylia is based on the Japanese goddess Amaterasu, while Sonia seems to be inspired by Himiko, an ancient priestess and the earliest known queen of Japan. Number 96. Sonia's name is derived from the Greek name Sophia, which means wisdom. Number 97. Queen Sonia's ears are longer than those of many Hylians, and this design choice was made for a very specific reason. According to the Hylians' beliefs, ears are used to receive messages from the gods, and the pointier the ears, the better they receive these messages. Number 98. Shortly after founding Hyrule, King Rauru and Queen Sonia created the Shrines of Light to protect the kingdom from monsters and chase away the darkness. Number 99. Completing Shrines of Light grants Link with Lights of Blessing that he can use to improve his number of hearts and stamina by praying to the goddess statues. Number 100. All goddess statues from Breath of the Wild are in Tears of the Kingdom, with some requiring new ways to activate them. The sequel introduces 2 new goddess statues, one at the emergency shelter and the other at the Temple of Time. Number 101. The Temple of Time contains the only goddess statue in the entire sky. Number 102. The Temple of Time used to give the Zonai a time schedule, as a bell rings out 4 times from this temple at 7 o'clock AM and 7 o'clock PM. The bells started and ended their day, and while the Zonai are no longer around, the non-soldier constructs still operate on this time schedule. Number 103. One of the main new features introduced in Tears of the Kingdom is the ability to build various items. Director Hidemaru Fujibayashi said that players began experimenting with item building and sharing their creations on social media shortly after the release of Breath of the Wild, and that motivated the team to develop more tools in Tears of the Kingdom to allow players to express their creativity. Number 104. Zonai devices not only give Link more options to build new items, but it also prevents players from breaking the game with infinitely powered devices. Number 105. Lightning can deal serious damage to Link, doing up to 14.5 hearts of damage and knocking off any weapon he holds. An easy way to avoid being struck by lightning is to unequip any weapon or shield with metal in it. Number 106. Technical director Takahiro Dota revealed that the inspiration behind Tears of the Kingdom's setting came from Wii Sports Resort. When he was working on the programming for Woohoo Island and Wii Sports Resort, Shigeru Miyamoto found the concept of adding new mechanics to an existing setting interesting, and that eventually led to the creation of the world map of Tears of the Kingdom. Number 107. While Nintendo hasn't announced any DLC for Tears of the Kingdom yet, the official website for the game featured a disclaimer about its DLC. This clause was removed from the website, but fans can still hope for new content to be added to Tears of the Kingdom in the upcoming months. And that's 107 facts about Tears of the Kingdom, cherry-picked just for you. Which one of these facts surprised you most? Let us know in the comments. Make sure to hit the like button if you learned anything, and subscribe to the leaderboard so you don't miss out on our next video. Facts are fun, but dungeons are a blast. The Legend of Zelda series wouldn't be the same without a handful of memorable areas to explore and conquer, but not all dungeons are built the same. Some are just way too easy, while others are incredibly difficult. Controller smashing, walkthrough referencing, screaming into your mom's couch cushions difficult. To honor these extra brutal challenges, here are the top 10 hardest Legend of Zelda dungeons. This is part 1 though. If you want the full list, make sure you check out the Super Coin Crew video.
Hey guys, welcome to the Leaderboard, where we give you new video game drops every week. My name is Jen.
And I'm Cade from Super Coin Crew, where it's non-stop Nintendo, and we are counting down the top 10 hardest Legend of Zelda dungeons.
But here on the Leaderboard, we're only going to give you the first 5. If you want to see all 10, be sure to head to Super Coin Crew's channel.
So without further ado, let's get started. Everyone who has played a Legend of Zelda game has always struggled with at least one dungeon, where you have to ask your friend or consult the strategy guide. Well, that's why Super Coin Crew, where it's non-stop Nintendo, is counting down the top 10 hardest dungeons from the Legend of Zelda series. These are the ones that we tend to struggle with. Let's dive right in. Number 10. Sand Ship from Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. I'm on a boat! As one of the most well-designed dungeons in Skyward Sword, the Sand Ship had its share of fun and fascinating moments due to the time shift stone mechanic. But despite how cool some of the stone puzzles are, frustration is bound to set in. You have to keep activating time shift stones and switching from the present to the past. And that's cool and all, but it gets sticky real fast. Also, it's no secret that Skyward Sword has one of the most unique control setups of any Zelda game to date, so many of the enemies are extra challenging to beat. Like that one room where there are like 100 BMOs. Okay, well actually there's just 3 of them, but come on. And then the boss looks like a very terrifying version of Celia May from Monsters Incorporated. Maybe it just needs a Mike Wazowski in its life for some TLC. Number 9, Temple of Droplets from The Legend of Zelda, The Minish Cap. The handheld Legend of Zelda games don't get enough love. They tend to be overshadowed by the bigger console games, but mark my words, the handhelds will keep you busy. One of our favorite handheld Legend of Zelda games is the Minish Cap for Game Boy Advance for a ton of reasons. One of which is not the Temple of Droplets. The puzzles involve all this pushing and melting and freezing, which is just making me exhausted thinking about it. And if you slip, you may have to start all over. Ice levels, man, ice levels. Don't even get me started on the boss in this dungeon, the giant Octorok. I mean, first off, the floor is made of ice, so you're slipping the entire time. Then he's throwing things at you and you're just trying to dodge him while trying to hit him with the flame lantern. And then once you do that, he starts spinning all over the place. Such a challenge, man. Ice levels, really hard. Number 8, Great Palace from Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Great Palace is classic 8-bit, creepy, secret tunnels, illusory walls, and a solid MIDI soundtrack for some good old-fashioned ambience. Plus, we've got a bird theme going on, so that's fun. But once Thunderbird shows up, things get real. If Link doesn't have his stats maxed out, it's almost impossible to get by. If Link doesn't have a Thunder Spell, it's actually impossible to get by. So where does one get the Thunder Spell? Well, from a guy in town, of course, So how do you make him hand it over? Well, you have to find the 4 magic containers in the game, which are pretty well hidden. So let me get this straight. You have to go back out of the dungeon, go find the town person guy, get all 4 containers, bring them back to the town person. Only then will you have a chance at getting past Thunderbird, who isn't even the final boss. Whew. Looks like we're gonna be here all day. Thanks, Great Palace. Thanks. Number 7, Wind Temple from Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. The Wind Temple. It starts off pretty low pressure and fun. You plant some seeds, grow some trees, and have generally a chill time. But then you're charged with the responsibility of getting Makar, a little wooden leafy guy, to the end in one piece. Okay, the Wind Temple is mostly vertical, and so besides getting past puzzles and enemies, you're also fighting gravity. And because the room is cylindrical, you may find yourself floating around in circles and struggling to get reoriented multiple times. The other thing about Wind Waker in general is that the character design is super cute. I mean, Link is adorable and Makar is just downright precious. He's so chubby and squeaky, and oh man, look how he waddles. I don't want Makar to die. This is so much pressure. All in all, the Wind Temple is an excellent dungeon, even if it's pretty challenging. Number 6, Ice Palace from The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. Oh man, another ice level. But this is actually the first ice dungeon in the Legend of Zelda series. But can someone just please explain to me why Link doesn't have ice skates? I feel like I should get an Olympic medal in ice dancing just for getting to the stairs. The ice is actually not the hardest part of this dungeon this time though. There's a lot of backtracking involved in getting keys to open even more rooms, so you're definitely gonna get lost. A lot. And you're going to have to fight a lot of angry green penguins. I mean, come on penguins, I thought you were my friends. I feel so betrayed. Okay, those penguins are not actually called penguins, they're pingators. And they're basically a bird-like creature, essentially looking like an alligator and a penguin. So just get me out of the Ice Palace, please. Alive, thank you.
There's something about exploring dank, dark dungeons with nothing but a fairy in your green cap that really chills the blood. The Legend of Zelda has always been a breeding ground for creepy stories and horrifying pasta. But that doesn't come from nowhere. The games themselves are creepy as heck, and here's a list to prove it. Here are the 11 creepiest Legend of Zelda moments.
For a classic story of a hero saving the world from an evil force, The Legend of Zelda has some seriously strange moments. Sure, it's still a family-friendly romp, but there are times when Link gets into a few oddly dark situations, even for a kid's game. It makes sense though. When you're dealing with giant man-eating spiders, fire-breathing lizards, laser-shooting statues, and whatever tingle is, you are bound to run into some bizarre and unsettling things. So let's celebrate that, shall we? I'm Future Gohan SSJ2 with the Leaderboard, and today we're counting down the 11 creepiest Zelda moments. Let's get started. Number 11. Girahim, Skyward Sword. There's another character in the Zelda universe that is almost as unsettling as Tingle, a demon lord who seems, shall we say, somewhat out of it. Introduced in Skyward Sword, Girahim's way of dressing alone should give you a hint at what kind of guy he is, but it's his touchy-feely way of talking to you that will definitely cause your skin to crawl. The only thing he seems to love more than his hands-on approach is himself, which might be a bit of a relief. I mean, do you really want to be stuck in a room with him? And even after all that slimy conversation, you still have to fight him in a few pretty tough battles. They're hard enough, but try doing them without thinking of that tight bodysuit. Ugh. Number 10. The Gibdo Mask, Majora's Mask. The Gibdo Mask itself isn't particularly frightening, especially when compared to other events and beings in the game. The way of getting it, on the other hand, is somewhat disconcerting. After using your hookshot to get to the top of a ridge, you find a small house next to a dry riverbed, and it's surrounded by mummies. If you try to enter, you are met by the voice of a scared little girl telling you to go away. After convincing a hostile ghost nearby to restart the river, the mummies are sent away, but that's the least of your problems. The little girl leaves her house, relieved to see that they aren't being kept at bay by the undead, allowing you to sneak in behind her. Once inside, you find that there is something much more terrifying waiting. A coffin that suddenly bursts open, revealing the girl's semi-mummified father slowly making his way towards you. It's so sudden that you barely have time to play the Song of Healing to rid him of his curse. And hey, you even get a nice little mask that makes the mummies not come after you. That's a good replacement for your soul, right? Number 9. Elegy of Emptiness, Majora's Mask. This particular song and its effects are somewhat noteworthy among the Zelda community, mostly due to its association with the Been Drowned videos that circulated a few years ago. There's a good reason they use the power this song does. After defeating the king of Ikona's castle, he teaches you a song that allows you to create copies for the purpose of holding down switches. It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the fact that Link's statue is just, well, creepy. With its dead eyes and toothy smile, it ends up being one of those things that stays with you in the back of your mind, just staring and smiling. Try to sleep with that in your mind. Number 8. Yetta's Transformation, Twilight Princess. Yetta seems pretty harmless when you first meet her, despite being a giant yeti. Her and her husband Yeto live in the Snow Peak ruins, and in most conversations, they seem extremely nice. Yeto even makes soup for you. No, Yetta's particular brand of scariness comes from her affliction. Link runs into her while looking for a shard of the Mirror of Twilight, and she tries to help you find it, but instead she leads you to ingredients for a soup Yetta was working on. Eventually you find the key that gets you into Yetta's bedroom, where she is keeping the shard. She then looks into it and changes. Her eyes glow red, she grows fangs, and soon she attempts to murder you, which isn't really something new for Link. You eventually defeat her, and her husband get all lovey-dovey, which might be even scarier. Number 7. Wallmasters, the entire Legend of Zelda series. Though most of our freaky friends come from the later Zelda series, Wallmasters have been a mainstay in the franchise for a very long time. Despite their name, they don't live in the walls. Instead, they lurk somewhere above you, always just out of reach, and never detachable before they strike. They take the forms of hands that hang over Link, casting a shadow over him. Until they fall, Link can only run and hide, hoping that they don't grab him and take him away. Once dodged, they are a deal less scary, mostly scuttering around and trying to attack. But it's still a bit of a jolt when that shadow appears, right? Number 6. Dead Hand, Ocarina of Time. The Dead Hand is somewhat unique in its creepiness. No one is really sure what it is or where it came from, or if it's really part of Ganondorf's plan. He exists underneath Kakariko Village, in the well, and in the graveyard, meaning they've existed underneath the normal people of Hyrule for who knows how long. You aren't ever sure when it's coming either. You just enter a giant room and find arms growing out of the ground like trees. When you go to observe one of the arms, you are suddenly grasped, and from the center of the arena rises a giant lumbering creature with a long neck and a hanging jaw, slowly making its way towards you. You barely escape before you have time to attack, slashing at its horrible, eyeless gaze until it's dead. But hey, at least you get the lens of the truth out of it. Always gotta look on the bright side. Number 5. House of Skulltula, Ocarina of Time. Speaking of what goes on in Kakariko Village, there is another spot that hides one of the darker secrets of Hyrule. Nestled just to the right of the entrance on the top of the ridge is a quiet, unassuming house. When you enter, you find it bare and dusty. If you choose to venture into this obviously creepy house further, you will find the horrifying reason why it's called the House of Skulltula. You're descended upon by a creature that is neither man nor Skulltula, but something in between. He is the father of the house, and him and his 5 sons were cursed because of the family's greed. If you haven't immediately run screaming after meeting them, you can choose to help them, but it involves collecting 100 Skulltula tokens. Maybe it's best to leave them as eldritch horrors. Your life is simpler that way. Number 4. Ghosts of Romani Ranch, Majora's Mask. As you're probably learning by now, the land of Termina has a lot of really odd things going on in the 3-day span that you're there. And after helping a miner break a rock using high explosives, you run into another oddity of this weird land. The Romani Ranch, main suppliers of the town's milk. And they have a special problem that only the younger sister seems to be aware of. Weird creatures that are invading their farm to steal their cows. Though it might seem like the wild imagination of a little girl, if you choose to help her, you come back to her farm around 3 a.m. to find a horrifying sight. Dozens of alien-like ghosts slowly floating towards the barn. You have to hold them off until the sun comes up, because if you don't, they steal their cow along with the girl you promised to help. And the next time you see her, she seems strangely out of it. Like something beyond comprehension happened to her, and she will just never be the same again. Number 3. Happy Mask Salesman, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask. The Mask Salesman is one of those characters that has appeared in both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask as the same character, and really, he's always been kind of unsettling. It's less so in Ocarina of Time when you are simply helping him sell some masks to people, though he becomes oddly hostile if Link doesn't immediately pay him back the money he's owed. When Majora's Mask comes around though, he becomes a more major player, and along with that, he becomes majorly creepy. He is the one who gives you the mission of regaining the Majora's Mask from the Skull Kid, who stole it from him, and in return for your help, he restores Link into a human from his formerly cursed Deku body. He does become hostile again when Link doesn't immediately return the mask, and even shakes the boy violently for failing him. He lets you go off on your journey though, but then comes the most unsettling part, because Link only has 3 days before the moon crashes into the earth. If, for whatever reason, Link finds himself on the receiving end of that crash instead of a horrible death, you instead hear the soft, eerie words of the masked salesman. You find yourself back to day 1, standing in front of him. It seems that his powers are beyond even those of Majora. You can never leave Termina until he is satisfied. That smiling man controls your destiny. Number 2. Redeads, Ocarina of Time and Beyond. Redeads are pretty self-explanatory, but not much less frightening. Depending on which version of their creation you look at, they are either beings made from magic, clay creatures, or, obviously, the reanimated corpses of the dead. Though they appear in Wind Waker and Triforce Heroes, their most memorable appearance is, of course, from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. There they are tall, slow-moving creatures with no eyes and an open mouth, their skin brown and dried. They seem harmless from far away, but when you get into their field of sight, you will hear a blood-curdling scream before Link freezes. When Link is unable to move, then the Redead makes its way towards you, ready to latch itself on and start sucking the life from you. Thankfully, it's weak to fire, and in Majora's Mask, they are unable to fight you while wearing the Gibdo, Garo, or Captain's Mask. But that first moment when they pop up, man is it scary. Not speaking from personal experience, of course. Number 1. The Interlopers, Twilight Princess. The Interlopers set the entire underlying theme of the Zelda universe and show that even the most innocent of games can have something dark hidden underneath. This one starts innocent enough. After collecting the Tears of Light to restore the spirit Lanayru, he goes to send you on your journey. However, before he lets you go, he tells you that there is one thing that must be known. You are then sent drifting into a void of blackness as he regales you with the tale of the Interlopers. At first, it's quite pretty. You see the formation of the land by the goddesses, watching as they zip around you and form the Triforce, next to your best friend Ilia. Things take a rather sharp 180, no pun intended, as it's shown that Ilia has a knife and goes to stab you. Her pupil's now missing. She is suddenly stopped, and as a sword is thrown to the side, it's shown that our hero has also become evil and pupilless, running towards the Triforce, which has 3 shadow versions of Link. It might sound weird, but from this point, it just dissolves into a Twin Peaks-style nightmare. As Midna's helmet suddenly appears, Link turns into dust, only to find him among his shadow clones. The light goddess is the spell of evil, causing Link to shriek in terror, becoming dazed and watching clones of Ilia rain down from the sky. Not really the kind of story you'd expect from a game with a parrot who has an afro.
Dungeons and creepiness are unavoidable, but how about some side quests? These are by nature optional, but sometimes the best stuff is just out of reach, waiting for you to take those extra steps. To make sure you don't miss out on some of the greatest Zelda moments, here's the 9 best Zelda side quests.
The story goes as follows. A long time ago, the world was in an age of chaos, better known as the 1980s. And in the midst of this chaos was a legend handed down from generation to generation, console to console. Of course, we mean the one and only, The Legend of Zelda. What's up, guys? I'm Brendan with the Leaderboard, and we're here to talk about one of Nintendo's greatest action fantasy franchises of all time. This should go without saying, because The Legend of Zelda was a pioneer for its time by being one of the first games to display a dungeon crawler puzzle-solving style of gameplay. Not to mention you play as the greatest hero of all time, Link, who coincidentally is the hero of time, as well as the Hero of Winds and Hylia's chosen hero. Basically, any way you put it, the guy's a hero. That's why he was given the Triforce of Courage in the first place. Well, that, and it takes a Triforce of Courage to pull off the tunic and tights. But that's just the beginning when it comes to why we love this game. Let's be real, the series has it all. Cool adventures, creepy bosses, and epic battles. But if there's one aspect of the game that any avid player can't resist, it's those friggin' awesome side quests. So, hey, look, listen! Because today we're counting down the 9 best Zelda side quests for all of you Hylian heroes out there. Let the journey begin. Number 9, the Lost Mai Kids. We'll start things off with a favorite from A Link Between Worlds, one of the handheld Zelda games for the Nintendo 3DS. First off, players must access the cave next to Link's house where a pink squishy monster of a mother enlists you to help find all 100 of her lost babies. Sounds easy enough, but the kids are spread all throughout the land of Hyrule and Lorule. Great. Fortunately, Mother Mai gives you a nifty little map to let you know how many Mai are left in each region, which you're going to need because those things are everywhere. We're talking on the walls, under rocks, in the trees, even on someone's rooftop. You name it, they're there. Anyway, the reward is pretty sweet for this one because for every 10 babies you return, Mother Mai grants an upgrade on any items bought from Ravio, that weird rabbit-hooded guy. Then, once you've returned all 100 babies, Link will receive an upgraded spin attack. Look out, bad guys, I got a wider spin. I mean, alright, it might not sound super impressive, but trust me, it comes in handy. You use it all the time. Number 8, Epona's Rescue. So, this one never gets enough credit, and it might be because not everybody realizes that Epona is totally optional in the Ocarina of Time. Considering that, in the scheme of things, she's probably one of the most beneficial side quests in the series, because as we all know, there's a ton of ground to cover in this game. However, it is a bit of a process, and it starts with Malin in the middle of Lon Lon Ranch. Pay her a visit and talk to her 3 times, and on the 3rd time she'll teach you Epona's song. That's when you pay a little visit to Ingo at the ranch, but only after you've transformed into an adult. Pay the fee for a horse and use Epona's song to call her up to you. Once you know how to handle her, talk to Ingo while on the horse and he'll challenge you to a race. If you can manage to beat Ingo twice at the race, the horse is yours. Now, Ingo says Epona is not allowed to leave the ranch, but to heck with all that, all it takes is a quick jump over the gate and you're free. Try and stop us now, Ingo. Number 7, Romani's Ranch. Majora's Mask is probably the ultimate game for side quests because there's so many to choose from, but this little gem makes the list not just for the awesome payoff, but because it has the one thing that the rest of the side quests don't. Aliens. It's got aliens. The trick is to arrive at the ranch on day 1 by blasting through the boulder that blocks the way as Goron Link. Once you gain access to the ranch, you find your old friend Epona, woo! As well as the lovely Romani sisters who could clearly use your help defending the ranch from them, aka Space Invaders. Obviously, you can't miss an opportunity to see aliens. I mean, how often does that happen? So at 2 a.m., Link meets up with the Romani to defend the ranch, and by 2:30, aliens arrive. Also, it's pretty crucial to stay stocked up on arrows completing this challenge. If you fail to do so, poor Romani gets abducted and the ranch's business is ruined. Yeah, something tells me a sorry won't cut it in that situation, but if you win, you'll be rewarded with, milk? I mean, better than nothing, I guess. Sure, I'll take the milk. Actually, the real payoff is access to other side quests and games. You'll now be able to retrieve the bunny hood, play the doggy race minigame for a heart piece, and eventually accompany Sister Cremia with a delivery to Clock Town, which will land you the Romani mask. The mask grants access to the Latte Milk Bar, which serves milk for adults, if you catch my drift. So all in all, it's worth the trouble. Number 6, Skulltula House. Okay, how awesome are those Skulltula houses in Majora's Mask? They're like creepy mini dungeons full of freakish spider creatures, giant grinning masks, and plenty of stall children to keep you company. The Oceanside Spider House and the Swamp Spider House are definitely fan favorites for a number of reasons, but we love them because it's just non-stop fun. Oh, and also they got good prizes. Anyway, the goal is to find and collect all 30 Skulltulas within a house. They're hidden in some pretty clever places, but it's nothing too infuriating for the average gamer to handle. Actually, it's a pretty well-balanced level of difficulty, which is why it's easy to forget the rest of the game and become completely absorbed in this quest. Seriously, it's super fun, guys. That being said, all you really need to complete this quest is a captain hat and your trusty hookshot. Once all the Skulltulas are collected, you're looking at a heart piece reward, as well as the giant wallet, which holds up to 500 rupees. Nice! Number 5, the Bigoron Sword. Yes, any fan will tell you that trading sequences are a common occurrence in the Zelda series, but that doesn't mean we love them any less. The Bigoron Sword in Ocarina of Time is one of the most well-known trading sequences in the series, mostly because it's one heck of a trading sequence. I mean, it is lengthy and frustrating. You might even have nightmares because of it. To retrieve the Bigoron Sword, 10 exchanges have to take place all over Hyrule, starting with the Pocket Kuko and ending with the claim check to switch for that sword. Most of these items are timed, so it might not be the most fun spent in the game, but the Bigoron Sword does deal out double the damage as the Master Sword. The only downside is that it's so heavy, you need both hands to wield it, which means your shield becomes unusable. Still, if you're a hack and slash kind of player, you're totally going to want a piece of this action. Number 4, the Gratitude Crystals. The Gratitude Crystals in Skyward Sword can get you some pretty killer rewards, but they also lead you to some pretty killer friends, like Betro, the demon who wants to be a real boy. Betro lives in a hidden bungalow underneath the Skyloft next to the graveyard. Seems appropriate for a demon, right? Anyway, he believes that the Gratitude Crystals will transform him into a human, and he's willing to pay generously for them. Well, enough said, Betro. Embarking on this fetch quest will bring you the endless joy of tracking things down. Alright, it's more of a mindless hunt, but the real fun is in reaping those rather large benefits. Betro is kind enough to give you a heart piece, 3 gold rupees, worth 300 rupees apiece, and 4 wallets, one of which is the Tycoon wallet that holds up to 9,000 rupees. Whoa. Once you bring 80 Gratitude Crystals to Betro, he can finally become human. Now that's what I call a win-win situation. Except I have to admit his ghoulish looks still stick around. Ugh, poor ugly guy. Number 3, the Cave of Ordeals. Twilight Princess brought us one of the toughest side quests of all time. That is without a doubt the Cave of Ordeals. Why, you ask? Try 50 floors of death just waiting to happen. The Cave of Ordeals is often compared to the Savage Labyrinth in Wind Waker, but it's a lot more dark and gritty than the colorful and cartoonish design of Wind Waker. Although it's a bit more challenging, we prefer the Cave of Ordeals because the realistic graphics and dark design set a better tone for the monsters lunging at you with sharp things. Yikes! If you manage to make it through all the levels alive, then the Great Fairy will appear and give you a bottle of her tears. But prepare yourself, she forgot to put a shirt on. Oh, well, this is awkward. Also, you're allowed to play through several times to receive more bottles. After the 5th time, you'll receive the Mirror Shield upgrade. And if you make it through a 6th time, she'll fill your wallet up to the max. Score. Thanks, lady. Number 2, Thunder Dragon's Lightning Round. Another Skyward Sword side quest makes the list as one of the most entertaining and fruitful minigames ever. The Thunder Dragon's Lightning Round takes the cake as far as prizes are concerned, and it's pretty fun too. Basically, this challenge puts you up against bosses you've already beaten in the game. There's a total of 12 opponents all in all, but the final boss can't be fought until you've unlocked Hero Mode. For every boss you beat, there's a pretty hefty prize in store. Some of the better prizes are the Heart Piece and the Hylian Shield, but there's also rare treasures and an insane amount of rupees. In fact, when you do unlock the final boss Demise, you'll fight for a chance to win 9,900 rupees. Yeah, you'll need the Tycoon wallet and the wallet expansions just to carry that prize. Dang, yo, that's enough rupees to rule all of Hyrule. And the number 1 Zelda side quest is the Couple's Mask. This is probably everybody's favorite side quest in Majora's Mask, just for the adorable love story between Anju and her fiancé Kafei, who has mysteriously disappeared. Unfortunately, it's no easy task to bring these two back together. After talking to Kafei's mother and receiving his mask, you have to head over to the Stockpot Inn, where you'll eavesdrop on Anju receiving a letter from the missing Kafei. If you approach her wearing Kafei's mask, she'll give you a love letter to mail for him in return. Apparently, a stranger wearing her fiancé's face isn't at all cause for worry. Man, people are really trusting in this town. Stalking the mailman the next day leads you to Kafei's house, where you learn he's been transformed into a child by the Skull Kid. To make matters worse, his sun mask was stolen, which is apparently a big part of their wedding ceremony. So much so that he would rather go missing than get married without it. Wow, that's pretty messed up, but hey, you gotta admire his conviction. Afterwards, give Anju the Pendant of Memories and help Kafei retrieve his mask from the thief that stole it, and he'll return to his darling Anju for a heartwarming conclusion. There's not really much reward outside of a heart piece in the couple's mask, which, let's be real, is pretty worthless. But the real reward here is reuniting these two lost lovers just in time for Doomsday. Yeah, spoiler alert, they get crushed together under the giant menacing moon that's crashing into Termina. May not be much of a happy ending, but it's a pretty epic way to go. Who knew love could be so metal?
We've seen the timeline, we've delved into some facts, but how about the gameplay? You can't have a video game without gameplay. Each time a new Zelda arrives, they try something a little different. Whether it's motion controls, skydiving, or fun new items, here is how the Legend of Zelda gameplay gimmicks evolved.
What makes a Legend of Zelda game Zelda-y? Sure, every game has Link, but not Zelda, the titular character. Even fewer take place in Hyrule, and not every game has the Master Sword or even your typical dungeon. So instead of focusing on the similarities, let's examine how each game is different. And one way to do that is to examine the evolution of each game's central gimmick that distinguishes one Zelda from another. It can be anything from an inventive use of new hardware to an interesting twist on a classic Zelda mainstay. And look, I know gimmick can have a negative connotation. Some of these are definitely more gimmicky in the sense than others, but really I'm just using the word to describe any attention-grabbing new feature. The Legend of Zelda, NES, 1986. By definition, the first installment of a series can't have a gimmick, but still it's worth noting the defining mechanics of the first game. It set the baseline for the whole series. For one, The Legend of Zelda has a top-down perspective instead of the side-scrolling perspective of platformers like Mario. There are no levels. You're free to explore the land of Hyrule until you choose to descend into a dungeon. At the time, it was as unusual as it was exciting. This one set all the precedents. Your main weapons are a sword and a shield. There's also an emphasis on collecting quest-based items, like pieces of the Triforce and heart containers. Even if you haven't played the original, doesn't that all sound familiar? Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, NES, 1987. The Legend of Zelda was a huge hit, so Nintendo wasted no time following up. Naturally, they just built upon their winning formula, right? Wrong. You're so wrong. The Adventure of Link is infamous for how dramatically it departs from its predecessor. In hindsight, it's a weird outlier in the whole Zelda catalog. Only the overworld has a top-down perspective, and then the game becomes a side-scroller for all of its action sequences, including dungeons. The change in perspective left a bad taste in fans' mouths. It's also the only Zelda game where Link casually learns spells like some kind of warlock. I mean, sure, Link uses magic in other Zelda games, but those spells are either encased within an item or gifted by someone, like a fairy or a dead person. And it's the only Zelda to use experience points and leveling up. After killing enough enemies, Link could spend experience points to enhance his life, attack power, and magic meter. What is this game anyway? Fantasy RPG? There were a few lasting innovations, however. It's the first entry to include cities and people that you can chat with. The magic meter has stuck around, and technically it's the first game with transformation. One of Link's spells turns him into a fairy. But transformation will be used much more notably later. A Link to the Past, SNES, 1991. Thankfully, A Link to the Past fully returns to the top-down perspective, and spells are gone. Instead, its beloved parallel worlds gimmick would prove as a valid point of return for the series. In Link to the Past, you must save Hyrule and the light world it inhabits from the encroaching forces of the Dark World, a parallel universe which looks very similar to the light world, except when it doesn't. For example, there are dead ends in one world where there are passages in the other. To get to dungeons and the good stuff, you have to deftly travel between the two. And there's items you gain in one world that only have applications in the other. It's pretty hard, actually. Okay, I was terrible at it. Are you happy now? It's like, she doesn't even play the game. She's not even good at it, but she's never even played it her whole life. I was told I have to host the rest of the video. It's whatever. Mechanics like the Light World, Dark World switch would continue popping up in future Zelda titles. Link's Awakening, Game Boy, 1993. Over 25 years after its release, Link's Awakening is still beloved enough to warrant a fancy new remake for the Switch. And it manages to be awesome without any obvious gimmick. It's just a really solid Zelda game. If anything, the gimmick is that it happened to be the first handheld Zelda, because it was the first one for the Game Boy. So its gimmick is mobility, really. Ocarina of Time, N64, 1998. While Link's Awakening played it pretty straight, Ocarina of Time was a revolution for the franchise. Released on the N64, it took advantage of the system's more advanced hardware as the first 3D Zelda game. More memory means more game, after all. One of the game's ingenious gimmicks is the titular ocarina. You could play an instrument with the buttons of your controller, and it would do things like start a rainstorm. What? The Zelda series will return to this instrument idea, like for the very next game. And Wind Waker, and Skyward Sword, I wouldn't be surprised if future games also include it. But time travel leads to other gameplay differences between young Link and adult Link. For example, the Hyrule Castle town is a thriving marketplace when you visit as young Link, but in the future, it's overrun with hungry, shambling redeads. Only child Link can get into small places, but adult Link can wield the Master Sword and ride Epona. Honorable mentions go to Epona and Saria, but Navi is instrumental in Link's journey. She gives him info on enemies, advice on where to go, and a clear line of sight on his foes. And from here on in, companions are in a slew of Zelda games. From Midna to Fi to the King of Red Lions, Link's always got a travel buddy, and it started with Ocarina. A little company is nice, but the most revolutionary feature of Ocarina of Time has to be Z-targeting. Yes, Z-targeting. Hey, listen, it sounds silly, but this was in the early days of 3D gaming. Your only options with 2D cameras were top-down or side-scrolling, neither of which required a camera angle change. 3D gaming burst that restriction wide open. If you're fighting an enemy but have to turn, how do you stop the camera from lazily following your new direction? It would give you a potentially catastrophic blind spot. Ocarina offered an answer. Have a button that locks the camera onto the enemy you're fighting and adjusts the controls accordingly. If you're pressing the Z button, Link always faces the baddie, and moving left or right pivots Link in a circle. Z-targeting doesn't seem flashy now, but in 1998, this was a big deal. It became a staple, not just for future 3D Zelda games, but for 3D gaming as a whole. Kingdom Hearts uses it, Dark Souls uses it. I'm sure you can name 100 other games with it. It's the frickin' industry standard for third-person action games. Majora's Mask, N64, 2000. Everyone assumed that Ocarina would be the pinnacle of video gamedom, but Nintendo rolled up their sleeves and unveiled Majora's Mask. It runs on the same engine, so it feels very similar to Ocarina, aesthetic-wise. Majora's distinct appeal lies entirely within its unique cyclical Groundhog Day time mechanics. In Majora, you have 3 days until the most horrifying moon in all of history comes crashing down, killing Link and everyone else on Earth in a fiery apocalypse. I am not exaggerating. Obviously, you can't do everything in 3 days, so you play your Ocarina to travel back, resetting nearly everything except your giant calling accomplishments. The time limit gets really tense when you're on the 3rd day and trying to finish a dungeon. Plus, the game's world is built around the 3-day mechanic. All the NPCs in the game's central hub, Clocktown, have dynamic 72-hour schedules you have to track to complete side quests. That hadn't really been done before in a Zelda game. The other transformative mechanic of Majora's Mask is, well, transformation. Building on the adventure of Link's fairy transformation, certain masks allow Link to possess the forms of dead people. Again, not exaggerating, giving him powers alien to his normal Hylian bod. I kid you not, this game was so headache-inducing for me, I would go to sleep at night and see the imprint of the screen in my eyelids, and I wasn't able to sleep. Don't make fun of me in the comments. Oracle of Ages and Seasons. Game Boy Color 2001. 8 years after Link's Awakening, we get the next handheld Zelda games. Yes, games. It seems Nintendo wanted to see what happened if you combined the Pokemon model with a complex action-adventure franchise. Pokemon Red and Blue just have a few different Pokemon between versions. Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons are completely different games. Ages is more puzzle-based, and Seasons is more action-based. But the games are connected. When you beat either, you get a password that makes the other game a direct sequel to the one you finished. The gameplay of this main linked game changes in a few ways. You get new character encounters, chances to snag better weapons, and more bosses. Also, once you beat both games' bosses, the main linked game will take you to the real final showdown, with Ganon, of course. And fun fact, these games were actually developed by Capcom. Nintendo just produced them. Four Swords, Game Boy Advance 2002. Just a year later, we're already on a different handheld system. Four Swords came in a package with the Game Boy Advance remake of Link to the Past, and it used the opportunity to try something completely unheard of for Zelda: multiplayer. In Four Swords, Link finds the legendary Four Sword, which splits him into 4. And for the first time in Game Boy history, the Game Boy Advance happened to have a link cable with a little hub in the middle to support 4-person multiplayer. Coincidence? Absolutely not. Four Swords has no single-player mode whatsoever. You have to have a link cable to play it at all. Just dumb. The multiplayer action wasn't just about working together to solve puzzles. There were competitive elements, like trying to get the most rupees, which basically means Link was fighting himself? The Wind Waker. GameCube, 2002. The most readily apparent gimmick of Wind Waker is obvious just looking at it. Wind Waker is the first Zelda to use cell shading. In Smash Bros. Terms, it invented the toon style. Cell shading is a way to render animation that makes 3D computer graphics look flat, and therefore not photorealistic. Before Wind Waker, all previous Zeldas that weren't pixelated by necessity had striven for a more realistic art style. Actually, when the first images of Wind Waker came out, fans' reactions were incredibly negative. For Zelda's first GameCube title, everyone was anticipating a game that looked like that Space World 2000 demo. So when Link popped up looking all Steamboat Willie, fans were pretty pissed. Thankfully, that attitude has done a 180, and the toon style is remembered fondly today. Wind Waker's other notable gimmick was turning the overworld into the Great Sea. Instead of running around to different areas of Hyrule, you sail around to different islands. 49 islands to be exact. Maybe too much sailing. Also, technically, the Tingle Tuner was the first time the series used the Game Boy Advance to GameCube connector. It technically allowed for a second player, kind of, but more in a supportive role way. On the Game Boy Advance, the second player could spend rupees to help Link with stuff like bombs and brief hover abilities. It wasn't true multiplayer like in Four Swords. Four Swords Adventures. GameCube 2004. In fact, Nintendo liked Four Swords enough to create a meatier version of the game with a new story. Turns out, 4 hours wasn't enough. Enter Four Swords Adventures. Confusing title and all. The big difference is that Four Swords Adventures does have a single-player mode, where you control all 4 links. Nintendo mercifully includes 4 battle formations for easy link control. Your extra links can also sit down or follow the main boy, similar to sidekicks in Wind Waker. Four Swords Adventures still has the multiplayer option, but weirdly, you need a Game Boy Advance to take advantage of it, and you need 1 link cable per device. Considering that you can also just plug in 4 GameCube controllers into a GameCube, does requiring 4 different devices seem excessive and dumb? Yes, guys, it does. At least you only need 1 advance to play the Minish Cap. Compared to the Zelda titles to come, this game doesn't have anything flashy to it. The shrinking mechanic is like a combination of the transformation and dual worlds mechanics. Those little choo-choos become gigantic and horrifying. Minish Cap is a solid Zelda title, but we're gonna move on to the more experimental Zelda games, starting with the ones on Nintendo DS. Phantom Hourglass, DS, 2007, and Spirit Tracks, also on DS. We've entered the point in Nintendo history where the systems themselves get a little gimmicky. As the Game Boy Advance's successor, the DS's big feature was its dual screens. The bottom one is a touchscreen that you can use with the included stylus. The first DS Zelda game was bound to emphasize the touchscreen feature, but Phantom Hourglass takes it to an extreme. I mean, the entire game uses touch controls. Seriously, if you put your DS on a flat surface, you can play the game with 1 hand if you want. Predictably, this choice proved incredibly controversial, although the sailing via drawing mechanic was a nice touch. Phantom Hourglass's other major controversial gimmick was its massive central dungeon, as in a dungeon Link has to return to throughout the game, though newly acquired items allowed Link to skip old sections. Spirit Tracks ditched the central dungeon and generally improved the touchscreen mechanics, but it largely stayed the same. The touchscreen let us play with the train whistle, and Zelda's a phantom who possesses monsters. So, that's nice. The biggest difference is that the game traded sailing for good old-fashioned trains. What a rebel! Why? Who knows? Twilight Princess, GameCube, Wii, 2006. As a GameCube game, Twilight Princess doesn't have any big standout gimmick. Don't get me wrong, it's great. Wolf Link is great, but isn't Wolf Link just another twist on transformation? And yeah, it's worth noting that after Wind Waker's childish look, its follow-up is incredibly dark, both literally and figuratively. But as a Wii game, Twilight Princess brought all kinds of new stuff to the table, namely motion controls. Like with the DS, Nintendo wanted to flaunt their fancy new hardware. Sometimes it felt like Wii games had motion controls just for the sake of having motion controls. Twilight Princess integrated the Wiimote in a way that didn't feel too obtrusive. The game also came out on the GameCube, so at its core, it couldn't rely too heavily on the new hottest gimmick. Really, the Wii version is just the GameCube version mirrored, literally. And that's so Link has a sword in his right hand, because the majority of people in the world are right-handers. Sorry, lefties. Wiggling the Wiimote swings Link's sword, but there's no precision to it. I mean, you could literally just go like this and you'd hit your enemy. You could accurately aim your bow or boomerang or whatever by pointing the Wiimote, and the fishing was really fun too. Nintendo wouldn't fully take advantage of their newest hardware until the next Wii-dedicated Zelda title. Skyward Sword, Wii, 2011. Unlike Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword was built with the Wii's motion controls as a central focus, but this time around, Nintendo added the Wii Motion Plus to track your movements more accurately. In combat, you fight by swinging your Wiimotes around like Link's sword, and voila! We now have realistic-ish sword combat. Your arms hurt like you're right in the action, and certain bosses and enemies could only be defeated by swinging your sword a certain way, usually horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. And you couldn't just waggle your way to victory anymore. But even with the Wii Motion Plus, that gimmick was awesome in theory, but often frustrating in practice. Ideally, when you point the Wiimotes at the screen, your Wii knows where your arm is. Problem is, the Wii's motion sensors aren't exactly reliable. Players often found that Link wouldn't swing the way they were swinging, so you had to resync your controls pretty regularly. In a game that requires precise swings, the janky motion controls are infuriating. Anyone who played Skyward Sword remembers the pain of trying to pull off a skyward strike. Nintendo learned a crucial lesson for Breath of the Wild. Make motion controls optional. Hey everybody, we're just going to take a break from your regular video and we're going to go into the 3 different ways that you can play Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword on the Wii. So first up, you got your traditional hack and slash, just slice and dice, slice and dice. And then next up, you got your intense attack. And then next up, you got your when you're on the couch and you don't really want to get up. And thanks everybody, that's the 3 ways that you can play Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. Now back to your regular video. Though I still have many fond memories of turning myself around wildly to fire an arrow. But before we go there, let's cover the 3DS games. A Link Between Worlds, 3DS 2013. The 3DS's 3D was a gimmick in the truest sense of the word. Sure, the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask remasters were pretty, and the gyro controls made aiming easier, but making 3D games even more 3D isn't gonna turn heads. Thankfully, A Link Between Worlds is familiar, yet enthrallingly new. It's all thanks to 2 brilliant central features. While it has an incredibly similar parallel worlds mechanics to A Link to the Past, the portals of A Link Between Worlds manifest as wall cracks. How you can slip through? Easy. Become a painting and merge into a wall. Doesn't that make sense, guys? The applications of wall merging in puzzles and dungeons are also delightful. But there's another gimmick that's quietly more revolutionary. Instead of slowly acquiring new weapons over the course of your adventure, you can rent any weapon from the get-go, as long as you have the rupees. Rented items are returned to the shop if you die, which, when failing a dungeon boss battle, is quite the conundrum. Eventually, though, you can buy weapons to avoid this tricky spot. Item rental enables A Link Between Worlds the freedom of allowing you to take on dungeons in any order. Of course, that freedom pales in comparison to, oh wait, we can't forget, Triforce Heroes. Triforce Heroes, 3DS, 2015. I'll tell you, I feel bad for this game. It can't be easy being released between 2 of the best Zelda games in recent memory. Triforce Heroes features 3 links, so it's got that 4 swords vibe. Its other main gimmick is the use of outfits. An interesting spin on transformation, I guess. Before each level, the 3 links must each choose an outfit. Different outfits grant different abilities. Anything from an extra heart container to swimming through lava to changing the music to chiptune. Also, the results are adorable. But Triforce Heroes isn't the only Zelda game with a fashion sense. Breath of the Wild, Switch, 2017. Outfits aside, Breath of the Wild changed the possibilities of Zelda for good, for so many reasons. But of course, the biggest reason is that Breath of the Wild has true open world. Sure, the overworlds of most Zelda games have given a sense of expansiveness and freedom, but in Breath of the Wild, you have an enormous map to explore, and you can go where you want when you want to. You can do quests in any order. Heck, you can go face Ganon at any time, assuming you make it to his lair. And that's not all. Your paraglider gives you many immensely satisfying possibilities, and you can climb mountains, trees, whatever. If that sounds minor, try playing Skyrim after Breath of the Wild and not feeling immense disappointment. Breath of the Wild ruined Skyrim for me. But Nintendo wasn't content to overhaul the Zelda formula with just an open world alone. In all other Zelda games, except A Link Between Worlds, you gain weapons as you go, permanently adding them to your arsenal. But here, weapons break after you use them for a while, or whack something too hard too many times. And also, you can accidentally throw them off cliffs. The only exception is the Master Sword. Literally every other weapon is temporary and expendable. There are so many other mechanics that distinguish Breath of the Wild. There's the ancient runes, which give Link new abilities like stasis and magnesis. There's his unlimited supply of remote detonated bombs, which I love. Cooking meals, shrines instead of dungeons. I could list 100 different things. I mean, it's basically just one big physics playground. The point is, Breath of the Wild feels so different, and yet it's definitely still a Zelda game. Perhaps the most revolutionary one yet. Who knows what the next Zelda gimmick will be? I'm hoping for VR. Kind of. I'm also very scared of that. We'll just have to wait and find out. I'm Sydney with the Leaderboard. Thanks for watching, and as a friendly reminder, wait, what's that crazy one where he's just like,
Speaking of Zelda evolution, isn't it crazy how far the series has come? Here's a duo of videos that take a look at how much has changed over the years. From Ocarina of Time to Breath of the Wild, and between a couple of remakes. Enjoy!
The big question on everyone's mind is, how different is the new Link's Awakening? Let's start with the obvious. The new one looks way better. I mean, it's not even fair. The first Link's Awakening came out when those giant, clunky desktop computers were still a thing. Back then, just running a game on a handheld system like the Game Boy felt like a modern miracle. Most of the memory was dedicated to the game itself, so graphics and sound always took a backseat. You had your pick between grayscale and green scale, and all the thing could manage was some boops and beeps. I mean, they were still catchy boops and beeps. Point is, even with an arm tied behind its back, Link's Awakening managed to be an awesome game. A few years later, Link's Awakening DX added some more colors into the mix for the Game Boy Color. It even got a new color-centric dungeon. But this newest Switch version blows both of them out of the water. The resolution jumped from 160 by 144 on the Game Boy to 1280 by 720 on the Switch's handheld mode. It's a drastic difference that anyone would notice, even without hearing the specs. Don't get me wrong though, Link's Awakening looks great for 1993. Nintendo made the most of those hardware limitations. Still, translating those old pixels into stunning HD is easier said than done. But I'm not gonna get into it just yet. First, I want to talk about the biggest change outside of the pretty new graphics. Yes, there's a brand spanking new dungeon creator. And that's not just new to Link's Awakening. It's a first for the whole Zelda series. This isn't some minor tacked on feature. This whole remake came around because the single panel rooms of Link's Awakening dungeons were the best fit for this feature. Here's the idea. There's a new building near Tal Heights called the Chamber Dungeon. You can find a warp pad that brings you straight there. It replaces the camera shop from Link's Awakening DX. When you go in the Chamber Dungeon, you're greeted by Dampé? Like, the Gravekeeper from Ocarina of Time? What the hell is Dampé doing here? I assure you, Dampé was not in the original. He was merely the twinkle in some developer's eye. He's been in a bunch of Zelda games since Ocarina, so it's nice to see he's still getting work. Anyway, for this go-around, Dampé picked up creating chamber dungeons as his new hobby. Basically, he gets a huge thrill from watching Link almost die. Dampé invites you to rearrange the rooms of any dungeons you've played so far into a customizable extravaganza, and will even give you a few of his own creations. Just arranging your dungeon is its own puzzle, and I honestly think it's the highlight of this new feature. It's half the fun. There's a few rules. Your custom dungeon has to have a nightmare lair, and an entrance, of course. The doors have to all connect to one another. You can't customize what's in each chamber, only the way that they all connect to each other. You also have to keep other things in mind, like making sure there are enough keys in your dungeon for all of the locked doors. There are even challenges just for arranging these dungeons. The first ones help you get comfortable with the mode, but there are 2 and 3 shovel level challenges to force you to deal with tricky placement. But trust me, I found the first ones tricky enough. Of course, once you're down, you get to play your creation. You get some rupees out of it, which is helpful when you're saving up for that bow and arrow, and you eventually get some other goodies, like a bottle. And if you make a really sweet dungeon, you can share it. Back in 1993, we'd have to use a link cable. No relation. But this is the modern age, and in the modern age, how do we share our dungeons? We store them in our amiibos. Duh. So yeah, you can upload your dungeon to your amiibo and then bring it over to a friend's house and watch them suffer through your dungeon. Unfortunately, you can't share dungeons online. I know. Amiibo have other uses in this mode too. The new Link's Awakening amiibo gives you a Shadow Link who will chase you around your dungeon. Other than that, if you have any other Legend of Zelda amiibo laying around the house, you can scan up to 5 of them, in any order, to receive 5 new chambers, including a Great Fairy Chamber and an Armos Knight Chamber. So, yes, Dampé is back and looking better than ever. But it's not just because of the souped up graphics. The developers had to figure out how to reimagine the art style while still staying true to the original's vibe. What they landed on amounts to the most dramatic shift in Zelda visuals since Wind Waker. At first, fans were in an uproar over Wind Waker's toony style, but Link's Awakening hasn't gotten that kind of backlash. Like, at all. Here's why I think players are falling in love with the new look. It has a clay-like diorama vibe, so it perfectly complements the sort of miniature feeling of an old Game Boy game. And that's exactly what the developers were going for, especially with the camera angle. It feels like you're peeking in on a bunch of toys. It's dreamlike, lighthearted, playful, and it just feels right. Right? Another side effect of redesigning the game is that we can actually have 3D images. The new Link's Awakening still plays like a Game Boy game. You're not flying around 3-dimensional space like in Breath of the Wild. But we get some dimension and some shadows to our settings and characters. Even though everything looks new, there's still so much that's super familiar. Once you step out of Marin's house into Koholint, you'll notice that this remake is shockingly faithful to the original. We're talking 1-to-1, frame by frame. Like, the field to the right of Marin's house has the exact same number of bushes. Seriously, I can't overstate how much painstaking care must have gone into translating the original game's designs directly into this new style. Houses are the same shape, the sand on the beach has exactly the same wavy texture, the flowers on the ground still come only in pairs, and they're in the exact same spots. The list goes on and on and on and on and on and on. Not everything is one-to-one though. Richard's house, for instance, has been shuffled around somewhat and looks exceptionally more lavish. A few landscapes have been altered, and there's more palm trees. Of course, the items themselves can also have more detail. In the new version, Link's shield is very clearly the Hylian shield we've grown to know and love since higher def games like Ocarina of Time. But it's not just Link's gear that's getting a new coat of paint. With the updated style comes updated character designs as well. The character redesigns are still incredibly faithful, but the amount of new detail that HD allows is even more staggering. We're dealing with figures that on screen are relatively small, and were therefore harder to detail in pixeldom. To fill in the details, it appears that the new designers took more cues from the official artwork for Link's Awakening than from the game itself. Look at Marin. She's wearing the same blue dress, pinkish sash, and red flower in her hair that she sports in the artwork. Even in the DX version, Marin's dress just looked yellow, and she certainly didn't have that jaunty hair flower. There are some brand new details, but they're pretty minor. Link gets some white leggings, the owl gets some pink triangles interwoven with the zigzags on its wings, that kind of stuff. Oddly enough, Terran's little kerchief clip is actually now missing its two-tone design from the original art. Still, a lot of the little details stay true to the in-game original. For example, that cute little flip Link makes when he jumps is right out of the Game Boy. The foes get some new details too. The Buzz Blob, for instance, has visible bolts of electricity circling around its body, which is incredibly merciful. In the original Link's Awakening, you had to habitually swipe one with your sword and suffer the consequences in order to figure out that you shouldn't, do that. You can also see gels actually jumping for your head instead of just sort of being on your foot. Expanding on the visuals, the very first thing any of us saw from this new Link's Awakening was that animated intro. And oh my god, it's so gorgeous. I can't stand it. It's concrete evidence that a Zelda anime would be fantastic. Please, Nintendo, I believe in you. Don't let the mistakes of your past control your present. The original animation was much less exciting. Green and gray scale, remember? There's just little flashes of rain, the rocking waves, some lightning, a boat approaching, Link screaming. Okay. It's actually kind of exciting. Still, the new version is a lot more hype, and also takes the liberty of adding a few angles. Link's design in this animation is fully faithful to the original opening, but both designs are based on illustrations from Link to the Past. Link's Awakening is actually a direct sequel to Link to the Past, and they feature the same Link. Don't believe me? Well then I've got an awesome Legend of Zelda timeline you should check out. It'll explain everything. You can go click it if you want now and come back. Oh, and by the way, that iconic ring of clouds around the egg was actually a DX edition. The original title screen didn't have any clouds at all, probably because they already made use of all 4 shades of gray. So yeah, the remake looks better in every way, but how does it change in terms of gameplay? This new Link's Awakening is remarkably faithful to the original, but there are still some pretty major tweaks to the gameplay. In particular, there are 4 subtle things that totally change how the game plays. For the better. You'll notice one almost immediately, and it has big consequences for exploring the world. In the Game Boy version, there's a slight pause as Link travels from area to area. You see the world from panel to panel just like the original NES Zelda, but for the Switch, it's just one smooth, seamless transition. It makes a huge difference to how gameplay feels. New combinations of visuals become possible, so you can totally get a sneak peek at locations that would have been impossible to see before. We still get a little bit of that scrolling vibe when Link goes from room to room in a dungeon, but I mean, that makes perfect sense. The second thing you'll notice is probably the single biggest difference in this game. The Game Boy and Game Boy Color just had 2 buttons and a directional pad, so you could only have 2 weapons or items equipped at one time in the original Link's Awakening. And yes, that includes your sword and your shield. You were constantly going back to the menu to swap different items in and out. But I have good news. The Switch has more than 2 buttons. Your sword and shield now have dedicated buttons. And since your shield is on the R button, holding up your shield while swinging your sword is way easier. You could totally do this in the Game Boy version, but cramming down the A while tapping the B or vice versa is way more uncomfortable. This is even bigger than slashing and shielding. Your Pegasus boots also get their own dedicated button, L. Performing a running long jump is now so much easier. And because both the Pegasus boots and your sword are always auto-equipped, you perform a running sword dash attack automatically. You can also opt to swerve a little bit while dashing, which is nice. Your power bracelet also just auto-equips. No button assignment necessary. You don't have to press anything. it's incredibly nice. Your A and B buttons are responsible for everything else, and since the game has taken 4 items off your plate, it's much less overwhelming. Now we can spend more time playing the game instead of fiddling around with the menu. It's fantastic. Another major difference is that in this beautiful post-Breath of the Wild world, the new Link's Awakening not only allows you to save any time, but the game is constantly auto-saving. In the old version, you save whenever you leave a house or a door or something. Sounds simple, but it can be kind of tricky to finagle. Like, if you die mid-dungeon, you're a little screwed. But this new version basically auto-saves every time you get a key. So dying is way less punishing. The last major tweak also takes its cue from Breath of the Wild, when we all relied heavily on that gorgeous map. Updating the map of the original Link's Awakening is to be expected, but this new map is insanely detailed. Like, you could see everything. I could be so much more calculated when planning my next moves in the overworld. Plus, in that updated map screen, you'll also find your memories. This is a different kind of memory function than the one in Breath of the Wild. You can pull up every important conversation you've had at any time. Why was this not a feature in Majora's Mask? There are several other tweaks to gameplay too. Less dramatic, but still noteworthy. Now, Link can charge into an apple tree and munch on apples for some extra health. Reminds me of all those times in Breath of the Wild when I made Link scarf down 10 uncooked apples at a time. It was useless though. I was destined to lose some of those Lionel fights. Also, your HUD gets a modern upgrade. The original had that little bar on the bottom of the screen with your health, rupees, and items. But the remake is going with what feels like Zelda tradition since Ocarina of Time. You know, your hearts are at the top left of the screen, and your equipped items are at the top right. Also, just so you aren't sweating your funds, your rupee count only pops up when you collect them. Another little way this game was brought into modern Zelda-dom is by having the name of whomever you're speaking to show up on the top of their quote box thing. It's more delightful than anything else. How else were we to know those children playing catch outside the library are named Kiddo and Junia? There are still more little differences. Names of characters on quote boxes, more warp points, and the relieving ability to catch fairies in bottles. Still, let's not forget that this is a ridiculously faithful adaptation. Believe it or not, a lot of the weapons act very similar. It literally takes the exact same amount of time for the hookshot to shoot and retract in the 2 versions. Although, in the Game Boy, Link primarily uses his hookshot on rocks, but in the new version, those rocks have been replaced by wooden crates, another staple of recent Zelda games. And if you happen to take any damage, Link still flashes red and starts blinking in and out of existence, just like the old version. So the new Link's Awakening looks better and plays better, but it sounds better too. The Game Boy could only support 4 distinct voices at any given time. That includes music and sound effects as well. Most of the music during actual gameplay only uses 2 voices, but it still managed to be catchy as hell. The new Link's Awakening kept the music of the old one because it was just that good. But chiptune is a thing of the past, so they freshened things up with new arrangements featuring real instruments played by real people. For the opening theme alone, you can hear clarinets and flutes and bassoons and all that good stuff. As much as I love them, those old beeps and boops just don't compare. Not only does the music have this new richness, that sweet, sweet fullness applies to the sound effects as well. I know I'm not the only person that really geeks out about this kind of thing. I'm sure most of you clicked this video to hear about the new sound effects, right? Think about it. Sound effects on the Game Boy were creative approximations at best. When you swipe a bush with your sword, neither the sword swoosh nor the bush falling apart sounds anything like how they would sound in real life. But this new version has a full-blown soundscape. Everything gets a sound effect. There are even background noises. I'm talking footsteps that sound different depending on what you're walking in. I'm talking birds chirping. I'm talking grass rustling. I'm talking owls landing on trees. This is exciting stuff, guys. There's even some new voice work too. Link makes little grunts when he swipes his sword, as he does. Enemies will also grunt or gurgle or whatever during combat. Heck, even even Bow Wow gets to speak up. Now it's your turn to speak up. I am hype on the new sound effects in Link's Awakening. But what's your favorite change? And if you've never played Link's Awakening, there's never been a better time to try out a classic of handheld gaming. I'm Sydney. And if you enjoyed this video, do me a solid and subscribe to the Leaderboard. From indie to AAA, we love the games you play.
Hey, it's me, your friend Pat. I'm back with the Leaderboard to talk about The Legend of Zelda, one of gaming's oldest and most celebrated franchises. We're going to compare 2 games that both critics and players have called perfect Ocarina of Time, and Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is stunningly gorgeous. Skipping any title or menu screen, that first breathtaking vista when you emerge from the Shrine of Resurrection shows a colorful and fantastically realized world filled with promise. The fact that the gameplay fulfills the graphics promise is the reason so many consider Breath of the Wild to be a perfect game. Now, it's unfair to say that Ocarina's graphics are worse than Breath of the Wild, because, it's 20 years older. When the game was released back in 1998, Ocarina's graphics were as good as any 3D games looked on the Nintendo 64 or anywhere else for that matter. Ocarina's style was neither realistic nor cartoony. It was somewhere in between, and it was the perfect down-the-middle approach that seemed appropriate for the level of detail possible on the hardware and appropriate for the tone of the series. Nintendo went with an extremely cartoony look for the series' next installment, The Wind Waker, then dialed it back a bit with the darker and more serious Twilight Princess and attempted to split the difference again with Skyward Sword. Breath of the Wild returns to the standard Zelda art design, even though certain staples like Link's green outfit have been reimagined. Overall, both Breath of the Wild and Ocarina present a balance for the Legend of Zelda world and characters between cartoony and realistic, bright and dark, and classic and contemporary. In terms of 3D adventure gameplay, Ocarina set the template in the same way that Mario 64 did with 3D platform games. From innovations like Z-targeting to the progression of items and dungeons, every game that followed was either building or subverting the standards set by Ocarina of Time. Ocarina was a joy to play in 1998, and it's so polished in execution that it's just as fun to play through today. But the fact is, 20 years of game development has built upon the standards set by Ocarina, so, barring a Temple of Time switch with your 1998 self, it's impossible for Ocarina to feel as innovative today as it did back then. Breath of the Wild came to life during a time when games that used Ocarina's template had become predictable, particularly within the Zelda series itself. For Breath of the Wild, the designers borrowed heavily from newer open-world franchises like Skyrim and Assassin's Creed, everything from the crafting system of cooking meals and elixirs to using towers as warp points. For the first time in a Zelda game, every weapon had a durability limit, which forced you to be both more strategic and resourceful when taking on enemies. And while stamina and weather had been factors in prior titles, both had to be considered constantly when exploring. For example, you certainly do not want to go climbing with a steel sword in a thunderstorm. Breath of the Wild shines most in how it evokes play from the player. The play is built entirely upon your curiosity, drawing you in at your pace and rewarding your curiosity with surprises around every turn. Shigeru Miyamoto described his original inspiration for the Legend of Zelda series as being the wonder he felt as a child exploring the woods near his home. All of the Zelda games capture this feeling, but when Breath of the Wild's freewheeling style was first presented to Miyamoto by the game's director, Hidemaru Fujibayashi, he reported that Miyamoto spent most of his first moments climbing trees and just exploring for the fun of it. So while Breath of the Wild is filled with hundreds of hours of content, the core experience is as simple as a cat chasing a string, because the movement is just as fun as completing the objective. Also, related, playing with string is surprisingly fun. While story has always taken a backseat to game design and Nintendo's development philosophy, both Breath of the Wild and Ocarina of Time succeed in creating memorable characters and a vivid setting. The overall story itself is as simple as Mario, but with a sprinkle of Tolkien. Both games feature dystopian future versions of Hyrule caused by Ganon winning and capturing Princess Zelda. In Ocarina of Time, the Gerudo Thief King Ganondorf manipulates the leaders of Hyrule into opening the Sacred Realm in the Temple of Time, giving him access to the Triforce, which lets him take over. When Link awakens as an adult 7 years into the future, he finds the kingdom facing dark times with Ganondorf in power, and immediately sets off to awaken the ancient sages to seal Ganon back away. In the end, Child Link goes back in time once more to prevent Ganondorf from ever ascending in the first place. This creates the dual timelines that future games in the series, like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, take place in. It's definitely a bit jarring to experience the time jump from a peaceful kingdom to a dystopian one. Everywhere you visit as adult Link is definitely worse off than where you left it, and everything is just broken and bad in comparison. Ocarina of Time builds the disappointment into the settings and temples of the adult Link world, and it's part of the reason the game's story resonates so deeply, because even in this fantasy kingdom, a universally powerful theme of growing up is expressed through the gameplay. Link from Breath of the Wild also awakens to a post-apocalyptic Hyrule, but this time there's no going back to fix it. We learn that Link was a knight appointed to protect Princess Zelda 100 years ago, but they weren't able to prevent the prophesized return of the demon Calamity Ganon. So Link sets off to save the kingdom from Ganon and free Zelda, ideally by working with the ancient Sheikah monks in their shrines and curing the divine beasts, or then again you could just go straight to Hyrule Castle and beat Ganon after getting your paraglider from the King of Hyrule's ghost. But you probably won't do that straight away because this Hyrule is beautiful, so unless you're being pursued by a Guardian's laser, most of Hyrule is very pleasant to explore. The gameplay encourages you to take your time, but technically in-story Link should definitely be rushing to go as fast as he can. Instead, you're like, well, Ganon's been in control for 100 years, what's another 200 hours while I hunt for Korok seeds so I can get that golden turd? In general, the epic feeling of the main storyline is probably better in Ocarina of Time, but the settings are so much fuller and better realized in Breath of the Wild. Again, not super surprising having a 20-year advantage and all.
Better? Better is a strong word, okay? Just because there's not a linear storyline like an Ocarina of Time doesn't make it not as good. I played Dark Souls.
Prior to Breath of the Wild, every main Zelda title followed the traditional dungeon template that had become standard for the series since Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past. You'd have to go back 30 years to find a different approach to the original NES Legend of Zelda from 1987. That's exactly what Nintendo did in designing Breath of the Wild. One of the game's biggest innovations was the change in structure to your play experience. It fundamentally shifted away from fulfilling objectives to fulfilling curiosity. And that's not to say there aren't dungeons, they're just different. Between the 120 shrines, 4 divine beasts, Hyrule Castle, and the DLC packs, Breath of the Wild has at least as many dungeon rooms as previous Zelda games. But this game made exploration the meat of the Hyrule Hoagie instead of the dungeons. But the best Zelda dungeons evoked atmosphere and told a story while you progressed. Ocarina of Time is full of memorable and atmospheric dungeons. The austere and mossy forest temple, the Egyptian-inspired spirit temple, the dark but serene Shadow Temple. In this regard, the shrines in Breath of the Wild don't compare. They're mostly independent little puzzle rooms or battles in a blank alien world. The divine beasts are fuller versions, yeah, definitely, but still remain remote and alien rather than feeling integrated within the world. Only Hyrule Castle feels like a traditional dungeon in Breath of the Wild, but even without traditional dungeons, the game delivers the same qualities, they're just presented in a different way. Maybe the next Zelda game could have it both ways. Open world, non-linear progression, multiple ways to solve puzzles, and full dungeons built within the world. But yeah, who knows? We'll have to wait and find out. Just as the settings are fuller in Breath of the Wild, so are Hyrule's inhabitants. The game introduces characters who fulfill familiar archetypes that we've seen before, and while they aren't new, they're definitely improved. For example, Mipha, the champion of the Zora's divine beast, is super similar to Ocarina's Princess Ruto, the Sage of the Water Temple. Both provide a Shape of Water-esque hint at a romantic life for Link, which of course we do not have time for because we're on a quest to save this broken kingdom, thank you very much. But Mipha receives the far better characterization. We see a fuller vision of her life, particularly in the Champion's Ballad DLC. We also see it through her brother, Prince Sidon, through her father, the diaries left behind, and through her scenes with Link and his memories. The characters in Ocarina simply don't receive the same amount of time to shine, but that doesn't mean that the characters in Ocarina aren't also great. Saria is a fantastically realized character. The storyline of Ingo taking over Lon Lon Ranch from Talon and his daughter Malon demonstrates the darkness of the timeline. Interestingly enough, the Lon Lon Ranch Easter egg in Breath of the Wild really helps the post-apocalyptic reality become more tangible. It's perhaps the only thing besides the Temple of Time and the graves in Fort Hateno that really drives home the destruction of the world. And as always, outside of his yelps and yas, Link remains a non-speaking character in both tales. He's defined only by his actions in the story, mostly by being the wielder of the Master Sword who does all the fun video game things. At the same time, both Ocarina and Breath of the Wild do an excellent job of giving Link a distinct personality through the way in which he emerges into the story. The Link from Ocarina is known first as the boy with no fairy. He's an outsider among his peers, the childlike elves in the woods. Later, after his 7-year slumber is reversed by returning the Master Sword to the Temple of Time, and Link is switched between time periods, earning the moniker the Hero of Time.
As one gets when one time travels. I think they made Link a nice plaque for that.
Zelda has a strong characterization in both Breath of the Wild and Ocarina as well. In Ocarina, the child Zelda is kind of like your friend Saria, but also slightly mysterious and a powerful mystic. When it's revealed that she was sneaking around as Sheik in the adult timeline while keeping a version of herself trapped in Hyrule Castle with Ganondorf, we learn that she is an active kick-butt hero just like Link, with an even cooler outfit. In Breath of the Wild, Zelda is mostly seen in memory flashbacks, but she has got one of the most emotive and three-dimensional characterizations in any Zelda game. It's easy for us to feel her frustration at not being able to realize her powers. We see her sad sense of duty as she tries to perform the rituals but sees no successes, with the weight of the world on her shoulders, and her despair when she realizes that it's all lost. While some of the voice actors in Breath of the Wild are a bit corny in their cartoonish performance, I'm looking at you, Rivali, Zelda's performance is consistently strong in a variety of emotions. She doesn't physically kick butt like Sheik in Ocarina, but we can understand her feelings far better in Breath of the Wild, even though the overall storyline isn't quite as clear or as strong as the one in Ocarina. They both provide different strengths in Zelda's character.
To say the tales that come from Hyrule are influential would be an understatement. These are stories of heroes and villains, princesses and goddesses, fairies, and whatever tingle is. The impact that Zelda has had on pop culture is undeniable, so here are some examples of references from pop culture at large.
You don't have to be an avid gamer to know who the true hero of Hyrule is. The guy in green, holder of the Triforce of Courage, better known as Link from Nintendo's highly influential Legend of Zelda series. That's why most people who haven't played a single game in the franchise can still spot a Zelda reference when they see one. And there's a lot of them out there. What's up guys, I'm Adrian with the Leaderboard, and we're counting down some of the best Legend of Zelda references to date, from TV, music, and more. Here are 12 awesome Zelda references in pop culture. Number 12, South Park. It's no secret that South Park creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker are self-proclaimed Zelda fans. They even list the titular title as one of the key inspirations behind their own game, The Stick of Truth. That being said, it's really no surprise to learn that the Hero of Time himself has cameoed on the hit television series. That's right, Link makes an appearance in the season 11 three-part episode Imagination Land Part 2. He's seen running away after the wall between imagination and reality is blown to pieces. Although his appearance here is fleeting, this isn't the only reference to The Legend of Zelda throughout the series. Most recently, the season 20 finale featured a sneaky shout-out to the latest Zelda game, Breath of the Wild. You'll notice when Sheila searches Ike's internet history on the new Troll Trace website, the game title is the first result listed under Wednesday, December 7th, 2016. I wonder how true to life that search history is for Matt and Trey, but honestly, I'd be scared to look at their search history. Number 11, the Powerpuff Girls. Who could forget the adorable, bug-eyed 90s superhero trio, the Powerpuff Girls? In this classic series, the mayor of Townsville can act more childish than the city's kindergarten crime fighters, and to really drive this point home, he's usually goofing off on the job. In the season 3 episode Child Fearing, the mayor is seen in his office playing what resembles an N64 gaming console. And the game? Ocarina of Time, of course. Well, it's a safe assumption anyways, considering that Ocarina of Time had just come out a year or two before the episode premiered in 2000, which means production of the episode must have followed shortly after the release of the game in 1998. To back up this assumption, Craig McCracken once said that during the beginning of Powerpuff Girls production, he and his writer would get distracted by the game. So with that in mind, the game in the scene is hard to deny. He's playing a blonde elf wearing a green hat and tunic with a sword, and a little glowing fairy by his side. Even the layout on the screen mimics the Ocarina of Time layout with the hearts displayed and the A and C buttons on the screen. Not to mention, during the scene, the mayor accidentally kills his own fairy and then yells at the fairy out of frustration, which is hilarious because most Zelda fans would agree that Navi was a huge annoyance in the Ocarina of Time. We get it, Navi. Hey, look, listen, and shut up. Please. Number 10, Skyrim. The Elder Scrolls games are pretty notorious for their hidden Easter eggs throughout the series. Skyrim alone has enough references to make any gamer or fantasy nerd tremble with excitement. We're talking references to King Arthur, Sleepy Hollow, Lord of the Rings, Minecraft, and yes, even The Legend of Zelda. In fact, there's possibly 2 references to Zelda. However, one is a lot more subtle and the other is debated, so we'll start with the one we know for sure is a reference. During the very first quest, while accompanying Farkas to meet the companions, we see Farkas transform into a werewolf, at which point he utters the phrase, "It's a secret to everybody." Only diehard fans will get the reference here, but that's actually a direct quote from the very first Zelda game on the NES that was said by a hidden cave-dwelling moblin. The second reference has to do with a certain dead elf in a mammoth pit north of Whiterun. If you know the character, you know the clothing bears a striking resemblance to what Link wears, a green tunic, tights, and boots with a green hood. Of course, fans are torn whether or not this is a genuine reference, or just a happy coincidence because it's not the exact replication of the character. Regardless, E3 did announce that the newest version of the game that's being released for Nintendo Switch will allow you to unlock Link's outfit from Breath of the Wild, and that is an undisputable second reference in the making. Number 9, Rick and Morty. Let's face it, the show Rick and Morty is rooted in parody. You know it, I know it, co-creators Justin Roiland and Dan Harmon know it. Pop culture references and self-aware humor is kind of their thing. So why wouldn't they reference one of the most fantastical game stories of the 1980s? And that's what they did in the hilarious cutaway in the season 2 episode, Total Recall. If you haven't seen the episode, here's the play-by-play. An alien parasite capable of manipulating the human memory is loose within the Smith household. Tons of zany characters are invading the minds of the entire family and implanting false memories, including Rick. When an alien disguised as an old friend named Pencilvester, yes, it's a talking pencil, tells Rick that he has a tendency to overreact, we're graced with a glorious cutaway that doubles as a promo for Nintendo. In the flashback, Rick schemes to buy and sell a bunch of Nintendo 3DS systems at a markup price. Of course, they weren't just any 3DS systems, they were the limited edition Legend of Zelda 3DS systems, making the deal that much sweeter. Number 8, Gravity Falls. Alex Hirsch did one heck of a favor for kids of all ages when he created Gravity Falls for the Disney XD network. The show has nostalgic themes, mostly derived from Alex's own childhood memories. As usual, with nostalgic themes comes references from said era, like, oh, I don't know, The Legend of Zelda? Yep, there's a genuine Navi Easter egg in the Dungeons, and More Dungeons episode of Season 2 when Grunkle Stan, Mabel, and Grenda are walking through the woods to rescue Great Uncle Ford and Dipper from a real game of Dungeons and Dragons. During their quest, Stan squishes a fairy on his back, claiming the fairy bites are getting more frequent, at which point a half-squished fairy is revealed field. She manages to mutter, "Hey look, listen," before our characters stumble upon their destination. Hey, maybe Alex hated Navi too. Number 7. The Amazing World of Gumball. Gumball is a show heavily riddled with pop culture references, so you better believe that there's more than just one Zelda reference. Let's start with the Season 5 Halloween special, The Scam, or Season 4 for countries outside of America. In the beginning of this episode, you may notice, while Gumball's telling his scary story to the class, the ice cream girl, named Sarah Gelato for those of you keeping track, is wearing a clever Majora's Mask costume. See, she's not wearing an actual Majora's Mask, or any other mask for that matter. Instead, she went the much more terrifying route of painting her face to resemble the angry Majora's moon that comes crashing down on the country of Termina. Best costume ever. She honestly deserves a prize. The next reference is a subtle Easter egg, and it happens so quick that the unsuspecting ear could miss it. In the episode Little Squirrel, Gumball whistles the beginning of Zelda's lullaby to put a squirrel to sleep. There's also a popular video game title called The Tale of Zelmore, which is a pretty blatant parody of the Legend of Zelda franchise, and it's featured in several episodes throughout the series. So if I had to guess, I'd say creator Ben Buckley is a fan. Number 6, The Goldbergs. Adam Goldberg's hit series The Goldbergs on ABC is all about growing up in the 80s, so it was paramount that there be at least one episode dedicated to the epic groundbreaking release of the Nintendo gaming system, the NES. In the very first season, the episode Shopping shows the frustrations that came with playing the original Legend of Zelda title. Granted, the trials of gaming were more of a small side story in this episode, but anyone who grew up with the original NES system knows that it couldn't be a more accurate depiction of pursuing the ever-elusive Princess Zelda. To put this into perspective, Adam claims that he slowly made his way through the levels over the span of 6 whole months. Then, upon the glorious moment of victory, the ending of the game, he pauses the system to grab his video camera because this was definitely a moment worth recording, in his eyes of course. Meanwhile, his brother Barry steps in and saves the princess during his absence, leaving all of Adam's tireless efforts fruitless. We all know that pain, Adam. This was the plight all gamers faced before memory cards and save states existed, and we can't thank you enough for addressing it. Number 5, the Zelda song. The early 2000s streamlined the glory that is viral video, and since its debut in 1998, a song circulated which many believe to be written and performed by rock legend System of a Down. Only it wasn't. The awesome rock song, centered around our hero Link, was simply entitled Zelda, and it was written and performed by a guy named Joe Plyman off his album Rabbit Joint. Admittedly, Joe's vocals are eerily similar to that of System of Down's frontman, Serj Tankian, but that's no excuse for millions of people to overlook the true origin of the song. So how'd this fallacy come to be in the first place? Well, it all goes back to Napster's history of free downloading. Oh, Napster. At the time, the song was uploaded as SOAD, The Legend of Zelda, and unfortunately, the title stuck. Given that this was the early 2000s and System of Down was insanely popular at the time, fans gladly accepted it as the truth, and the rumor snowballed out of control, despite literally having nothing to do with the Armenian-American rock band. Luckily, Joe had a pretty good sense of humor about the whole thing. On his website, where the song's listed, there's a description that reads, "Unintentionally made famous by System of a Down." Good job, Joe. Number 4, Smosh. Joe Plyman wasn't the only guy to dedicate a whole song to The Legend of Zelda. Over a decade later, the Smosh Internet guys released a more modern take on the popular gaming franchise with The Legend of Zelda Rap, which dropped on their 2011 album, If Music Were Real. This hilarious parody song features a lyrical battle between Ganondorf and Link, and if you haven't heard it yet, it doesn't disappoint. The song pokes fun at a number of aspects in the game: Navi, Link's outfit, Zelda's constant peril, and just as an added bonus, there's a music video complete with behind-the-scenes footage and bloopers. Needless to say, if you know Smosh, then you know this wasn't the only Zelda parody that they delivered for the fans. There's a ton of Zelda videos on their channel, from sketches like Zelda in Real Life and Just Like Link, to parody trailers, live gameplays, and just about everything a true Zelda fan needs to laugh at their own beloved franchise, or kill a little time between the games. So, good job, Smosh. Keep the Zelda references coming, and we'll keep watching. Or, should I say smoshing? I don't know. I don't know any of these terms. Sorry, guys. Number 3, Robot Chicken. Parody is literally Robot Chicken's thing, and we're talking 90s and 80s pop culture parodies at that, so it should come as no surprise that Robot Chicken makes the Zelda list, not just for one sketch, but 3. Well, only one's a full sketch, and the other 2 are more like funny moments, but they're all worth mentioning here. First off, the full-length sketch is entitled Rescuing Zelda, off their Season 3 release in the episode entitled Shoe, and it pokes fun at the implications that come with rescuing a princess. Only in this version, Princess Zelda shuts down Link's advances, gives him 8 rupees, and hops out the window, leaving the hero behind. Ouch. Harsh reality there. The next Zelda moment was featured on Season 8's Fridge Smell episode, and it's called Link and the Wind Waker, because in the scene, Princess Zelda farts so loudly in bed that it wakes Link. I'm honestly still laughing at that on the inside. Bravo, guys. Then from the very same season comes another epic Zelda moment called Zelda's Hooks, in which Link struggles to remove Zelda's bra, but when he finally does, the revealed secret tune plays. Now that's a classic. Number 2, Drawn Together. It was the most blatant, recurring in-your-face Zelda parody on television, and yet many people forget it happened. That might be because, much like the other parodies on this show, this character eventually evolved to take on a life of its own. Of course, we're talking about Xander P. Wifflebottom from Comedy Central's animated series Drawn Together. Remember in the very first episode when Xander proudly proclaims, "I'm on a never-ending quest to save my girlfriend"? Well, that pretty much says it all. Xander's an amalgam of anime-inspired video game heroes, but the overall parody here is Link. And it goes without saying because, well, look at him. Much like the Hylian hero himself, Xander's quest to save his accident-prone girlfriend truly was never-ending. Or it was until they broke up in one of the episodes. On a side note, this episode also marked his girlfriend's first appearance on the show, and she was revealed to be a spot-on parody of Princess Zelda from the gaming franchise. Even more so than Xander resembles Link, minus the revealing outfit. Seriously, dude? Put some clothes on. Number 1, Zelda Williams. And this has to be my favorite. We know what you're thinking. Celebrities name their kids crazy stuff all the time. So does this really count as a reference to the game? Well, yes, actually it does. Believe it or not, Robin Williams was a huge fan of the Legend of Zelda franchise. At one point, he confirmed that he did in fact name his daughter after the titular 8-bit princess. How cool is that? She's an actual Zelda. The two bonded over Zelda games all throughout her childhood. The young writer/actress claims that whenever a new game would come out, she and her father would binge play for hours on end. To prove she wasn't bluffing, Zelda actually participated in the Breath of the Wild livestream marathon this year, as part of a benefit for the Brain and Behavior Institute, which donates millions of dollars for research and developing treatments for mental illness. Zelda gamed a solid 8 hours for charity that day, and when it was all said and done, they asked her how she was able to pull it off, and she responded by saying, 8 hours is nothing. There you have it.
Finding an Easter egg in a video game is always a fun surprise, and it should be no surprise that Breath of the Wild is full of them. Yeah, there are Koroks everywhere and treasures galore, but I bet you missed a few and didn't even realize it. So to keep you on the up and up, here are some Breath of the Wild Easter eggs you missed.
Hey, look, listen!
With a series that has as much history as The Legend of Zelda, it makes sense that the most recent game, Breath of the Wild, is packed full of nods to the rest of the series. Hi, I'm Adrian with the Leaderboard, and today we're checking out Breath of the Wild Easter eggs. Be warned, there are spoilers to follow, including for earlier games. Still here? Great. Old mottos. When you place a map marker down, you'll see a vertical ray of light denoting its position so you can see where the marker is on the horizon. The line is filled with Sheikah letters, and if you translate the symbols on the marker, using a fan-made Sheikah translation guide, they translate to part of the franchise's most iconic lines of all time. In the beginning of The Legend of Zelda, Link acquires his first weapon by entering a cave and speaking to an old man, who offers a wooden sword by saying, "It's dangerous to go alone, take this." The map markers use the first part of the phrase, "It's dangerous to go alone," in their translation. Kind of a neat little hint you might not have picked up if you didn't speak Sheikah. The Old Man. Speaking of the Old Man, the cryptic character shows up again in Breath of the Wild, once again with a fire and again in a small cave. Just like in the original Zelda game, the Old Man is a character with a white beard and dressed in a brown cloak. Only this time he wears a hood. Link first encounters him on the Great Plateau sitting near a campfire. Throughout the early portions of the game, the Old Man guides Link on his quest. Spoiler alert though. Later on, Link learns that the Old Man is the spirit of King Roam Bosphorus Hyrule in disguise, who guided him so Link can save his daughter Zelda. Maybe you've heard of her? I don't know. The title of the series? I don't know. Legendary heroes. The names of locations in Breath of the Wild are most often strong references to the other games, and the Divine Beasts are no exception. The Divine Beasts in the game are all named after sages from previous games in the Zelda franchise. Vah Ruta takes over the Zora domain and is just one letter off from Ruto, like the Zora princess from Ocarina of Time. Princess Ruto was the heir of the Zora throne and was eventually revealed to be the Sage of Water. It's revealed in-game that Vah Naboris is named after Naburu, the Gerudo Sage of Spirit from Ocarina of Time. If you take Vah Rudania and rearrange the letters, you get Darunia, the leader of the Gorons in Ocarina of Time. In case you haven't caught on the trend by now, Darunia also happens to be the Sage of Fire. Last and certainly not least is Vah Meadow, who guards the Rito. Meadow is a little bit tricky since the Rito didn't exist in Ocarina of Time, so there's no direct correlation to a sage from that game. Meadow's name is based on Medley from Wind Waker. Wind Waker was the first game to introduce the Rito, and Medley eventually became the Sage of Earth. Since we're talking about places named after legendary heroes, we should also mention Tingle Island on the northeast coast of Hyrule. This of course is named after the most legendary Zelda character of all, Tingle. Legendary places. Breath of the Wild calls back to those that came before it in a slew of location names. There are references to just about every Zelda game ever made, often inspired by other places and a handful of eccentric characters. Looking at you, Tingle. In Breath of the Wild, they're all often changed by switching up letters or phonetic spellings, which makes them easy to miss if you aren't paying super close attention. Since we mentioned Tingle in our previous section, we have to say that the entire archipelago is actually named after Tingle and his brothers. Tingle, Ankle, Knuckle, and Davdi Islands are named named after Tingle, Ankle, Knuckle, and David Jr. The next one is another easy one. Mikau Lake and Lulu Lake are named after the characters Mikau and Lulu from Majora's Mask. It's simple enough. In case you forgot, Mikau is the Zora who gives you the Zora mask, while Lulu is the Zora whose eggs you retrieve. Next up, the Minshi Woods get their name from the race of people known as the Minish, the diminutive creatures featured in the Minish cap. There's also Linebeck Island, named after the assistant who journeys with Link in Phantom Hourglass. Probably two of the most obscure locations are the Ludrum Headland and Bryna Plain. These two names refer to the Oracle games from the Game Boy Color. In Oracle of Seasons, Link traveled to the land of Holodrum, and in Oracle of Ages, he traveled to Labrina. All in all, there are over 65 names that are references to other Zelda games in some way, shape, or form. Did you find some? Let us know in the comments. Familiar location. When they aren't naming locations based on old characters, they're straight up including places from old games. One of the most notable references is that the Temple of Time from Ocarina of Time also appears in Breath of the Wild, under the same name with a similar structure. Additionally, the ranch ruins are incredibly similar to the Lon Lon Ranch from Ocarina of Time. Both ranches feature similarly placed furniture, a squared-off archway entrance, and a chimney-like brick structure sitting in almost the same spot in both maps. We know Breath of the Wild takes place many years after Ocarina of Time, or we assume so it's certainly possible that the ranch could have been ruined. Or maybe it's something deeper about how the ranch was no longer needed because Link and the other Hyrule residents learned to tame horses themselves. The economic struggles of the stable can serve as a cautionary tale for other businesses in the game. Cuckoos. Just like previous games in the series, Breath of the Wild is chock full of cuckoos. In a surprising new twist, if you hit a cuckoo, it may lay an egg. But just like always, if you hit a cuckoo too many times, the cuckoo will become enraged and call its flock. Then the horde of hens will attack Link by flying down for various directions and eventually pecking him to death. Once attacked by a flock of cuckoos, there's no way to protect yourself unless you manage to flee from the vicinity. Cuckoos are present in a ton of places in Breath of the Wild, but this time the birds can also be used to your advantage. If you manage to get an enemy to attack a cuckoo, you can sit back and relax as the birds rain down on the enemy until they're defeated. So if your sword is about to break or you find yourself short on arrows, just throw a cuckoo at the nearest Hinox, Guardian, Moblin, or Lynel. Before you go and try it, I feel obligated to tell you that unfortunately you can't use a cuckoo in your final fight with Ganon. Sorry. The Producer. The monks and shrines of Breath of the Wild have some unique names, but there's one in particular that sticks out, Oman Au. It's one of the earliest shrines in the game and the shrine you get Magnesis in, so it must hold some significance. If you rearrange the letters of the monk's name, you get Aonuma. This is a blatant reference to Eiji Aonuma, the renowned video game designer, director, and producer at Nintendo and current series producer and manager of the Legend of Zelda series. Aonuma has been working on the franchise since Ocarina of Time and even directed The Wind Waker. As evidenced in the game's other Easter eggs, names are super important in the franchise, and Oman Au's is no different. Zora symbols. If you look at Mipha, you'll see that on the side of her head she has a piece of jewelry with 3 half circles facing out and away from each other. You'll probably recognize the outline from The Wind Waker, since it can be seen on Medley's clothing. However, the shape goes even further back. The design actually comes from The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, where it's known as the Zora's Sapphire, one of the 3 spiritual stones Link must collect in order to open the Door of Time in the Temple of Time. Since then, it's become more of a general symbol for the goddess of Nehru herself, as well as the Zora. It can also be seen on Nehru's pearl in The Wind Waker. The goddesses of Hyrule. Any true Zelda fan knows that Hyrule was created by 3 goddesses, Din, Farore, and Nehru. After the 3 golden goddesses created the world, they left the Triforce in the hands of another goddess, Hylia. Hylia is everywhere in Breath of the Wild. She's the one you talk to whenever you go to the goddess statue. And it's heavily hinted at in Breath of the Wild that Hylia somehow resurrected herself after the events of Skyward Sword and is once again guarding Hyrule from malevolent forces. However, references for the goddesses Din, Farore, and Nehru are much more subtle throughout the game. Their 3 attributes, power, courage, and wisdom respectively, name 3 springs that you can find across Hyrule. On top of that, there are 3 roaming dragons in Hyrule, whose names Naedra, Dinral, and Farosh are meant to serve as a nod to the 3 golden goddesses, Nehru, Din, and Farore. As an extra bonus, if you manage to shoot a dragon with your bow, a scale will fall from the dragon. If you bring the scale to the respective spring, it'll reveal a hidden shrine. Music. In my opinion, the music in Breath of the Wild is top-notch, and the musical Easter eggs are really cool and subtle. As you enter and exit Hyrule Castle, you'll hear some seriously ominous notes from an organ. That's a nod to Ocarina of Time when Ganondorf turned up the scary factor and played the organ as Link reached the top of Hyrule Castle. If you listen carefully to the background music at the Horse God Fairy Fountain, you can hear Epona's song, the classic horse summoning song from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, playing alongside the Great Fairy Song. The Song of Time from Ocarina of Time can be heard in Breath of the Wild's version of the Temple of Time. If you didn't notice, that's because the song is played at half the speed of the normal version of the song. And this is from our 107 Breath of the Wild facts if you haven't checked it out already. If you ride your horse during the daytime, you'll hear parts of the melody to Zelda's Lullaby, while riding your horse at night gives you the hero's theme. It's one of the more beautiful pieces in my opinion. DLC. Alright, so this section is gonna cover discovered DLC packs for Breath of the Wild, so if you haven't played them and kinda just wanna keep your playthrough spoiler-free, you can totally skip this section. Both of the DLC packs available for Breath of the Wild are chock full of references and Easter eggs. The first DLC pack, the Master Trials, has a ton of new armor that serves as nods to older Zelda games and characters. In the Master Trials pack, you can unlock Majora's Mask from the game of the same name, Midna's helmet from Twilight Princess, the Phantom armor from Phantom Hourglass, or Tingle's outfit. And trust me, there's nothing more spectacular than taking on Water Blight Ganon just as Tingle. The second DLC pack, the Champion's Ballad, features an Easter egg to another popular franchise that Link has appeared in, Mario Kart. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, after completing all of the new challenges in the DLC, players can unlock a new mount for Link, a high-tech motorcycle mount called the Master Cycle Zero. The bike is named after the Master Cycle from Mario Kart 8, which was available with Link via a DLC pack and is now included in the Switch's version, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. The design of the Master Cycle Zero even seems to be inspired by the Master Cycle, just slightly changed to fit in more with the Ultra Beast from Breath of the Wild, Robin Williams. So this one isn't officially confirmed, but it feels a little too strange to be a coincidence. If you're thinking Robin Williams feels like a random actor for Nintendo to pay tribute to, he's not. Williams was an avid gamer and a huge Legend of Zelda fan. He loved the series so much that he even named his daughter Zelda and confirmed that she was named after the legendary princess. And if you're still not sold, Robin and Zelda Williams also starred in some Zelda advertisements together. Near the Foothill Stable, just south of Death Mountain, players can encounter a character named Dato, who bears a striking resemblance to Robin Williams. Take a look for yourself. In addition to Dato's resemblance to Williams, others speculate that Robbie from the Akala Tech Lab may also be a tribute to Williams, given his name and wacky personality. Fans seem split on who exactly is intended to be the tribute to Robin Williams, but whether it's Dato, Robbie, or both, including a subtle reference to the comedian in one of his favorite game series feels truly special and a great way to honor his memory. Satoru Iwata. And now comes the time where we must talk about the most beautiful Easter egg in the game, a touching tribute to the late Satoru Iwata. Iwata served as Nintendo's president and CEO from 2002 until 2015. Under Iwata's direction, Nintendo developed the Nintendo DS and Wii consoles. Before he passed away, Iwata was involved in overseeing the development of Breath of the Wild as he had in the past with The Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and A Link Between Worlds. Needless to say, Iwata changed the company forever, and Nintendo wanted to make sure to properly honor him in Breath of the Wild. In the game, you can encounter a roaming adventurer named Botrick. It's no coincidence that Botrick has the same haircut and glasses as Iwata. After talking to Botrick, he encourages you to explore Satori Mountain, where he says the Lord of the Mountain appears to meet with and gather souls of animals. Satori is a Japanese Buddhist term for enlightenment, and is derived from the Japanese verb satoru, which means to know, and also happens to be a common name that Japanese parents give their sons. Upon officially discovering the Lord of the Mountain, the Hyrule Compendium states that the creature is also called Satori. In stating such, the Lord of the Mountain is directly tied to the name of the peak of the mountain he lords over itself, and thus Satoru Iwata by extension. With these Easter eggs, Nintendo gave us all a magnificently poignant and crystal clear analogy to the legacy Satoru Iwata left behind.
On my business card, I am a corporate president. In my mind, I am a game developer. But in my heart, I am a gamer.
And to wrap it all up, here's a couple of Breath of the Wild breakdowns.
Hey, it's me, your friend Pat. You probably have heard of last year's Zelda Breath of the Wild. But what if that open world game just hasn't called to you in that extra special way? Well, this is Too Long Didn't Play, where we play the game so you don't have to. In the beginning, Link is awakened from his deep slumber by a mysterious woman's voice. He climbs out of his vat of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle mutagen ooze and immediately finds the Sheikah Slate, which is basically just a magical iPhone. Link's eye slate can manipulate metal, create bombs, freeze things in time, take scandalous photos, and make humiliating autocorrect errors when you're texting your crush. So Link ventures into the wild out of his cave and encounters a mysterious bearded man. Seriously, there's like an entire shading engine devoted to this man's beard. Dark secrets live in that beard. Link, guided by the mysterious voice from earlier, activates the Sheikah Tower on the plateau, causing towers and shrines to come up all across Hyrule. An ancient power has been awakened. The mysterious bearded fellow from before flies over on a kite. He tells Link he'll give him his fancy kite if he downloads the iOS 6.9 updates for his Sheikah Eye Slate by clearing the challenges in each of the shrines. It's a really smooth tutorial transition. It's the best one I've ever seen. Link agrees, and once his eye slate is suitably updated with mystical power and Triforce emojis, he goes to the now ruined Temple of Time, where the bearded fellow from before reveals his true identity, shocking no one, as the deceased former King of Hyrule. He didn't want to show his true form earlier and overwhelm Link, since memory loss is apparently a side effect of his raspberry blue jello healing bath, and Link's brain is a little soft right now. Must have been jarring to be woken up by a weird disembodied voice, but makes more sense than a talking boat. The king very gently tells Link that everyone is dead. Well, not everyone, just all of Link's loved ones and friends, except for Zelda, who's locked in an eternal battle with his greatest enemy in an evil castle. 100 years ago, it was prophesied that Calamity Ganon would be resurrected. In their search for the site of Calamity Ganon's resurrection, Hylians found Zoids, gigantic weapons created by the ancient Sheikah tribe. 4 champions were chosen to pilot the Zoids from across Hyrule to assist Princess Zelda and her appointed knight, that's Link, in defeating and resealing Calamity Ganon. Unfortunately, Calamity Ganon had a library card, and he knew about the prophecy. He possessed the Guardians and the Zoids, and killed all of the champions and mortally wounded Link. Zelda, left to face Ganon alone, has been trapped with him in the world's worst slumber party for 100 years, and awaits Link's help to defeat the evil once and for all. Link can explore this open world in any order he desires, so we're just gonna tell it how we played. As Link travels from place to place, certain spots trigger these memories and a cutscene. He remembers that he joined Princess Zelda on her pilgrimage to the Goddess's Springs, where she diligently prayed in an attempt to unlock her sacred power. Unfortunately, when Zelda visited the last spring, essentially her last shot to unlock her sacred power, she wasn't able to tap into them. To make matters worse, Calamity Ganon, ever the opportunist, attacked right at that moment. It wasn't until the kingdom was burning and all of the champions had been brutally killed that Zelda unlocks her powers through love? No, really. But in the moment Link was about to be killed by a rogue guardian, Zelda stepped in and exorcised Ganon's power from the automatons. Well, better late than before everyone tragically dies. Back in the present, Link travels to Zora's domain. He meets Prince Sidon, a shark boy who's relentlessly friendly and kind of a babe. Who's writing the slash fic? Anyone? Leave it in the comments. I'll read it later. Shark Boyfriend lets you know that the Elephant Zoid is completely freaking out and spewing water everywhere. The reservoir dam could break as a result and destroy Zora's domain, which is like made of rocks, like small rocks, I don't know, and possibly all of Hyrule. Link agrees to help despite the fact that there are several elderly fish dudes who are not happy with the Hylians for having let their champion Mipha die. Eventually, Link stares at the statue of Mipha and his memories come flooding back. Link and Mipha were close childhood friends. She promised to protect Link and said that she hoped they could spend some time together after everything was over. It turns out Mipha made Link a set of Zora armor, which basically means she was about to wife him up. Using a series of arrows and TN98 waterfall, Shark Boyfriend and Link sedate the Zoid so Link can go aboard. Once aboard, Link activates the Zoid's control terminals guided by the spirit of Mipha. He's attacked by the beast that killed her 100 years ago, Waterblight Ganon. After he defeats it, Mipha's spirit is free, and they awkwardly do not talk at all about the whole engagement armor thing or Mipha's feelings. Ouch. Well, at least her spirit is free and single. Very single. She aims Elephant Zoid's gigantic red laser at Hyrule Castle and prepares to strike Calamity Ganon. Link then ventures up the friendly-sounding Death Mountain and encounters Goron City, where everyone rolls around on the ground and calls each other brother. Basically, every Goron is Hulk Hogan. Brother. A salamander-looking Zoid is spewing a bunch of flame rocks and interrupting a very important mining operation. Not super ideal. Link meets up with Goron boss Bluto, which you can evolve from Baldor if you trade a... Nope, that's the wrong game. Bluto normally calms the Salamander Zoid by firing himself at it with a cannon. With a cannon? But his tweaked back is bothering him a bit, and he doesn't feel like doing it. Bluto ends up sending the sheepish young Goron Yunobo, a descendant of the deceased champion Daruk, to do the deed instead. After Link uses a giant slingshot to shoot Yunobo at the salamander a few times, it retreats back into the volcano. Link immediately jumps in after him because, I don't know, it looked cool. And it did look cool. Link ventures through the spoopy dark passages and activates all the terminals to fight Fireblight Ganon, who unsurprisingly throws fire at Link. Link frees Daruk's spirit, gets his magical power of protection, and they talk about how great rocks are. Daruk aims Salamander Zoid's laser beam to prepare to shoot Ganon, adding his to Mipha's. Next, Link crosses the desert and sees a rampaging camel-shaped Zoid, with sandstorms and lightning and scariness. He gets to Gerudo Town, which is populated by an intimidating race of warrior women with sick abs who don't allow men into their city because they have cooties. Link, ever resourceful, and having had all the requisite cootie shots, dresses in Gerudo women's clothing, covers his pretty face, and immediately gets entry into the city. Link, still in drag and totally making it work, approaches Riju, the young Gerudo chief. Link says he can stop the Zoid, but because that would be way too easy for the Hylian champion and there's still plenty of time for a fetch quest, Riju asked him instead to infiltrate the nefarious Yiga hideout. Yiga have stolen the Thunder Helm from the Gerudo, and it's kind of important, and they need it back. Link sneaks his way through the hideout and fights Master Koga, who's leader of the Yiga and master of Beer Belly Ninjutsu. Link defeats him with his big balls and reclaims the helm. He returns the magical artifact and, upon seeing Riju wear it, remembers the Gerudo champion Urbosa, whose 8-pack is matched only by the power of her luxurious red hair and genuine kindness. Link and Riju approach the Zoid on sand seals with the protection of the Thunder Helm, and Link boards it after shooting its dumb, stupid, idiot baby feet out of commission. This part sucks. This sucks, and I hate it. Link activates the terminals and defeats Thunderblight Ganon, freeing Urbosa and getting him some sick thunder powers. Urbosa, clearly sensing Link's crushing guilt, tells him in that special old-timey way she talks, "No one need carry blame," and aims the camel beam at Hyrule Castle. Last, but very possibly least, Link travels to the Rito village where the final bird-shaped Zoid is terrorizing the skies and playing a very one-sided game of duck hunt with the nearby population. Upon reaching Rivali's landing, Link remembers the Rito champion Rivali, who basically just makes fun of Link for not being able to fly, despite Link obviously not being a big bird man. Whatever. Link sets out to help the Rito warrior Teba, who is preparing to fly back up to take on the Zoid alone. This is a terrible idea. So naturally Link joins in. Teba and Link take to the sky, where Teba acts as a decoy for Link, which, let's be real, is not at all safer than Teba's original plan. He enters and activates the control terminals to be attacked by Windblight Ganon. After defeating it, Link frees Rivali's spirit, who is still super backhanded and passive-aggressive even as he's thanking Link. What a f***ing asshole. Gratuitous bird jokes ensue, and Rivali reluctantly passes his power of wind onto Link and aims the Bird Zoid's bird beak at Calamity Ganon. Okay. So to recap, Link wakes up in a pile of goo with most of his memories missing. He follows a disembodied, vaguely British-sounding voice to the plateau where he activates a whole bunch of ancient technology and learns that he's been asleep for 100 years. Flashback, 100 years ago, 4 pilots join forces to pilot the Zoids, aiding Link in his quest to defeat Ganon. But twist, everyone f***ing dies. Ganon takes the Zoids, and Link is gravely wounded. Flash forward to the present, Link sets out on a quest to reclaim the Zoids. He goes to Zora's domain, which is basically just the sexy fishman island of Hyrule. He has a quick tit-a-tat with his dead, not-girlfriend Mipha, and reclaims the Elephant Zoid. From there, he goes on to Goron City, where he uses a giant slingshot to fire Hulk Hogan at the Salamander Zoid. He reminisces about how much the Goron champion Daruk loved rocks. Spoiler alert. So much. From there, Link has to dress like a woman to infiltrate Gerudo Town. He retakes the Thunder Helm, looks great doing it, and reclaims the Camel Zoid. But Link's work is never done, so he finally goes to the Rito village, gets negged by Rito champion Rivali, and retakes the Bird Zoid. Something's missing. Oh yeah, the damn Master Sword. Link treks to the Lost Woods where he braves a treacherous and genuinely confusing path to the Korok Forest. There rests the Master Sword, which Zelda returned there for safekeeping 100 years earlier. Isn't she so great? Like, everything is just so organized when she's around. Armed with the Master Sword and his restored memories, Link makes for Hyrule Castle, which is rife with extremely powerful, evil, purple corruption goo. He makes his way to the top, at which point the champion Zoids all form Voltron and shoot the shit out of Ganon, who turns into a gigantic Spider Wolverine Buzzsaw Lion thing. Link defeats Ganon and drives him to Animorph into the gigantic boar beast we all know and hate and secretly love. And Zelda lends Link her power in the form of light arrows in a twist that would shock even M. Night Shyamalan, which Link uses to strike the finishing blow. Zelda approaches the defeated Calamity Ganon and banishes him to the Phantom Zone? The home for infinite losers? The Shadow Realm? One of those. Zelda, relieved and somehow not ready to faint and or die after 100 years of fighting Ganon alone in a spooky haunted house, asks Link if he really remembers her. If Link has collected all of his memories throughout Hyrule, and I know you did because you're a good player, the game will end on a touching scene of Link and Zelda discussing the rebuilding of the kingdom. Zelda tells Link that she can no longer hear the voice inside the Master Sword and wonders if her powers have faded. But she's okay with that. Growth, character development, story arcs, woo! And the people of Hyrule lived happily ever after, until Ganon eventually comes back because they're doomed to repeat this for all of eternity.
I'm just saying
what
that
I did say.
What you're
whoa.
What you're
I don't know where all this aggression is coming from. We haven't even started yet.
Did Breath of the Wild deserve to win Game of the Year? Today we talk about it on Unmuted Discussion. Unmuted Discussion is a show where we talk about hot topics in gaming. Today we're talking about, did Breath of the Wild deserve to win Game of the Year? My name is Nikki.
I'm Adrian.
And I'm Darian.
And we actually had a poll running in the community tab on the leaderboard, and here are the results.
All right, so around 5,000 of you voted, and 34% of you said yes, no question. 16% of you said yes. 26% of you said not sure. 15% of you said no. And 8% of you said not at all, the game is terrible. So already we're seeing that there's more favorable opinions about Breath of the Wild. A lot of people said yes, it did deserve Game of the Year. I'm not going to agree or disagree till towards the end of this video. But Darian, what do you think?
I'm glad you asked, Adrian. I am one of those people. I did not think that Breath of the Wild deserved to be Game of the Year. And I know it's a great game, and I'm not saying that it's not a good game or it wasn't a great effort by Nintendo. But when I think of Game of the Year, one of the key requirements that I look at, and when we think about past winners of that category, is did the game push gaming forward? Did it revolutionize some aspect of gaming? Did it cause us to think about things differently? Did it have a revolutionary way of playing games? Like, was the gameplay beyond anything we had ever seen? And I have to say, like, Breath of the Wild, it didn't achieve that. One of the major things that everybody talked about or praised Breath of the Wild with was the expansiveness of the map. And granted, Breath of the Wild's 29 square miles is big, but when we think about other games like Grand Theft Auto, or we think about Assassin's Creed Black Flag, or we think about Far Cry, these maps, as far as open world are concerned, range in the hundreds of square miles. Zelda is up there, but doesn't come close to breaking ground in that area. When we think about the open world mechanics, I mean, they're 6 years too late. Skyrim's been there and done that. You know, when we think about the storytelling and the way the game was developed, Link doesn't say a single word in the entire game. It leads me to think, like, yes, this game was great. I think it was a great initial IP on the Switch, but it didn't revolutionize gaming in any substantive way. Maybe the genre, maybe for Zelda, it was a revolutionary departure from the previous games in that series, but not for gaming as a whole that warranted having the title of Game of the Year.
I completely disagree with everything you just said.
Okay, disagree, Adrian. I want to know why.
Okay, you see, a lot of the things you pointed out was just how big the map was, and like I do agree, the map was big, but
that wasn't
that
the only
big.
thing I said, FYI.
I know, but
keep going.
It's like one of the things you pointed out and what a lot of people praise. But oftentimes you forget, like, just because a map's big doesn't make it good. We've had so many games where you have this huge map, but you can't really do anything in it. Whereas Breath of the Wild, you can literally find a place like on the map and go, hey, I want to travel there, and you can do it. And it's not only limited to that, there are several aspects in the map that affect gameplay. A lot of the times the weather can become like a lightning storm or thunderstorm, and you have to change out of Metal Gear, into like wooden gear, or drop all your clothing so that the lightning doesn't strike you. If you're in an icy place, you have to change your clothes, or you can light up a torch, and that affects like how Link's body regulates his temperature. Or if you're in Death Mountain or like the volcano, I apologize completely for forgetting the name of volcano, but you can take like a bomb arrow, try to shoot it, and it will explode right in front of you. And all of that is just tackling my map point. You also tackled like Link doesn't speak. And what most of the Zelda games do, like the title kind of reveals what the game is going to be about. Like Ocarina of Time focused on the Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask, or Majora's Mask, I don't know how you guys pronounce it, focused on the mask. And a lot of the games kind of follow this pattern. Whereas this one, Breath of the Wild, it does focus more on the map and the world and just like what's going on in the world as opposed to Link himself. So I think what it does as like, what its goal is to tell you the story of the world rather than Link himself.
And kind of puts the player in the role of Link.
Yeah, and I think it did a really good job of just like expanding what the map does. I think it did revolutionize what an open world game can be, because a lot of, like I said before, a lot of games give you this giant map, but it doesn't really give you anything to do except for, hey, let's just do fetch quests and stuff.
You have games like Grand Theft Auto, and when they make a new edition, or from 4 to 5, they have to go bigger. And in some cases, they went and they did Red Dead Redemption, so they had all this wildlife, and that's like a good way to make use of the space. But sometimes you have games that just increase the size, and there's really nothing between point A and point B except for just roads that you can just drive across. And you're making the claim that like there was this whole other element and this whole other variable that went with expanding the map in Zelda.
Yeah, like Nintendo always focuses on gameplay first, and what they did was make the map fully like fun to play. You have all of these different things. Like a lot of the times, when you're playing Zelda, Breath of the Wild especially, you're kind of just curious what there is in that area of the map, or you're curious, hey, can I do that? Oh, I can. And this is like not even mentioning the expanded gameplay they gave like Link, the features they gave Link. Because a lot of times you're not told to go somewhere You kind of just do it because you're curious.
I mean, that would be the definition of open world.
Yeah, and I think it does it extremely well. I played Skyrim. I love Skyrim, but like, if I wanted to climb a mountain, I'm gonna have a hard time climbing that mountain.
I mean, if we want to call Game of the Year any game that's a rock climbing simulator, great. Well, then Zelda has it, full stop, no question. But if we're looking at a game, and I'm thinking holistically, right? I think, like I said, I think Zelda did some amazing, Zelda Breath of the Wild did some amazing things with the map. I mean, we've seen nighttime mechanics before in other games. We've seen it in Assassin's Creed Origins. We've seen weather affect gameplay, and particularly Assassin's Creed Origin, which was also one of the nominees for Game of the Year this year in 2017. Those elements that you can interact with the world, I mean, you can interact with various elements in Grand Theft Auto like we just talked about. Like, I get what you're saying, like there were these nuances that may have changed the way you armored or may have changed the way you used a particular weapon. That to me does not revolutionize gaming.
I am in complete disagreement.
I mean, and then it's like you want to explore the world. I want a challenging environment. I want challenging enemies. I want a gameplay I want a story that is comprehensive in all elements of it.
Then that's kind of your taste. I'm saying that this game has revolutionized what an open world adventure game can be. I will say that. Like, there are so many different things gameplay-wise that it does differently from other games. And the fact that you're curious to go somewhere and you can actually do it, I think that's amazing. There are a lot of games that have like invisible walls or limitations that don't let you do things. One of the other nominees, which I've been playing recently, Horizon Zero Dawn, like the world looks beautiful. It is like beautiful, and I've gotten to the part where like you kind of open up what went on in the world. But a lot of the times I'm just like, I really do want to see, like, I want to get a better view, or I want to go to this area, but I can't because a lot of times Aloy just kind of can't get over a rock.
What I will say, as someone who is a big fan of Horizon Zero Dawn, can you climb every rock or mountain in the game? No. Now, in real life, can you climb Mount Everest?
But this is a game.
Yeah, it's a game. It's a game grounded in reality, and they created there were certain
so
areas
in real
that
life,
Aloy should not have been
so
able to cross over.
So in real life, can I not get over this fence?
Now, of course,
can I get over this tiny rock? I'm going
I think if we drill down on the nuances of what you can do on a particular map, then I'm not arguing that Zelda has an advantage there. I'm just talking holistically. When we think about Horizon Zero Dawn, the fighting the dinosaurs and the approach that game had towards just surviving that environment, the emphasis on character and story, the emphasis on graphic fidelity, like the emphasis on sound design specifically, like they had to create sounds for these. What does a mechanical dinosaur sound like? Like, I don't know. I mean, they came up with some really innovative designs there. And so when you look at that holistically, it creates a very different idea. More importantly, one of the things Horizon Zero Dawn did is they put a female protagonist in a lead role in a way that she was not being objectified. That is revolutionary.
Kind of like Faith from Mirror's Edge.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Mirror's Edge has done it before, 10 years before Aloy.
I think Guerrilla, with it being a AAA title and having the massive success that it did as a game, and the way they positioned Aloy with her backstory and in that particular world, and a post-apocalyptic world, those things together are revolutionary. Not to take anything away from Mirror's Edge.
Faith?
Samus?
Samus was another one.
And she wasn't sexualized.
Yeah, it was actually. It was only revealed at the very end that it was.
Well, they held that like it was look, surprise, as opposed to embracing the reality that this was a strong female character.
But think about the time. Think about the time that came out, though.
That's fine, but we live in a different century where we are trying to push things and create social change in gaming, and games should be a part of that.
I will say, like 10 years before Horizon Zero Dawn came out, we had Mirror's Edge. Faith was Asian, and there was a lot of talk behind like how she looked, and the developers were like getting backlash from fans asking like, oh, why does she look that way? Because that's what the developers wanted her to look like. There was no point in beautifying her in any way. And like the fact that the developers held back on that just proves that they weren't looking to make her beautiful in any way. They just wanted to make a really good heroine.
I have 2 points. One, not to take anything away from Faith. I think what we have in Horizon Zero Dawn is a female character in a very unique role, where you would typically see a male character, which is saving the world, which is what Aloy was responsible for doing in this story. She was responsible for saving the entire world, not just dealing with the socioeconomic, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the story of Mirror's Edge, it's more like she's battling very ground level enemies in a capitalistic society.
It does get a lot worse than that, but
generally she's not saving the entire world from extinction. It's typically reserved for a male character. And what I would also argue is even Mirror's Edge did something that Nintendo has yet to do. Aside from Samus, really put female protagonists in leadership and heroine in saving the world type of roles. And Zelda Breath of the Wild did not do that with Link.
You do know that Fire Emblem Echoes came out this year, and it was half of the story was a queen commanding her army and a king commanding their army. And yes, like they are saving the world from destruction.
I think we are getting a little off topic. Let's just go back and think about what started this whole conversation. Did Breath of the Wild deserve to win Game of the Year? And I think a good way to answer that is, if it wasn't Zelda, what game would you have nominated and why? You kind of already talked about...
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you not interrupt me when I talk?
Go ahead.
One time. One time for the people. Darian, how do you feel about Horizon Zero Dawn winning Game of the Year? Or if not Horizon Zero Dawn, what other game would you have put up there?
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, I think, obviously, I believe that Horizon Zero Dawn was a holistically superior game. And one of the questions that I have, and I think that as we look at Zelda, is I think a lot of people, and kill me in the comments if I'm wrong, Zelda came out on the Switch. Breath of the Wild came out on the Switch. If it were just on the Wii U or just on another console system, would that game have been as highly praised as it was? I think the fact that Zelda was on the Switch and the Switch was this hot new console, it added another level of interest or intrigue or nostalgia to that. It's like having a portable Game Boy. And we've all had Game Boys before. Like I remember my first Game Boy. It was incredible just having, this Game Boy thing. So anything I put on that, whether it was Pokemon or any sort of pixel game like Tetris, that was amazing because it was on the Game Boy. Not because those games themselves were that revolutionary. Now Pokemon Red and Blue, we could argue about that, but not because those games were so revolutionary, but because they were on this really cool pocket-sized portable game console. And I think that nostalgia, that sort of love bleed over is influencing people's opinion of Breath of the Wild.
But a lot of people couldn't buy the Switch for like 6 months anyway. So I think a lot of them chose the Wii U version instead.
Are you going to say that the Wii U version sold more copies of Breath of the Wild than the Switch version?
I'm saying that it sold not as many copies as the Switch version.
So most people's experience...
People several were playing copies. But people were playing it outside of the Switch. They didn't buy the Switch just for Zelda.
My general point is, and it's difficult to answer it now, but if Breath of the Wild did not come out on the Switch, would it be considered as revolutionary as it was? I know that's not in your reasoning, but we're arguing generally, should this game be Game of the Year? And I think that is a factor that doesn't get talked about enough, and why this game seemed to be elevated in people's minds as revolutionary.
See, but that's an argument that you can't necessarily defend or pursue, because it's just very much, it's hypothetical. Like, you just know way to measure, like, oh, because it was a new system.
Yeah, you're kind of just assuming that that's the case.
I mean, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I definitely feel like it being out on the Switch did give it a little bit of an edge, but it still won Game of the Year.
And a lot of the discussions we were having were just basically the game. We never once talked about the fact that the Switch swayed my opinion one way or the other. I think that the Breath of the Wild is a great game.
With about 3.8 million copies sold, 2 million-ish on the Switch, and a little under for the Wii U.
I mean, like, if we're just talking about purely like consoles, there are so many PS4 users. What couldn't sway them to buy Horizon Zero Dawn or any other Game of the Year? The fact that not as many people have the Switch or the Wii U in general, and a lot of people do have the other consoles, I don't think consoles really sway the direction of why people think a game is better or not.
like I said from the beginning, it is something that we can't really measure, but I think the Switch was an innovative console. And it created, as far as gameplay and things of that nature, I just think it may have had some sort of impact on people's reception of Breath of the Wild. The other point that I would make about Breath of the Wild is that aside from the map, because you talked about there were a whole bunch of reasons, aside from the map and the different interactivity that you could do there, was there something revolutionary about the storytelling devices? Was there something revolutionary about the plot? Was there, I mean,
I would go back to like all of the other games. What revolutionary aspect did the other games have?
The nominees.
Other than, yeah, like you said, Horizon has a different type of protagonist and approach to story. But I played it for like 15 hours, 10 to 15 hours, and it's like every other third-person shooter to me.
It's like every other third-person shooter.
It's nothing about it has really stood out other than the protagonist and possibly the world building around it.
Those are two really big, compelling reasons for being Game of the Year.
Yeah, but I can bite that back at you. For Game of the Year, Breath of the Wild has focused on gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're both looking at specific aspects of a game.
Yes, we're both looking at specific aspects of a game.
And you are saying that holistically, this is what you think should be Game of the Year. But what other thing, other than the protagonist and the world, did you think Horizon Zero Dawn has done better?
I think the world building was incredible. I think the graphic fidelity of the game was incredible. I think Zelda can't compete on that level. It has a different art style, but when you think about graphic fidelity and like the sun rays, the realism of that game is incredible. And then when you also you consider the way that Aloy participates in the world. Like when I think about gameplay, there were moments where as playing that game, I was literally afraid for Aloy. Like they took this character who was not invincible, who could not fight at an unlimited level against these very, very powerful creatures. The scale alone between Aloy and like a Thunderjaw or something like that was incredible. And so I felt fearful in those moments where I was playing as that character. And I think that those sorts of feelings are rare in video gaming today.
And I think I would even claim to say that you felt that way because you've spent more time with Horizon Zero Dawn. How much time did you play?
I mean, you just admitted that you only played Horizon Zero Dawn for 15 hours.
I will say that.
The game takes about it takes 60 to 70 hours to complete. But and then I played the DLC on top of that.
That's almost like 15 times longer than you've played with Zelda.
That's not true. I did play Zelda I didn't play it for 15 hours, but I played it enough to say.
You didn't even get past the tutorial.
In Adrian's defense, what you're describing about how you feel connected to a character and being afraid for this character by facing giant beasts or giant bosses. And Adrian's saying that, hey, you didn't play Zelda enough, you didn't play Horizon Zero Dawn enough. But I'm saying what you're describing though, in regards to storytelling, that's not something new brought to the table from when you play a game though. There's been many moments playing a game like, say, a Zelda in previous Zelda games. I mean, even in Final Fantasy, that you've been. And Metroid.
Metal Gear.
And Metal Gear, just being kind of afraid of this like towering enemy. So I don't think that not that makes a Game of the Year worthy.
Sure.
But I don't think that's enough. That doesn't have enough legs to go against. Because I'm saying that what you're describing, Adrian can say for Breath of the Wild as well, like feeling connected to Link, regardless if he doesn't talk.
Okay.
But you still feel, because again, it's submersive in the gameplay where you're about to tackle this grand enemy who is significantly stronger than you, depending on when you actually face it, and you have to be afraid. That's the whole thing. Like if you went through a game from the beginning of being well equipped to take on these enemies, then you wouldn't be afraid. So having these moments, it's all on, I would say, the gameplay as well as the storytelling as well. And I'm saying that there's very close similarities between Horizon Zero Dawn and Breath of the Wild, feeling that way.
My point is that none of these individual issues stand on their own. I think it's, again, the holistic approach that that game took to telling the story of that particular world. And I think when I look at Adrian, and we have differences here. Adrian is much more interested in the gameplay. I wish you would talk more about the specific gameplay elements that were revolutionary in Breath of the Wild.
You can cook.
You can cook. I mean, if you want me to get into it, I will get into it. Like with Zelda, we kind of didn't expect it, but it kind of turned into a sandbox simulator. One of the goals for the game was to break the mold of what a Zelda game is, and I think it did that well. A lot of past Zelda games were kind of linear, or there's like one way to solve an issue. But with this game, there are several ways you can approach it. Some that can even be considered game breaking, but is actually totally possible in the game. You just have to really think about it. There's like the whole magnesis element, there's the time stopping element that affects the physics if you hit it. There's the two bombs, which you can use interchangeably depending on the situation, and you could use them several different ways. I've seen people use items to make floating airships just because they can. And the fact that you can do so much is amazing.
It makes the experience unique to each player.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that like it does revolutionize the open world game because there are so many different aspects that change what an open world game is, because you can do all of these different things. If you want to get on top of Death Mountain, just use magnesis and the time stopping mechanic and find a block and shoot your way up.
I think Zelda Breath of the Wild broke the mold for Zelda games. Did it chart new territory for gaming? I don't know. I don't think so. It just didn't do that for me. I think
for you,
it didn't. Right. Like I said, this is my opinion. You know, you don't have to agree with it, but I just think it did not break the mold in gaming. So
now, if we're going to talk about the nominees for Game of the Year for the Game Awards, which was it previously Spike Game Awards, they had PUBG, they had Odyssey, they had Zelda, they had Horizon Zero Dawn, and Persona 5. I love Persona 5, and I thought it did deserve to be on that list. PUBG, I don't know. Honestly, like if we were going to pick a game that could replace PUBG, I think Cuphead is actually a very good Game of the Year.
I would say Cuphead to me would be Game of the Year.
The graphical aspects of it, like the look of it, it's just amazing. And, you know, in the office, we just love it.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, I'm glad you brought that up, Adrian, is a game that should have been nominated and does break new ground in a whole host of areas. And it also has, it brought nostalgia back in a very modern way, but utilizing just some of the old mechanics that we love, but making them feel current and new.
Yeah.
And I just think that level of innovation in that game is worthy of Game of the Year, not just a beefed up open world.
What I think Cuphead did really well is like the technical aspects. Like a lot of the visuals were hand drawn, hand animated, and I thought that was amazing. But not only that, gameplay wise, the game was one of those games where it's kind of Dark Soulsy. You would go through a boss and you kind of have to, it forces you to learn what the boss does, and
patterns,
has to make, like, you have to adapt to those patterns, or you have to learn those patterns to beat the boss, not just throw all of the heavy weapons at it to beat it. And I thought that was wonderful. Like, it also made side scrollers popular now.
If I could just say one more point, I mean, you won't get any disagreement from me about Cuphead being Game of the Year. I think it also, one of the things it brought back was the two-player co-op mode, which I think it did an extraordinary job with making that mechanic just feel like, oh, you can play with friends and you want to play with friends, and it's not a distraction from the ultimate gameplay or the ultimate objective of each map, and that sort of playing on the couch sort of gameplay, which we've missed for a really long time, they popularized and revolutionized in some areas. And so when I think of a Game of the Year, Cuphead, even more than Horizon Zero Dawn or some of the other games that we talked about, is a perfect example of what revolutionary gaming looks like.
Yeah, because most games that you get, even though they might be multiplayer, say online, most of them are one controller per console, you know, and a lot of the nominees were pretty much, you know, one player. So it would have been nice to see Cuphead on there. I mean, we did get a bunch of comments more with again, the majority saying yes, that Breath of the Wild should have won, but we have Space Meow says not at all, the game is terrible. I'm honestly hate the Zelda series. We have Aaron Shar, not sure, Horizon Zero Dawn, in my opinion. We have someone named Toy Pizza, yes, no question, what is Zelda? We have Deucer Gaming, yes, no question, Breath of the Wild was the game. It immersed the player, gave 1,000,001 ways to play, and had an epic story with lots of bonus things to discover. And don't get me started on the DLC, which was phenomenal. And above all, it was just plain fun. We've got the janitor, yes. I have never played it, but I have friends who love it, so yeah, I think it does.
Right.
So what do you guys think? Do you think that Breath of the Wild deserved to be Game of the Year, or do you have another nominee? Let us know in the comments.
And if you want to see this video or more like it, make sure you click that subscribe button and then click the bell icon so you can become part of the notification squad, so you'll be notified on whenever we upload. And we upload about 5 times a week.
So keep it here to the Leaderboard, your home
for video game facts.
That's all, folks. So much Zelda knowledge condensed into one easy-to-watch video. We've searched the heights of Death Mountain and scoured the depths of the depths for every little tidbit we could find. Hope you enjoyed it. What was your favorite part? Do you have a favorite Zelda game? Make sure you let us know down in the comments and subscribe to the Leaderboard for more like this. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.